The era of Spirit Key's revival has arrived, giving everyone a chance to awaken their hidden abilities. When a person first taps into their talent, a glowing egg will appear behind them. The patterns on the egg determine the potential of the individual. There are 9 distinct levels, represented by lines on the egg ranging from the simplest to the most complex. A person who unlocks all 9 patterns will, in time, become the greatest being in the world. Yu Shang is the protagonist of this story, a young man with great intelligence and abilities that surpass those of ordinary people. His family, however, is far from ideal. His father, Yu San Shui, is a corrupt and degenerate man, and his son has brought nothing but trouble. One day, Yu Shang caught his father preparing for illicit activities. Without hesitation, he called the police. Once that was done, he returned to his meal, reheated it, and began eating. He felt a sense of unease knowing that tomorrow was the awakening ceremony, but unsure of how many lines his patterns would reveal. Ever since he was young, Yu Shang had felt the presence of a mysterious scroll in his mind, though he had never been able to open it. He was eager for the ceremony, hoping that it might unlock something related to the scroll. Half an hour later, after finishing his meal and cleaning up, Yu Shang sat back on the sofa to read. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from his father. Yu Shang assumed it was a call from the police, perhaps following up on his father's illicit activities. But when he answered, an angry voice shouted on the other end. "Why is everything so unlucky for me? Who is this person causing all my problems? Quickly take the money to the police station for investigation," Yu San Shui ordered. Yu Shang replied coldly, "I don't have any money." Then Yu San Shui told him to go to his room and retrieve a key hidden under the bed. It would open the back door of Widow Wang's house next door, where the money was concealed beneath a flower pot. Yu Shang followed his father's instructions and found 2,000 coins. While he was holding the money, the police station called and asked if he wanted to bail out his father, Yu San Shui. In the end, no one came forward to help. Yu Shang chose not to provide bail. He made his own choices and should take responsibility. Yu Shang thought if he broke the rules, he should face the consequences and use this opportunity to improve himself. This was the kind of positive message their teachers always emphasized. We must always follow the law. So, Yu San Shui was transferred to a rehabilitation center. That night, Yu Shang had a dream. In it, he was running through the rain, holding a girl's hand. Behind them, a group of people followed with menacing expressions. They shouted at Yu Shang and tried to attack the two of them. As the group closed in, Yu Shang and the girl drew their small blades in self-defense. Though they were only simple daggers, the two of them managed to hold off the attackers together. The rain continued to pour down heavily, but all of their enemies had been vanquished. Yu Shang took a deep breath, picked up a pass, and slowly walked out of the city gate. This wasn't some vague dream. It was a collection of fragmented memories from his past. As the dream faded, Yu Shang awoke. Daylight had broken, and after taking care of his morning tasks, he set off for the examination school. By the time he arrived, the place was already buzzing with activity. The air was filled with excitement as some students shared how they had been so excited the night before that they couldn't sleep. It was understandable, as today marked the long-awaited awakening examination ceremony. Yu Shang had no close friends, so he quietly made his way to the exam room. The class supervisor, Liu Qingfeng, stepped forward and announced that the examination to awaken their talents would officially begin in 1 hour. After the awakening, the students would need to work hard to develop their abilities. Later, when they ventured outside to battle demons and protect the city, they would earn the respect and admiration of everyone. As expected from someone who had mentored countless generations of students, Liu Qingfeng's words stirred the class. Everyone was excited and vowed that, once their talents were awakened, they would dedicate themselves to protecting humanity and serving the people. But Yu Shang remained detached from the excitement. Sitting at the back of the room, he whispered to himself, "I wonder if we're truly serving the people, or if the people are stirring us." Liu Qingfeng noticed Yu Shang's indifference, but chose not to address it. The hour passed quickly, and soon the students were led to the awakening point. Supervisor Liu's gaze was fixed intently on Yu Shang. He was filled with a mix of curiosity and impatience, eager to see how many paths of text Yu Shang would awaken. The group of students, all full of hope and excitement, moved towards the awakening point. Each one silently wished for the chance to awaken as many paths of text as possible. Take Liu Wuxian, for example. Awakening 4 paths of text was considered a significant achievement. With his talent, if his soul were to bloom, he could easily gain strength and join the police force, ensuring a secure and comfortable future. Next in line was Yu Shang. Before he could approach the talent detection device, Liu Qingfeng had instructed him to remove any metal objects from his body. Yu Shang then proceeded to take out a staggering 7,749 weapons, leaving everyone around him in complete shock. How did he hide so many weapons on him? Is he planning to attack someone? The other students murmured in disbelief. Yu Shang, however, paid them no mind. Even Supervisor Liu was left speechless. Despite Yu Sheng's thin appearance, how had he managed to conceal such a vast array of weapons? After what seemed like an eternity, Yu Sheng was finally allowed to proceed with the talent detection. Just like the other students, he placed his hand on the glowing orb. The egg-shaped display flashed to life, showing his rank, and what happened next was nothing short of astonishing. Instead of the usual 1 or 2 paths of text, the orb revealed a full 9. This was the highest possible level. The examiners could hardly believe their eyes, stunned by the sight before them. They had lived for many years, yet this was the first time they had witnessed an awakened one with a remarkable ability to master all 9 paths of cultivation. As for the young man at the center of this astonishing event, no one could guess what was running through his mind. All they saw was Yu Sheng assessing the situation with a thoughtful look. He pointed to the talent testing device and said, "Teacher, the machine's broken." The examiner was clearly puzzled. "Ha! It's not broken," Yu Sheng corrected, then casually slapped the testing orb, shattering it with a single blow. He added nonchalantly, "Now it's broken." Yu Sheng certainly had a way of leaving people in a state of constant surprise. The other examiners were at a loss for how to react. Meanwhile, Director Liu quickly grabbed Yu Sheng's arm, urging him to follow. He cited the destruction of public property as the reason. Yu Sheng, without hesitation, agreed. Liu Qingfeng then summoned his pet beast, a turquoise phoenix. He climbed onto its back first, and Yu Sheng swiftly followed him. As they ascended into the sky, Yu Sheng felt something stir within him. The presence that had always been silent inside his mind now responded, as if waking from a long slumber. Liu Qingfeng led him directly to the principal's office. The bald principal, engrossed in studying Yu Sheng's file, looked up. The file read, "Yu Sheng, age 18, had only enrolled at the school 6 months ago." He stared at him with a momentary glance of suspicion before asking, "Are you the one who came from Zhu Chang?" As soon as the words Zhu Chang left his lips, both Liu Qingfeng and the principal's secretary visibly tensed. But Yu Sheng seemed largely unaffected, his attention fixed entirely on the scroll that had just been unrolled before him. The scroll had opened at the exact moment of his awakening, just as Yu Sheng had predicted. However, the hidden energy within it and the meanings of the strange characters and symbols still eluded his understanding. The principal was speaking to Yu Sheng. Noticing his distracted state, Liu, the head of the department, gave him a gentle pat on the shoulder. It was only then that Yu Sheng snapped back to the present. "Again?" he asked, his voice distant. "Yes," came the reply. The bald man continued to stare at Yu Sheng, his eyes lingering. 9 veins of text. Such a thing was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Only someone of exceptional status, like the heaven's chosen son, revered by all, could possess such a gift. But Yu Sheng was from Zhu Chang, and the principal couldn't shake his growing unease. "Yu Sheng," the principal asked, his voice laced with curiosity, "if one day you were to awaken a high-level talent, what would you want to use it for?" "To serve the people," Yu Sheng answered immediately, his voice clear and unwavering. The principal was taken aback. He hadn't expected such a noble answer from a child from Zhu Chang. After a brief pause, he decided to test Yu Sheng's commitment to his words. Yu Sheng, without hesitation, recounted how he had exposed his father's affair with another woman the day before. The bluntness of his confession left the 3 adults in the room speechless. The principal, overwhelmed, placed his head in his hands and sighed. "Forget it. Just go and rest for now." The outcome of this awakening: don't rush to tell anyone. I'll figure out how to arrange your future studies. Yu Sheng was not one to indulge in polite chatter. Since the principal had sent him home, he merely nodded and left without a word. The principal watched him go, a lingering sense of regret in his gaze. Why would someone with the potential of a chosen one, gifted with the talents of 9 paths in literature, come from a place like Zhu Chang? Yu Sheng arrived home late in the evening, and his keen instincts immediately told him something was wrong. His house had been broken into. Inside, a young man with red hair, his clothes stained with blood, was rummaging through things. The intruder also sensed the presence of someone returning. He quickly tossed the items aside and reached for a weapon. But Yu Sheng was faster. In a fluid motion, the cold steel of his knife was pressed against the young man's neck. Faced with an unknown individual whose intentions were unclear, Yu Sheng spoke in his most serious tone. "Don't move. The knife is only inches from your carotid artery. A single wrong move, and you're dead." "I absolutely hate cleaning the floor," the red-haired man muttered, panic in his voice. He could barely keep his balance, his fear evident. He quickly begged for mercy, explaining that he had only come to ask for some medicine. Yu Sheng, still keeping the blade close to his neck, gestured toward the cabinet where the medicinal liquor was kept. "Who do you think you're speaking to, old man?" The red-haired man didn't dare move. They stood there, locked in that tense standoff for what felt like an eternity. Finally growing impatient, Yu Sheng spoke again. "Why aren't you getting the medicine?" The intruder hesitated, then added, "Your wound seems to be quite severe." "Then maybe, just put the knife down first." The young man's thoughts raced, but with the situation as it was, he didn't dare speak up. All he could manage was a quiet response. "I'm feeling a lot better now. I don't think I need the medicine anymore." He could feel the blade gently grazing his neck, causing his muscles to tighten instinctively. Yet, it seemed Yu Shang was more interested in making a point than actually harming him. He wouldn't go as far as to do anything drastic, unless, of course, it involved Zui Chang. Once the young man realized Yu Shang had no real intention to hurt him, he allowed himself a cautious breath, even though the blade still pressed against his skin. "If you're not going to hurt me then, I guess I owe you one. I'll return the favor someday. If you ever need anything, just let me know." Yu Sheng's expression suddenly turned colder. "Since you've owed me now, how about you take care of things yourself?" The young man clenched his jaw. How had this gone from being spared to being asked to finish things on his own? Is he serious? He just said he'd let me go, and now this? Frustration bubbled up inside, but he knew better than to show it. The blade was still there, and arguing wasn't an option, so he tried a different approach. "I'm a specialist. If you need someone taken care of, I'll handle it. No charge. Just, please let me walk away." "All right," Yu Shang replied without hesitation. Just as the young man was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Yu Shang added, "Then take care of yourself." The young man had never been more confused. The other person had claimed he wouldn't harm him, but now it seemed like he was being pushed to do it all himself. At last, the young man could no longer contain his emotions, and they spilled out all at once. "We don't have any past with each other, no hatred or ill will, so why are you so determined to end my life?" Yu Shang responded calmly, almost indifferently. "It's because you entered my house without permission and even dirtied my floor. If this were Zui Chang, anyone who crossed the threshold would already be dead." The young man's face drained of color at these words. "Are you from Zui Chang? That can't be. Only one person escapes punishment each year. You're far too young to be that person." Yu Shang didn't respond to the young man's disbelief. He simply thought the boy was being too loud and not making any meaningful points. The red-haired youth, seeing that neither being aggressive nor submissive had worked, decided to close his eyes and give in. He just hoped that Yu Shang would finish it quickly, and that in the next life he could be an assassin again, perhaps the best in the world. But even with his eyes shut, he waited and waited. The blade never fell. After a long silence, the young man dared to open his eyes. Yu Shang still stood there, unmoving like a statue. "Why haven't you made your move?" the young man asked, his voice filled with confusion. Yu Shang repeated his earlier words without a hint of hesitation. "Because killing outside Zui Chang is against the law." The young man fell silent, taken aback. He couldn't understand what Yu Shang was playing at. He'd neither killed him nor let him go. What exactly did he want? As strange as it seemed, the man seemed to be fixated on one thing. It's against the law, and was as if he was obsessed with following the rules. Taking advantage of the moment, the red-haired youth shouted, "You keep going on about breaking the law. Do you even realize that by detaining you like this, you're committing an illegal arrest yourself?" As expected, his words had an impact. According to Moji's legal framework, punishment for a 3-year prison sentence was relatively light, and in more serious cases, it could extend to anywhere between 5 to 8 years in prison. "How old are you?" After hearing the youth speak more than he had expected, the man paused, sensing a small chance of escape. The youth answered that he was 17 years old. Yu Shang took a moment to think, realizing that being 17 meant the boy had not yet awakened. In the end, Yu Shang made a decision. He would retract his previous actions and allow the youth to go free. The sudden shift in Yu Shang's behavior left the boy stunned, unable to process what had just happened. "My brother, can I really leave now?" he asked, his voice laced with disbelief. "Yes, you can. Goodbye." Yu Shang replied curtly before turning and heading into the kitchen. As soon as the youth understood the situation, he dashed toward the door, eager to escape the madman's home as quickly as possible. But just as his foot crossed the threshold, Yu Shang grabbed him by the neck and pulled him back. The youth was slammed to the ground, completely confused, unsure of what Yu Shang intended to do next. Yu Shang calmly explained, "I've already left the room, so it's not restricting your freedom. This doesn't count as an illegal arrest." The young man had no response. His heart, which had just begun to settle, was once again racing in uncertainty. He had expected that Yu Shang, with his intense demeanor, would surely make him suffer. However, to his surprise, Yu Shang simply instructed him to stay put while he went off to fetch some medicine. As he left, Yu Shang tossed him a bar of soap and a scrub brush, telling him to clean the blood off the floor. Noticing Yu Shang's evident obsession with orderliness, the young man gritted his teeth and reluctantly obeyed. Yet, as he worked, Yu Shang sensed a powerful, shifting energy nearby. To clarify what was happening, Yu Shang handed him a bottle of medicine. Before the young man could feel any sense of gratitude, Yu Sheng quickly dashed his hopes by coldly revealing that the medicine had expired. Fuming with frustration, the young man was left speechless. Yu Sheng had confirmed his suspicions. A strange energy source was coming from him, or more precisely, it was being fueled by the negative emotions of others. What was even more surprising was that this energy was something he himself had unknowingly created. Yu Sheng then realized he could absorb all of this energy through the mental scroll he carried. "I tricked you," Yu Sheng said with a smirk. "The medicine's fine. Now drink it quickly or you'll bleed out in 30 minutes. Though annoyed, the young man had no choice but to comply, taking the medicine and sitting down to tend to his wounds, all under Yu Sheng's watchful eye. After a few brief exchanges, Yu Sheng learned that his name was Lai Yihan. But despite the name, Yu Sheng couldn't shake the feeling that the young man's clumsy demeanor made it hard to believe he was truly an assassin. "Don't look down on me. I was just temporarily defeated. Give me some time, Lai Yihan, and I'll definitely become the world's top assassin." Lai Yihan spoke with fierce determination. Yu Sheng didn't fully understand his ambition. He only felt that risking one's life to be an assassin wasn't worth it. Yet, despite his youth, Lai Yihan showed no fear of death. If he was to die, he only wanted to do so with the dignity of a true assassin. Then why didn't you make a move on me earlier? "If you've been taking my life, you could have left safely," Yu Sheng asked, his voice curious. "I have my professional ethics," Lai Yihan replied, placing a hand on his chest. "I only accept jobs that help others eliminate threats. That's my job, not just a hobby. I wasn't hired to target you, so I couldn't harm you." Lai Yihan delivered this with such conviction it almost sounded like a mission statement, but Yu Sheng knew the truth. He had made a move because he simply couldn't defeat him. After their conversation, though, Yu Sheng began to believe that Lai Yihan was a genuine assassin. He was just an assassin who had yet to fully realize his potential. But who, Yu Sheng wondered, would trust him enough to hire him for a job? Only 2 weeks away from turning 18, and the awakening ceremony will be soon. Yu Sheng finally understood. So this kid had been lying about his age just to take on missions. He hadn't expected the difference between someone who was awakened and someone who wasn't to be so vast. Lai Yihan had been struck by nothing more than a spoon, yet it had caused such a serious and nearly fatal wound. If it weren't for finding refuge in Yu Sheng's house, he'd probably be dead by now. After hearing the story from the novice assassin, Yu Sheng simply gave a neutral expression, saying nothing. He then reminded Lai Yihan, "Once you're done healing, don't forget to clean up the rest of the floor, and while you're at it, could you also take out the trash?" This was Yu Sheng's way of sparing Lai Yihan's life. However, the debt still remained. If anything happens in the future, he would come for him, assuming Lai Yihan was still alive by then. Yu Sheng continued to offer advice. "By the way, not all awakened ones are as powerful as you might think. Around 100 years ago, when the spirit energy began to recover on this planet, the demon race rose with vicious beasts and brutal killings, making it harder and harder for humanity to survive. As you may know, there were awakened ones among us, individuals who gained extraordinary abilities. Back then, the first awakened one stepped forward, sacrificing his flesh, blood, and life to create 4 great gates. These gates were the Demon Suppression Gate, the Breaking Insight Gate, the No Pinnacle Gate, and the Demon Gate. Each gate stood strong in one of the 4 cardinal directions, guarded by humanity's finest experts to keep the demon race from invading. But recently, these 4 great gates have begun to weaken. Just today, when Yu Sheng went out, he heard troubling news. The Demon Suppression Gate had fallen. Monsters from that direction had broken through and attacked Linhai City, causing heavy casualties among the people. The news is everywhere on social media now. Even if you don't want to believe it, there's no avoiding the truth. Damn it, what are these monsters doing? The situation is spiraling out of control. What will become of our future? While the onlookers were visibly panicked, Yu Sheng remained calm. He walked to the convenience store, not with the intention to shop, but for another reason. The shopkeeper, seemingly having been waiting for him, immediately handed him a paper bag as soon as Yu Sheng arrived. "Here's your stuff. This is the last favor I owe you. After today, we're square. No more debts between us. All right, goodbye." Yu Sheng took the bag and left. As soon as he was out of sight, the shopkeeper's expression shifted, turning grim. "Goodbye? I doubt we'll meet again for a long time." It turned out that the shopkeeper had already been dealt with some time ago. The person Yu Sheng had just encountered was an imposter. What his true intentions were remained unclear. Back at his home, Yu Sheng carefully examined the contents of the bag. Inside were several demon crystals, which contained the essence that the demon race distilled from human blood. After inspecting the items, he immediately began fortifying his house. He set up a crossbow at every entrance and exit, each one connected to a string trigger mechanism. Then he tied them all together into a single coordinated setup. This way, if anyone tried to break in, Yu Sheng would be able to strike back instantly. Once everything was in place, he retreated to a corner of the room and began to activate the demon crystals. As a group of young awakened ones made their way toward the demon suppression gate, they encountered an elderly man with silver hair and a long beard sitting quietly in meditation. The path ahead was obstructed by the old man, who spoke only a few words, yet each seemed to carry an enormous weight of power. "Senior, I am only passing through," the leader of the awakened ones said, bowing slightly in respect. The old man slowly opened his eyes, his posture unwavering, and repeated in a firm voice, "This path is blocked." The leader's expression shifted immediately, his confidence faltering. "And what if I choose to pass through anyway?" He sneered. His arrogance was clear, but it was also evident that he underestimated the old man's presence, acting recklessly before someone so deep in wisdom and mystery. The old man did not move. Instead, a terrifying aura of killing intent radiated from him. Without a word, he answered the young awakened one's challenge with a single cold command. "Die." A staff appeared in the old man's hand, crackling with immense energy. At the same moment, dark clouds gathered above, swirling into a violent storm that seemed ready to unleash its fury at any moment. The young awakened ones were struck with fear, their faces drained of color as they hastily raised their hands in surrender. "I was only joking, Senior," the leader quickly amended, his tone filled with urgency. "My sect has always served humanity, unwavering in our loyalty. How could a junior like me dare to argue with someone of your stature? We will leave at once, Senior." After a brief silence, the group quickly turned to leave, moving in haste. But they had barely taken 3 steps when a voice rang out. "Did I give you permission to leave?" It was a simple question, yet it caused the entire group of awakened ones to freeze. They knew all too well that if the senior lost his temper, their lives would be in serious danger. "Do you still have anything to teach us? Tell your divine throne to consider renaming themselves the Dark Sect. It actually suits them quite well. People like you aren't even worthy of being called human. Those with power truly believe they can say whatever they want." His words struck hard like a slap to the face, shattering their pride. The senior elder even added that had it not been for his need to remain in this place, he would have already ended their lives. Though they were furious, the awakened ones swallowed their pride for the sake of self-preservation. They bowed in acknowledgement of the senior elder's guidance before quickly making their exit. Once they were a safe distance away, the senior elder lowered his staff. A week later, Yu Sheng remained in meditative posture. As he absorbed the last of the energy from the spirit stones, his phone rang. It was Director Liu calling to inform him that representatives from the demon-slaying pavilion would arrive the next morning to assess the reserve student team and distribute resources to the top performers. Given how important this evaluation was, with only a limited number of spots for the best students from each school, Director Liu urged Yu Sheng to be on time and to give his best effort during the test. "Why can't I call your father?" Headmaster Liu asked. "Probably because phones aren't allowed where he is," Yu Sheng replied calmly. Headmaster Liu let out a long sigh, momentarily forgetting that Sam Shui was currently in detention due to a legal issue and that Yu Sheng had chosen not to intervene. The next morning, Yu Sheng arrived at school early, following the headmaster's instructions. The atmosphere was electric. Students were buzzing with excitement, each one hoping to be selected by the demon-slaying pavilion. Soon after, Headmaster Liu entered with an important announcement. Today, not only were there representatives from the demon-slaying pavilion, but also from the Department of Security and the Reserve Army. Furthermore, the selection process had been updated. Instead of evaluating everyone, each official would now select 4 outstanding candidates for further assessment. The students eagerly turned toward Headmaster Liu, their eyes filled with hope. Being chosen, even for just an introduction, was a rare opportunity. In the end, only one student from the entire class was selected, and that student had been personally recommended by the headmaster, Yu Sheng. As soon as his name was announced, murmurs spread across the classroom. Some students voiced their frustration quietly. Why him? How do they even know who's strongest? He probably has some kind of backing, others whispered. The loudest voice came from a male student named Xiao Jiang. Before Yu Sheng could even finish his first few words, Liu, the headmaster, interrupted him sharply, delivering a scolding as harsh as a splash of cold water to the face. It was easy to understand why Xiao Jiang felt frustrated, but there was no such thing as true fairness in the world. If life seems unfair to you, then be patient and focus on improving yourself. One day, your abilities will be strong enough to overcome the injustices you see, instead of simply complaining about them. Liu Qingfeng's voice was powerful, echoing through the room like a megaphone. The students quickly fell silent, their mouths shut in fear. He then called for Yu Sheng to join him in the principal's office. This time, the principal seemed in a slightly better mood, though his bald head remained unchanged. "Yu Sheng, you still seem the same today. How's your father?" The principal asked casually, referring to his family. He's fine. The bread in Zui Chang is worth a lot, Yu Sheng replied flatly. The principal was momentarily speechless. This boy had a talent for ruining any attempt at casual conversation. Realizing there was no point in trying to make small talk, the principal decided to get straight to the matter at hand. The officials visiting us this time aren't just here to evaluate the students, they're also assessing the school. This inspection is incredibly important. This city is small, but has 3 schools, and the higher-ups are considering merging them into one. However, the leadership of this new, unified school cannot be divided between the 3. It will largely depend on the results of this evaluation. The principal had high hopes for Yu Sheng, urging him to give his best and not let the school fall behind others. He believed that Yu Sheng would be motivated, ready to dedicate himself fully to the school. But to his surprise, the only response Yu Sheng gave was, "Price." The principal froze instantly, unsure if he had heard correctly. To put it plainly, Yu Sheng was asking for money. When he was at Zui Chang, the rule was simple. If someone wanted him to do something, they had to pay. If no payment was offered, he wouldn't bother. Yu Sheng had initially thought this was just a standard test for top students. However, it soon became clear that this was more than just an evaluation. It was directly tied to the school's interests and the principal's goals. As a result, Yu Sheng demanded payment. The principal had never encountered a student as bold as this before. "But I've given you the opportunity to compete," the principal said. "If you win, it's a win-win situation. It benefits you as much as it benefits the school." From the principal's perspective, giving Yu Sheng the chance to compete was already a valuable opportunity. If he succeeded, it would reflect well on the school. So granting him that chance was, in the principal's eyes, a ticket to success. As for the payment, that was a separate matter. At Zui Chang, those who didn't play by the rules were the ones who ended up with nothing. Convincing Yu Sheng wasn't going to be easy. He kept referencing the rules from Zui Chang, which only made the principal's head ache. Although the principal didn't want to be outsmarted by a student, he also wanted to maintain his authority at the newly merged school. In the end, the principal gritted his teeth, reached into his wallet, and pulled out 3 level 1 crystals to pay Yu Sheng. "This price is exactly what I had in mind." Yu Sheng agreed instantly. Before leaving, however, he asked a question that made everyone in the room stiffen with fear. "By the way, there's no need to take anyone's life, right?" The principal, visibly alarmed, leaped to his feet and quickly waved his hands, his voice trembling. No, please, for the love of everything, do not harm anyone." The principal felt his remaining few strands of hair stand on end ever since meeting Yu Sheng. The young man's presence alone was enough to unsettle him. Good that Yu Sheng replied, his tone calm, because taking someone's life outside of Zhu Chang is a criminal act. In that case, even 3 crystals would be enough to cover the consequences. Despite his age and experience, the principal had never encountered a child as intimidating as Yu Sheng. He almost felt as though Yu Sheng could just sit on top of him if he felt like it. Outside, the school's car was waiting. The principal invited Yu Sheng into the vehicle to rest, making sure to remind him not to pay attention to the other students, and, above all, to refrain from taking anyone's life. Yu Sheng entered first, followed shortly by 3 others. The blonde boy was named Zhaozi Chang, and the 2 accompanying him were Lai Kai and Yang Ru Sing. Out of courtesy, Yu Sheng introduced himself. Zhaozi Chang, as if they were old friends, settled beside him and casually shared some insider information. He revealed that the assessment was being overseen by Mo Ji. However, Mo Bai, the city they were from, was small and insignificant, so Mo Ji hadn't paid it much attention. His senior son Ji had plans to select a few exceptional individuals from the area and train them to become experts. These young specialists are being entrusted with the responsibility of stepping in for those who have held their positions for many years. This means that the selected candidate will join Mo Ji, a highly esteemed role. It's a significant opportunity for rapid advancement. However, the other 2 high schools also have many talented individuals to consider. Chu Cheng proposed that one of the 4 should be chosen as the main candidate, with the other 3 providing support. This would increase their chances of succeeding in the trial and securing a position in Mo Ji. As he spoke, an awkward expression crossed his face. The question remained, who should be chosen as the leader? Once Zhao Zicheng finished speaking, Yang Ru Sing immediately voiced his opinion, saying, "Of course, we should make Senior Zhao the main candidate." Lai Kai, standing off to the side, couldn't resist adding fuel to the fire. He praised Zhao Zicheng's father, who was the director of the Public Security Bureau in Mobai City. If Zhao Zicheng were to win the spot, he could easily help the others by mentioning it to his father. The group was perfectly in sync with each other. To put it nicely, they were aiming to collaborate, but in reality, they hoped Yu Sheng would become a stepping stone, making it easier for Zhao Zicheng to pass the trial. Zhao Zicheng even promised that if Yu Sheng followed him, his future would be bright. "Your father is the director of the Public Security Bureau?" Yu Sheng asked. "That's right, absolutely no doubt about it," Zhao Zicheng replied. At that moment, Yu Sheng's father was in prison. Just as Yu Sheng was about to speak, Zhao Zicheng immediately guessed what he was about to ask, whether he could help get Yu Sheng's father out. Yu Sheng, however, had a different intention. He wanted Zhao Zicheng to tell his father to keep Yu Sanshui locked up for a few more days. Zhao Zicheng was momentarily taken aback. The air quickly became tense as he tried to process what he had just heard. He now viewed Yu Sheng in a different light, suspecting that there must be some deep-rooted animosity between father and son to justify imprisoning Yu Sanshui like this. Yu Sheng could clearly see the apologetic expression on Zhao Zicheng's face. Though unsure of the other man's thoughts, it was evident that Zhao Zicheng didn't hold a positive view of him. Still, unlike with Lai Yihan earlier, Zhao Zicheng wasn't exuding any negative energy. Yu Sheng began to wonder whether he had somehow caused this shift in his reaction. Was this the right approach? The car continued on its smooth journey, and before long they had left the city behind. Though Zhao Zicheng was privy to insider information, he was still caught off guard. He hadn't expected the assessment location to be so far from the city, so he asked the driver to double-check the route. "Driver, are you sure we're on the right road?" "The Linhai city just had an incident," the driver replied, "so it's safer to stay away from the suburbs." The driver confirmed that the route was correct. The superior had recently informed him that the assessment's location had been changed to an old factory on the outskirts, which wasn't far now. The driver reassured Zhao Zicheng that there was no cause for concern, as Moja's people were accompanying them for security. Yu Sheng settled back into his seat, feeling reassured enough to take a nap. However, something about the driver continued to trouble him, specifically the driver's smile, which seemed oddly unsettling. Not long after, the four of them reached their destination. Upon seeing Liu Qingfeng, Yu Sheng relaxed his guard against the driver for the time being. As Yu Sheng scanned the area, taking note of the surroundings, Zhao Zicheng's gaze unexpectedly met that of someone else. It was Du Hu, a figure renowned for his remarkable talent in mastering 6 paths of literary abilities. Noticing Zhao Zicheng's serious expression, he warned Yu Sheng to be cautious of Du Hu, explaining that the man was a formidable expert. Yu Sheng acknowledged the warning with a simple "M," but he wasn't overly concerned. After all, if Zhao Zicheng was so cautious about someone with 6 paths of literary abilities, Yu Sheng couldn't help but wonder how he would react if he knew that Yu Sheng himself had awakened 9. While the others were caught up in their thoughts, Yu Sheng began to drift away from the group, distancing himself from the crowd. At that moment, the driver reappeared in the scene. To be more precise, he had been quietly observing the students from a distance the entire time. After a while, the driver stubbed out his cigarette and made his way toward a nearby room. Inside, another figure, a strange man, was keeping a close eye on the students through a series of surveillance cameras. "How's it going, teacher?" the driver asked as he entered, and the man turned to acknowledge him. "Nothing noteworthy," the man replied. "They're not very alert, easily influenced by strangers, and their minds are simple. No real threat." He then gestured to one of the screens displaying an image of Yu Sheng. "But this one, he might be worth watching." This time, Teacher Liu took on the role of team leader. He was responsible not only for his own students, but also for those from the other 2 schools. Even Liu Qingfeng himself did know all the details of the assessment. His main task was to remind the students to appreciate this opportunity and stay alert and composed. By doing so, they would have a better chance of success than others. Although he addressed all the students, Teacher Liu's gaze was fixed firmly on Yu Sheng. He was genuinely curious to see if Yu Sheng could offer another surprise this time. As soon as Teacher Liu finished speaking, the old rusty gate of the workshop creaked open and a rugged off-road vehicle drove in. A muscular man climbed out of the vehicle. After quickly scanning the group, he made a beeline for Liu Qingfeng. "Mr. Liu, I've been looking for you for years. Where have you been?" When Liu Qingfeng mentioned that he was now a teacher, the man was so stunned he almost dropped the cigarette from his mouth. After a moment of thought, though, he concluded that being a teacher wasn't too bad. At least it was safer than his current line of work. After catching up with his old friend, the man turned his attention to the group of students gathered nearby. "Are those your students?" he asked. There was something about this man, an intimidating presence that was hard to ignore. Just hearing his voice made Zhao Zicheng and his 2 companions feel uneasy, their knees weak with nervousness. In contrast, Yu Sheng remained unfazed, his expression steady and unchanged. The man's curiosity was piqued as he observed the scene, and he strode confidently over to Yu Sheng. "Boy, aren't you scared of me?" he asked, his tone sharp. Yu Sheng, without hesitation, shot back, "Why should I be afraid?" Rather than reacting with anger, the man simply chuckled. He slapped Yu Sheng on the shoulder, calling him an interesting kid before introducing himself. His name was La Tian, the captain of the third team at the demon-slaying pavilion in Jiangbai province and a fifth-generation awakened one. La Tian had accomplished much in his career, but he never saw the need to boast about it. Such achievements didn't mean much to these younger students. La Tian came across as a bit impulsive. Upon arrival, he hadn't even considered what the test would involve. After taking a long drag from his cigarette, an idea suddenly came to him. He suggested a straightforward elimination match between the students. Those who won would advance, and those who lost would be out. The students exchanged confused glances. They hadn't expected a test so important to their families to be conducted in such a disorganized way. But in the midst of all the uncertainty, Yu Sheng remained completely unfazed, much to Liu Qingfeng's delight. La Tian wasted no time. He summoned his beast, a majestic green dragon, which soared through the air before landing and drawing a large circle on the ground. He declared that this would serve as the arena for the matches. 2 students would face off at a time, and the first one to either surrender or be knocked out of the circle would lose. Even the matchups were arranged carelessly, as La Tian randomly paired 2 male students to compete in the first round. As the 2 boys entered the arena, they charged at each other without any strategy or technique, simply throwing punches in a chaotic frenzy. Liu Qingfeng watched in embarrassment as neither of them showed any real martial arts skill or discipline. The situation was not hard to understand. All these students came from small towns like Mobai and had never received any formal martial arts training. After an intense exchange, a young man named Xiao Zaifeng emerged victorious. Though he wasn't exactly in perfect condition, La Tian quickly called for the next match, pairing up Yu Sheng and Du Hu. Before stepping onto the arena, Du Hu, relying on his natural talent with the 6 paths of literature, tried to intimidate his opponent. "Kid, just wait for me to take you down." Liu Qingfeng, knowing well the limits of Du Hu's abilities, felt some tension. He secretly hoped Yu Sheng could pull off another surprise, but Yu Sheng, as always, remained calm and unreadable. When he stepped onto the stage, the only question he asked La Tian was whether he could use weapons. La Tian nodded immediately, but the other students burst out laughing, mocking Yu Sheng for being foolish. Sure, he could use weapons, but so could Du Hu. Did Yu Sheng realize he was basically asking to be taken out by Du Hu? In contrast to the mocking laughter, Xiao Zicheng, the one I had always suspected to be the antagonist, was actually cheering for Yu Sheng. He was encouraging him with all his energy. I couldn't predict what the future would hold, but for now, I decided to see him as a friend. At that point, La Tian switched to a cigar, puffing away leisurely. His eyes were full of anticipation as he eagerly watched Yu Sheng. With a quick signal to start, he kept his gaze fixed on him. Du Hu, confidently holding a wooden staff, stood ready. As soon as the command was given, Du Hu froze, stunned by the sheer speed of Yu Sheng. Before he could fully grasp what had just happened, a sharp pain surged through his right arm. He looked down in disbelief to see it deeply slashed, and in agony, he clutched his bleeding limb, his screams echoing uncontrollably. It had all been done with nothing more than a small blade. Du Hu's cries filled the air, reaching nearly every corner of the arena, but Yu Sheng showed no sign of mercy. With one swift motion, he seized Du Hu's head with his left hand and slammed it hard into the ground. Meanwhile, his right hand already gripped a dagger, ready for whatever came next. Terrified, Du Hu, his body trembling, begged desperately, "This is just a martial arts contest. Please don't kill me." Yu Sheng's eyes were as cold and sharp as the blade he held. His opponent's pleas did nothing to soften his resolve. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng plunged the knife downward. Of course, his intention wasn't to take Du Hu's life, only to scare him. The blade struck the earth with a resounding thud, pulling a few strands of Du Hu's hair along with it. Du Hu screamed even louder, his panic rising as tears and snot streamed down his face. "Are you mocking me?" Du Hu shouted, his voice filled with disbelief. This was without a doubt the most humiliating moment of his life. The mighty warrior he once was had been reduced to a helpless, trembling wreck. La Tian chuckled, clearly enjoying the spectacle. However, before he could offer any words of praise, he watched in shock as Yu Sheng clamped Du Hu's mouth shut, then reached into it with one swift motion. La Tian blinked in confusion. What is he doing? He thought. Without saying a word, Yu Sheng yanked out one of Du Hu's molars, leaving La Tian utterly bewildered. "This action of yours is truly surprising. You've just taken your opponent's tooth, yet Yu Sheng's expression remains completely unshaken. Why is that? Could there be something hidden elsewhere? La Tian still couldn't grasp what this young man was thinking. Without warning, he had pulled out his opponent's tooth, seemingly searching for poison. But after finding nothing, he began checking the rest of the opponent's body. Perhaps the poison was hidden there. But that couldn't be right. If the enemy caught him, without a way to end his own life, he would be left to suffer a slow, painful death. Seeing Yu Sheng's confidence, La Tian was left speechless. This young man wasn't facing this situation with a mindset of if you live, I die. Instead, it was if I live, you die. Meanwhile, Thu was still sobbing bitterly, finally realizing that he should have hidden the poison in his teeth. If he had, he might have been able to escape this terrible predicament. Noticing Yu Sheng's strange behavior, Latian asked, "You're from Zhu Chang, aren't you?" Yu Sheng nodded. "Yes." "Did you really not hide any poison on you when you were outside Zhu Chang?" It turned out that people from Zhu Chang commonly did this, and Yu Sheng assumed that those from the outside world did the same. His goal was simply to find the poison, so that Duhu wouldn't have the option to end his own life. Latian felt a headache coming on and turned to Liu Qingfeng to ask if he knew Yu Sheng was from Zhu Chang. Of course, Director Li was aware of this, but beyond being from Zhu Chang, Yu Sheng was also an awakened one with mastery over all 9 paths of the arts. This meant that Liu Qingfeng had to protect him at all costs. Where did he come from? Does it have something to do with the fact that he's my student? According to the rules, it didn't matter whether a serious crime had been committed in the past. Once someone left Zhu Chang, the offense was no longer counted, unless, of course, they committed another murder. Headmaster Liu firmly stated, as long as Yu Sheng doesn't make any mistakes, he will remain my student. Seeing a resolve in Liu Qingfeng's expression, Latian decided it was inappropriate to pry into his identity. After all, these matters were of no concern to him. His true enemy was a demon, not a human. However, upon discovering that Yu Sheng came from Zhu Chang, Latian lost interest in continuing the assessment. He dismissed the students, informing them that the test would resume tomorrow. Before leaving, Latian made an attempt to invite Liu Qingfeng for a drink, as they hadn't seen each other in years, but the headmaster politely declined, citing his duties toward the students. This left Latian feeling somewhat deflated. He was always so rigid, frustratingly so. Still, the student from Zui Chang might prove to be someone with potential. Since the assessment would continue the following day, the students were instructed to stay overnight in the abandoned factory. The place, however, was in poor condition, dirty, messy, and uncomfortable. Most of the students didn't even want to sit, let alone lie down. Liu Qingfeng found a quiet corner to settle in, but just as he was about to relax, Zhao Zicheng walked over to him. "Teacher, I have a question." "Go ahead." Liu Qingfeng's mood wasn't the best. Today's assessment had shaken Zhao Zicheng's worldview. He had always believed that a higher literary score was the key to a brighter future and greater success. When Latian arrived today, it seemed that the talents of these individuals mattered little. His demeanor appeared casual, even dismissive, which caused Zhao Zicheng to begin questioning the professionalism of this examination. Liu Qingfeng understood the thoughts running through the minds of these young people. After all, it was discouraging for someone with great talent to feel overlooked. Talent was undeniably crucial for reaching the pinnacle of success, but it was far from the only factor. In this world, gifted individuals were not in short supply. The headmaster, Liu, responded thoughtfully, "The world is vast and new talents emerge every year. However, if we were to say that great talent alone guarantees reaching the highest point, that would not be true. If it were, humanity would have already defeated the demon race long ago." Liu Qingfeng continued, his voice steady. "I've met many who were born with exceptional abilities, yet few have actually achieved greatness. I've come across countless people who boast of their extraordinary skills, calling themselves masters, full of arrogance, only to meet miserable failure. I also encountered individuals from prestigious schools, hail as heaven's chosen ones, but when they faced demons, their terror was so overwhelming that they trembled uncontrollably. Before they could even land a blow, their heads were already severed. There's no shortage of geniuses in this world. In fact, Moji could easily gather a group of people with greater talents than yours. But does that really matter?" He paused, letting the question sink in. "You've never been to the 4 great passes of humanity. There, people are as insignificant as blades of grass, unworthy of even a sip of water or a bite of bread." Liu Qingfeng knew well that these young people had never been to the passes, nor had they faced monsters on their own. As Liu Qingfeng spoke, he wasn't certain how much of his words his students truly understood, but he wanted them to grasp a crucial lesson. Survival isn't just about talent. It also depends on one's temperament and luck. Even the most gifted individuals can fall short if they lack determination, the courage to move forward, the ability to remain calm under pressure, or enough awareness of their surroundings. Without these qualities, raw talent would eventually become meaningless, a mere joke. After speaking at length, Liu Qingfeng wasn't sure how much his students had absorbed, but he was starting to feel exhausted. Slowly, he sat back down and told them to find a place to rest. However, Zhao Zicheng, who had been born into wealth and privilege and had never experienced such squalor, seemed visibly repulsed. This only deepened Liu Qingfeng's disdain for him. "Is this place too filthy for you?" Liu Qingfeng asked sharply. Have you ever had to sleep among the remains of fallen comrades? Do you know what it's like to close your eyes at night, unsure if you'll ever open them again? Do you understand what that feeling is? At that moment, a few of the students began to grasp the true purpose behind the change in location for this test. The instructors weren't just evaluating their skills, they were testing their endurance and mental strength. "Sit down," Liu King Feng commanded. "When you reach the 4 great passes, you'll realize just how good these conditions are." His voice rang out, and the students quickly obeyed, sitting down at once. Liu King Feng then pointed to Yu Sheng, who had quietly settled in a corner, and used him as an example. After his victory over Duvu earlier, Yu Sheng had already caught everyone's attention, yet he showed no sign of arrogance. Upon entering, he had immediately chosen a quiet corner and sat down, focused and composed. All eyes were on Yu Sheng. The moment he opened his eyes and saw everyone staring at him, he was momentarily startled. Slowly, he pushed himself to his feet. "Where are you going?" Zhao Zicheng called out. "To the bathroom," Yu Sheng replied sharply. The more he interacted with Zhao Zicheng, the more he found the young master of the Zhao family to be an insufferable chatterbox. By now, it was beginning to get dark outside the workshop. After leaving the rest area, Yu Sheng silently made his way around the building. When he reached the main door, he paused, hiding behind a large wall. His expression was thoughtful, his mind racing. A few moments later, Yu Sheng cautiously peered around the corner to survey the area. Sure enough, he noticed a surveillance camera above him, watching every movement of anyone who entered or exited the workshop. Yu Sheng frowned slightly. He suspected this might be the last camera, but what exactly was inside the workshop? As he took a closer look, he realized that every corner of the workshop was covered by surveillance cameras, except for one secluded area. After some consideration, he suspected that whatever he was searching for might be hidden in that very spot. He waited for a brief moment, about 3 seconds, then turned and quietly left. Yu Sheng moved effortlessly in the shadows, avoiding the cameras as he made his way to another room. Though there were cameras inside, none of them were directed at him. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Sheng continued to maneuver skillfully through the darkness, carefully staying out of the camera's sight. A moment later, Yu Sheng stood before a door, its surface already worn and rusted from age. He had planned to push it open and step inside, but then he paused, hearing voices from within. He pressed his back against the wall, took a slow breath, and leaned in closer, straining to listen. One voice spoke first. "Has the investigation into Liu King Feng been completed?" The reply came quickly. "Not yet." The first voice continued. "From what that fool said earlier, he's probably with the Demon Suppression Gate, a teacher of some rank. It's clear he isn't valued here despite his skills." The second voice nodded. "He's hoping to appeal to the higher-ups for a promotion to general. His methods of teaching have real merit." Yu Sheng found their conversation irrelevant, so he turned to leave. However, as he moved, a staff member on duty caught sight of him. Unable to suppress a sigh, the staff member muttered, "You're certainly an interesting little demon." Yu Sheng retraced his steps and swiftly made his way to the resting room. He opened the door calmly and walked in as though nothing had happened. Without a word, he found a seat and sat down. It was then that Liu King Feng seemed to sense his return and, out of nowhere, asked, "Are you ready to become a lone wolf?" Yu Sheng didn't answer. He simply settled into his seat, his posture relaxed and indifferent. The room fell silent once more, but just then, a strange shadow appeared outside the workshop, followed by a faint growl. The sound of soft caught the attention of both Yu Sheng and Liu King Feng. Their eyes, once closed in quiet contemplation, snapped open in unison, their brows drawing together in sudden concern. Yu Sheng wasted no time. He knocked an arrow and readied himself for battle, his focus unwavering. In contrast, Liu King Feng seemed indifferent, sitting quietly, shaking his head as if the situation held no significance for him. Yu Sheng paid no attention to whether Liu King Feng would join him. He simply walked past him and left. Liu King Feng watched his departure, a deep sigh escaping him. The life of a lone wolf, he thought, was always one marked by tragedy. Outside, Latian stood with a massive dog by his side. He flashed a cruel grin and surveyed the distance with cold amusement. "It's time to show these little ones what it means to face an awaken," he muttered. "Still resting in a place like this. Quite brave." With that, Latian released the iron chain in his hand, took a slow drag from his cigarette, and casually said, "Let them get ready for the chaos that's about to hit." As soon as the chain was loosened, the beast charged toward the factory. Latian's dog was inside in an instant, and before long, the guards spotted it. Their faces went pale with fear. What is this demon doing here? What does Latian want? Is he really sending students, who haven't even left the gates yet, into battle with demons? In a panic, 2 of the guards looked toward the man lounging in a chair, urgently calling for him to wake up, but he remained unfazed, reassuring them with a calm voice. "Don't worry," he said with a dismissive wave. "It's just a small demon. There's no need to make a fuss." Only then did he stand, his expression filled with disdain. "This should be interesting," he added, clearly untroubled by the situation. In the classroom, even reading books seemed to have no impact. "It would be better to let the students witness a real danger," someone remarked. Upon hearing these words, the supervisor immediately grew furious and demanded to know if the speaker had ever considered the consequences if something were to actually happen. "This is a matter of people's lives," he said sharply. The driver, however, couldn't help but smile mockingly and casually replied, "With him here." As he spoke, he removed his outer coat, revealing his service medal on the sleeve of his shirt. He then added, with a hint of pride, "Whether anything happens or not, he decides." The supervisor, upon seeing the medal, instantly suppressed his anger. Respect flashed in his eyes, and he nodded in acknowledgement. The driver, unfazed, lit a cigarette and added nonchalantly, "It's not bad to move around a bit. He wants to see just how strange those students are." Meanwhile, Latian's request had reached someone in the students' resting area. The door was forcefully broken down, and the sudden roar of the demon startled the students awake. They screamed in panic, rushing to escape without understanding why or how a demon had appeared among them. The demon, its eyes bloodshot and wild, was attacking a male student who had been too slow to escape. The student screamed in terror, desperately calling for help. Just as the demon was about to sink its sharp fangs into the student's neck, a wooden stick flew out of nowhere and struck the creature, causing it to stumble back in pain. Duhuin arrived. Standing protectively in front of the student, his eyes filled with determination, he reassured the terrified young man, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you." The demon, taken by surprise by the sudden attack, was now consumed with rage. Its eyes darkened to a deeper shade of red, radiating pure malice that sent shivers down the spines of everyone nearby. With a menacing growl, it turned its fury toward Duhu. Without hesitation, the demon launched itself forward, its massive jaws snapping as it aimed for Duhu. The shark teeth sank into him, and blood began to drip onto the floor. Just then, a powerful kick from the side sent the demon sprawling away. Caught off guard, it was knocked back once again. Chang glanced at his teammate behind him and offered a reassuring smile. "They don't need to worry," he said calmly. "As long as we stick together, the demon won't be able to hurt them." Despite his calm words, the students who had never witnessed such violence were far less composed. They looked around frantically, searching for Liu Qingfeng, but he was nowhere to be found. As panic spread, they began crying out, desperate to go home. Seizing the opportunity in the chaos, Liu Qingfeng quietly slipped out, leaning against a wall. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the surveillance camera in front of him. In a low, measured tone, he asked, "Do they really believe this is good for the students?" Back in the surveillance room, the driver watched the entire scene unfold, including the actions of Duhu and Zhao Chang. A smile tugged at his lips as he chuckled. He couldn't help but admire the two for showing some courage, even if they were being a little reckless. The toughest part of the dog demon was its head, yet they still went straight for it. In the end, though, their boldness wasn't entirely without merit. Sighing, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. His voice grew sharp as he muttered to himself, clearly upset. "You, the one monitoring this, heard everything, and you still had the nerve to ask where I am?" At that moment, the driver suddenly walked over to the door, grabbed the handle, and opened it. With a mocking grin, he said, "There's no need for them to search anymore. If they had found it, they wouldn't be working as clerks." By the time the door swung open, Yu Sheng was already standing there, though no one knew exactly when he had arrived. He wasn't visibly surprised and calmly invited the driver to sit down. Yu Sheng didn't hesitate. He stepped in, and the two supervisors stared at him in surprise, asking how he had figured out the location. Yu Sheng casually responded, "The footprints." The supervisor's face immediately showed signs of shock. To track the footprints all the way here, could it be that everyone in Zui Chang was this meticulous? At this point, the driver suddenly asked why Yu Sheng wasn't going to help his classmates. Yu Sheng leaned back in the chair, his expression indifferent as he replied, "They won't die." Upon hearing this, the driver frowned and pressed him. If Yu Sheng didn't intervene, they would surely die. But Yu Sheng remained calm, his eyes betraying no hint of worry. The dog demon was clearly very capable, and even if the driver didn't act, the students wouldn't be in danger. The more the driver listened, the more anxious he became, growing angry as he demanded, "What if the dog's strength suddenly increases?" Yu Sheng simply shook his head. "It won't." The driver, not convinced, declared that he would make the dog's strength increase. Yu Sheng lifted his eyes to look at him and replied without hesitation. Doing that would be considered indirect murder. "Even attempted murder," he continued. "According to Article 75 of the Moji Penal Code, the punishment could range from over 3 years in prison to even the death penalty." The driver fell silent as he processed this. After a moment, he spoke again, a hint of disbelief in his voice. He knows the law so well, yet he still won't give up. If he's determined to kill those students, will Yu Sheng really save them? The two guards standing behind him exchanged nervous glances, sweat forming on their brows. This guy is desperate, one of them muttered. But despite their growing concern, Yu Sheng remained resolute. He calmly declared that he would not intervene. Seeing his indifference, the driver became visibly frustrated and demanded, "They're your friends. How can you just stand by and watch them die? Is this kid really so selfish?" Yu Sheng remained unmoved. He met the driver's gaze with cool detachment and replied, "If I can't fight them, how am I supposed to save them? Should I die alongside them? No, it's more practical to call the police and claim the compensation." Yu Sheng proceeded to explain the legal details with quiet precision. Under the latest policy, if a student dies while working outside of school, a family can receive compensation ranging from $30,000 to $50,000. As a witness, you'd be eligible for a reward. Killing 11 students is a serious crime, and it would quickly come under investigation. I could easily make around $100,000. After he finished, Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly amused. "So, do you think he's really going to kill him?" The driver was taken aback, momentarily speechless. His mind raced as he struggled to respond, but all he could do was stare at Yu Sheng in stunned silence. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, a group of middle-aged men dressed in an unusual manner gazed toward the distant factory. One by one, they began shouting loudly. The man in the suit tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. His eyes gleamed with a deep sense of faith as he murmured, "The stars shine brightly today, and the gods are watching over us." He raised his head once more, his voice rising with fervor. "If our plan succeeds, they will have the chance to be elevated to divine servants." This was an immense favor, a great opportunity. But as soon as the words left his lips, his expression darkened, his eyes turning cold with a deadly intent. Tonight, the most talented students in Mobai City would face a life-or-death ordeal. Almost immediately, the other two men beside him echoed his words, their voices sharp. "They're as good as dead." A brief pause followed before the three of them clasped their hands together in front of their chests, their eyes closing in unison. They prayed, willing to sacrifice their lives if necessary, believing the gods would protect them. With the ritual complete, the man in the suit, now reinvigorated, began giving orders in accordance with their plan. They would strike at midnight. Elsewhere in Mojibai Chun City, within the office of the Vice Pavilion Master, a man was working. He was the master of the Lin Pavilion. As he focused on his tasks, a phone beside him rang suddenly, breaking his concentration. He paused, startled, and then slowly picked up the receiver. On the other end, the voice of a man cut straight to the chase. He wanted to discuss a deal with the master of the Lin Pavilion. The master frowned slightly, clearly puzzled. After a brief moment, he motioned for the other person to continue. The voice on the line, rough and gravelly, remained calm as it spoke. "We only wish to pass through. In 10 minutes, a convoy from the northern city will enter the southern city. When they leave, we hope the guards won't cause any trouble." The master of the Lin Pavilion, unfazed, asked in return, "Are they from the dark sect?" The voice on the other end responded quickly, offering a clarification. "No, they are from the cult of 10,000 gods." The master of the Lin Pavilion silenced the speaker with a simple motion, placing it on the table as he flipped through some documents with one hand. With the other, he calmly inquired about the payment the other party was offering. Upon hearing this, the other person responded as though the matter were nothing more than an everyday occurrence. The master of the Lin Pavilion had recently conducted an exam for students from a distant city. The results from Mobai City were still pending, and with 12 students' future hanging in the balance, how did the master feel about this? He remained silent for a few moments before replying, "Transactions require a guarantor. Over there, they speak one thing and do another, and there's little I can do about it." The phone rang again, followed by a soft laugh. "You have no room to negotiate, but if the master of the Lin Pavilion chooses to abandon those students, I won't say a word." It was clear that this was a warning. The master of the Lin Pavilion inhaled deeply, his expression turning cold as he agreed. However, if anyone were to die in Mobai City, he paused for a moment, then spoke with barely contained anger. "In the next 6 months, the Jiangbai province will begin a crackdown on the dark sect." His words were not empty threats. A final ring echoed on the other end of the line before a correction was issued. "It's the cult of 10,000 gods," followed by the sound of the line disconnecting. Meanwhile, in the surveillance room, Yu Sheng continued to lecture the driver on the law, causing him to reflect deeply, regret flickering in his eyes. How much had he already paid? 30,000 per person. That added up to 300,000 in total. As he continued to ponder this, Yu Sheng suddenly pointed to the surveillance camera and asked, "Could you provide me with a copy of the footage?" The driver looked at him with suspicion. "What do you intend to do with it?" Yu Sheng didn't hide anything and explained his intentions clearly. During the assessment, he hadn't known the answers to the test. Lamb took this explanation at face value. believing that by saving people, he could claim the reward for 12 individuals, amounting to 360,000. As soon as he finished speaking, the driver angrily shouted at Yu Sheng, accusing him of being outrageously bold. This is unfair to the other students. I'll report you to Moji and make sure people like you are dealt with. The two supervisors behind them watched this exchange, admiring the driver's confidence. Clearly, he was a person with significant standing, worthy of respect. However, Yu Sheng wasn't bothered by the driver's words. He calmly proposed splitting the reward with him, then opened the door and walked out of the room. The driver was momentarily stunned, but then smiled and agreed. I'll take care of things here. The two supervisors exchanged awkward glances, unsure of how to react. Meanwhile, in the students' resting room, Du Hu and Zhao Zicheng leaned against each other, battling the dog demon. Zhao Zicheng, concerned, asked Du Hu, "Can you still hang on?" Du Hu shook his head, replying, "I'm fine. I just can't help but admire Yu Sheng's foresight." When Yu Sheng's name was mentioned, Zhao Zicheng's face showed a hint of annoyance. He could know where he had disappeared to. If he comes back now, he'll probably start calling you father. Just as he finished speaking, Zhao Zicheng's expression changed to one of surprise, while Du Hu's face lit up with joy. The person they had been waiting for had arrived, Yu Sheng. Zhao Zicheng, recalling his earlier words, felt a little awkward but still called out T. Yu Sheng, hearing this, looked flustered and said, "That's not quite right." Zhao Zicheng, irritated, snapped, "This isn't the time to discuss that. Where have you been all this time?" Yu Sheng absent-mindedly scratched his head and casually claimed he had just returned from the restroom. However, Zhao Zicheng was skeptical and immediately reprimanded him for lying. "How could you not hear that loud noise?" Zhao Zicheng challenged. Caught in the act, Yu Sheng admitted his mistake with a sigh, confessing that he wasn't very skilled at telling lies. Both Zhao Zicheng and Du Hu fell silent, taken aback by Yu Sheng's unexpected honesty. They didn't quite know how to react. Without missing a beat, Yu Sheng walked past the glaring demon dog as if it were completely irrelevant. He paid no attention to the fierce look it gave him. Du Hu, clearly astonished, finally broke the silence, asking, "Why are you walking straight toward it? Don't you see the dog demon right there?" Yu Sheng did respond and continued moving toward where the two of them were standing. Sensing something strange, Du Hu quickly took a step back and whispered to Zhao Zicheng, "I don't know why, but the closer he gets to the dog demon, the safer I feel." Just then, Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, his gaze flicking between the two. His eyes held a mix of confusion and a touch of awkwardness. Seeing this, Du Hu shuddered, feeling even more uneasy. After a brief pause, Yu Sheng, still visibly uncomfortable, spoke up cautiously, I just wanted to ask if you two are seriously injured." The moment the words left his mouth, Du Hu instinctively shifted away from him, distancing himself. Zhao Zicheng, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. Zhao Zicheng stared at Yu Sheng with a piercing gaze, seeming to struggle with his own thoughts. After a long moment without a word, he suddenly knelt down, clutching his chest, and let out a series of painful groans. Du Hu and Yu Sheng stood there, exchanging glances for what seemed like an eternity. Finally, Du Hu sighed deeply, clearly at a loss. He couldn't understand why Yu Sheng had asked such a question, but he didn't argue. Instead, he reluctantly followed Zhao Zicheng, rolling a few times on the ground. The students around them stood wide-eyed, completely taken aback by the unexpected scene. Immediately after that, he began clutching his back, groaning in pain. Yu Sheng nodded, pleased with the outcome as he observed the two figures. His gaze briefly shifted to the surveillance camera before he let out a soft exhale. His expression grew serious, and he fixed his eyes on the dog demon, speaking with unwavering resolve. "Another savage demon tormenting my people. Under Moji's guidance, fighting for humanity and willing to lay down his life to protect others." Yu Sheng hadn't finished his sentence when, in the blink of an eye, the dog demon snapped. It was consumed by rage. Its eyes turned bloodshot, filled with fury, and it let out a snarling growl as it charged toward Yu Sheng. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, the driver watched the scene unfold. He stroked his chin, chuckling to himself, "Huh? Moji's side will cave and hand over the money when they see him. The only thing is you can't read a thing from him, but I suppose that's not a big problem." The two monitors behind him exchanged silent glances, unsure of what to make of the driver's words. Regret started to creep in. Had they known the dog demon could be controlled, they might have given Yu Sheng more space to act. There was even the possibility of future collaboration. Just then, a startling image flashed on the screen, causing the monitor to freeze in alarm. Without hesitation, the monitor quickly tapped the driver on the shoulder, urging him to look at the screen, which made the driver snap back to reality. Yu Sheng was now barehanded, striking the dog demon with powerful punches, muttering under his breath, "I protect my people. Righteousness leaves no room for hesitation. The fire of humanity will never die. The driver's face turned ashen, cold sweat forming on his brow. His eyes widened in disbelief and he gasped, "You can actually do that?" Yu Sheng stepped back after a brief moment, pretending to catch his breath. He said, "How could there be such a vicious demon? If I hadn't shown up in time." The driver, watching Yu Sheng's act on the surveillance monitor, grew anxious. His frustration bubbled over as he muttered under his breath, "Don't ruin the big plan for profit." After a long pause, Yu Sheng finally turned his attention to the camera in the corner of the room. On screen, the students saw the dog demon, bloodied and unconscious on the ground, clearly defeated by Yu Sheng's actions. The demon lay there, disoriented. At this point, Zhu Zhaicheng stopped his act and frowned. He asked, "Is that all?" Duhu, however, seemed somewhat impressed by Yu Sheng. "We're all students, but the gap between you and them is huge. Could it be that they're completely useless?" In that moment, Duhu couldn't help but feel a sense of inferiority. As they were beginning to relax, a sudden noise came from the door, making them jump. They turned quickly just in time to see a beggar rush in. His eyes locked onto the students, and above his head, a strange artifact appeared, a broken bowl with a crystal embedded in it. He shouted loudly, "Offer a new soul to the god." Zhao Zicheng, noticing the pure light radiating from the bowl, was taken aback. This person has reached the first level, he realized in shock. Everyone stared astonished. People from the dark sect? Why are they here? He didn't speak, but just smiled and summoned something. Zhao Zicheng studied the scene carefully, his mind racing. He had heard that the teacher's followers were known for their ruthlessness. Could this be part of the exam? An awakened one at level 1 is far stronger than what we need right now. At this point, our only hope lies in him. Once those words were spoken, all eyes turned to Yu Sheng with eager anticipation. In that moment, they immediately began to put on an act in front of him. "My wound is too painful. I can't continue fighting," Zhao Zicheng said, forcing a smile as he feigned injury. "We're just trying to be considerate." With no other choice, Yu Sheng stepped forward and looked at them, his expression serious. Harming others is a crime. As soon as he spoke, the dark sect member decided that Yu Sheng would be the first target. "Since you're speaking so much, you'll be the first to fall." In a flash, Yu Sheng reacted like a bolt of lightning, swiftly dodging the dangerous attack, much to the surprise of the dark sect member. "Not bad. I like this skill," the attacker remarked. Before anyone could fully process his words, they realized Yu Sheng had disappeared. One of the others, holding a crossbow, aimed it at where Yu Sheng had been, but upon seeing that his target was no longer there, he lowered his weapon. The dark sect member, unaware of when Yu Sheng had moved, now found himself behind Yu Sheng's group. "Harming others, why is that a crime? I'll send all of you to the underworld. Come, walk with me, for my light is eternal." However, before he could finish his chant, Yu Sheng reappeared behind him. With a swift motion, he placed something on the man's body. Then, like lightning, he passed by him in an instant. The object Yu Sheng had placed on the man caused a deep, painful wound to appear on the dark sect member's arm. He had used the opportunity to press on with his attack. Instead, he pulled back. His eyes remained sharp and focused on the man in front of him, as though nothing had changed. He continued to charge straight ahead, launching precise strikes aimed at the man's heart. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the man's skill and reaction time were nowhere near Yu Sheng's level. He couldn't land a blow. Those watching from the sidelines began to notice this and started to see the young man in a different light. Not bad. But why has Dark Sect shown up here? The appearance of Dark Sect during the exam had been unexpected, but their members had handled things swiftly and efficiently. Someone nearby whispered to Yu Sheng, "Anyone from Dark Sect can be eliminated." Liu Qingfeng, watching the young man avoid every strike, was puzzled. This kid. He then called out, "Yu Sheng, eliminating Dark Sect members isn't a crime. A level 1 awakening comes with a reward of 100,000. When Yu Sheng heard about the reward for eliminating the man in front of him, he wasted no time. He grabbed the man's arm and, with a cold glare filled with killing intent, swiftly drew his blade across his throat. In an instant, the man's life was gone. Those witnessing it stood frozen in shock. What's happening? Isn't this an exam? Isn't he being too ruthless? Yu Sheng didn't even glance at them. Instead, he turned to Liu Qingfeng and asked, "The mercy policy you mentioned, why have I never heard of it?" He sighed, realizing that this rule could only truly be understood once someone had become an awakened one. Du, observing from a distance, called out to Yu Sheng, "In the end, he's still just a human." Liu Qingfeng glanced at him, then shook his head. "This is the first time you've seen someone make a sacrifice, isn't it? Do you think Yu Sheng is too harsh? Why does he have to eliminate that person?" He paused for a moment before continuing, "But understand this, if Yu Sheng hadn't intervened, the one lying there would have been you. I've been watching all of you for a day now, and frankly, I'm disappointed by your performance. Now, each of you will sit next to that body. Look at its moons, look into his eyes, and keep staring until you conquer the fear buried deep in your hearts. Zhao Zicheng stepped forward, saying, I'm not afraid. My father is the director of the Bard Bureau. Hearing this, the others, though clearly trembling, tried to gather courage and shouted, If Zicheng isn't afraid, then neither are we. Liu Qingfeng looked at them, letting out a quiet sigh. Perhaps for you, staying human is the most important thing. Tomorrow morning, you should all return to school. He then turned to Yu Sheng and added, You come with me. Once they were outside, Liu Qingfeng looked up at the sky, lost in thought. Have you ever taken a life before? I can see your methods are quite effective. Tell me, when was the first time you did it? Yu Sheng paused, lost in his own memories. I think I was about 6, maybe 5. It's hard to remember clearly now. Hearing the indifference in his voice when the topic was mentioned, Liu Qingfeng let out a sigh. This kid, the silence that followed was broken when Yu Sheng suddenly had a thought. He quickly turned to his teacher. Teacher, if I remove someone from the wanted list without breaking any laws, would that be acceptable? He asked. Liu Qingfeng shook his head. Of course not. Honestly, you're the most impressive person I've ever met. Soon, you'll be able to show everyone just how talented you are and rise to be the genius of this generation. As for your past, I won't bring it up, but as your teacher, I hope that in the future you will be a person of integrity, someone who never turns their weapon against their own people. Do you understand? Yu Sheng met his gaze and replied, I will try. But Liu Qingfeng found himself puzzled by that answer. What do you mean by try? He asked, confused. Yu Sheng explained, Today I did what I believed was right, even though I didn't expect any reward. At this, Liu Qingfeng nodded in agreement. That's only natural. When you save someone without asking for anything in return, I will reward you. Here, take this knife. A demon like this isn't worth much, right? You can break it down and sell it for some money. He quickly added, but this new type of demon isn't worth much and its meat is still very bitter. Yu Sheng heard this and immediately turned around to return. Just then, a man approached Liu Qingfeng. Surprisingly, I've already handled it, he said. Liu Qingfeng glanced at him and asked, Can I count on you a bit? The other person smiled, Don't delay this kid's reward for his assessment, or he'll get upset if he thinks you're trying to take his share. Liu Qingfeng nodded, glancing toward Yu Sheng's back. This needs to be done quickly. If we wait and this ruthless guy comes up here in a few years, things could go wrong and he'll really come after me. By now, Yu Sheng had already returned to his place. As he hurriedly opened the door, someone was already waiting for him. Little brother, let's take a moment to get acquainted. I'm Wang Wenxian. I've made sure everything went smoothly today. Actually, you've saved that person twice, so I'll record a separate video. We can make twice the money. Yu Sheng shook his head. No, that doesn't count as double. It's the employer's responsibility to protect them. Asking for extra money goes against the rules. People who break the rules don't last long. Wang Wenxian paused, thinking for a moment. I didn't expect you to be so honest about this. Since I can't convince you, he just smiled. All right, next time we work together, just call me old brother and I'll have your back. Anyone who tries to stop us from making money will be dealt with immediately. Yu Sheng looked at him seriously. I've said it before, doing that kind of thing is illegal. If you expect me to take part in something like that, I'll report it to the authorities. Wang Wenxian smiled on the outside but felt displeasure inside. In that case, we might need to find a new partner in the future. The third rule of survival in Zui Chang, never get too close to a fool, whether they're a friend or an enemy. The following morning, things moved quickly. Yu Sheng's friends had stayed by the dark sect member's body the entire night. Wang Wenxian, who had been waiting outside, stepped in and announced, You can all head home now. Upon hearing this, the group felt a wave of relief and happiness. They were glad to be rid of the unsettling sight of the corpse. After a long, exhausting night, they could finally get in the car and head back. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng, who had been standing beside them, called out to Yu Sheng. He looked at him with a hint of reassurance. I'll help you with that as soon as we get home. Yu Sheng, hearing his words, immediately remembered the request he had made earlier. Grateful for Zhao Zicheng's agreement, he placed his hand on his friend's shoulder. Good man, he said with a grin. Just those 3 words are enough to make your eyes light up. Does this mean I've been accepted? As they shared a brief moment of camaraderie, another hand suddenly rested on Yu Sheng's shoulder. It was Du Hu. Looking at him, Du Hu said, I want to stick with you for a while. Can you teach me how to eliminate people? Yu Sheng raised an eyebrow in confusion and asked, You all have such a strong desire to hurt others. Why would you want to do that? Isn't that illegal? Du Hu gave a small smile, understanding a misunderstanding. I'm not great with words, he explained. What I mean is, I just want to grow stronger. Yu Sheng took a moment to study him, then teasingly replied, Well, if you shave your head, you might just become stronger. And so, their journey in Zhu Chang came to an end. Wang Wenxian, still trailing behind them, couldn't help but continue his chatter. Hey, little brother, do you think we've had enough rest? Yu Sheng gave him a serious look and replied, I just got out of the car. After speaking, he quickly led the man to a room to assign the task. The man looked at him and said, I've heard about it, but the assessment results aren't out yet, and the exact rankings haven't been decided. If this is a deal, we'll wait until the outcome is clear. Yu Sheng turned to Wang Wenxian and asked, what do you think my ranking will be? He seemed so sure of himself, obviously expecting to take first place. Yu Sheng then looked at the elderly man and said, I'm in first place now. At that, the old man still appeared puzzled. What do you mean you're first? You just asked some random passerby. Without waiting for a reply, the old man pointed at Wang Wenxian and asked, excuse me, is this person Yu Sheng? Before anyone could answer, the old man quickly brushed past Wang Wenxian and moved toward the man in front of him, extending his hand in greeting. It turned out that the man was a provincial leader. What a surprise, as expected from someone of his stature, young, talented, and strikingly handsome. In a small place like ours, we have no money, no resources, and are left to watch as these exceptional individuals go unnoticed because of our lack of support. I wonder which department he's from. Hearing such praise from him made me feel a bit shy, but the three words, reserve troops, were clearly visible in the old man's disapproving glance. In a swift motion, he grabbed the tea from Wang Wenxian's hand, his attitude completely changing minus 180 degrees, now cold and distant. He returned to his seat, his demeanor colder than before. You're a reserve soldier. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Yu Sheng wasn't bothered by the man's attitude. Instead, he asked about the items he was supposed to receive for completing the mission. The elderly man looked at him with clear disdain, but reluctantly handed over the necessary materials. Once Yu Sheng had them in hand, a smile spread across his face. He knew these items would help him advance further. Without wasting any time, the two of them quickly left the office. Just then, Yu Sheng received a notification on his phone. He picked it up and saw a message from Zhao Chang. Smiling, he read the message aloud. You, brother, your old man is quite the charmer. I went to visit him today and couldn't find him in the holding cell. Turns out he was busy reading palm lines for that policewoman. Quite impressive, really. After a brief pause, Zhao Chang added, but you, brother, under my watch, were clever. He's managed to become a womanizer, and it'll take at least another year before he can get out. Yu Sheng felt a sense of satisfaction upon hearing that his request had been carried out successfully. He then quickly headed toward the Moji main hall with Wang Wenxian. As they walked, Wang Wenxian pointed ahead and said, look over there. That's the Moji department in the provincial city. Quite impressive, right? Aren't you going to snap a picture to remember this moment? However, Yu Sheng was too absorbed in the lively atmosphere around him to pay much attention to the suggestion. At that moment, a flight attendant noticed Wang Wenxian's presence and immediately displayed an expression of displeasure. Why is he here again? She thought to herself. With no time to waste, she quickly made a phone call. He's back again. Everyone gathered quickly. Upon hearing the news, the others grew anxious. It was an urgent situation. In response, they swiftly put up the service temporarily suspended signs. Curious, some of the other customers began asking, what's going on? Why has everything stopped when it was going so smoothly? Wang Wenxian, overhearing the murmurs in the crowd, appeared to have figured out what was happening. Yu Sheng, too, glanced at the man beside him and sighed. People who talk too much can't be trusted. Zhu Chang wasn't wrong about him. Just then, Sin appeared at the reception desk, her eyes brimming with tears. She asked the receptionist if there was anything she could do to help. The boss, seriously injured in the line of duty, is still in the hospital. He wished to claim the reward for saving him, the receptionist replied. In an instant, the receptionist quickly removed the service suspended sign and asked, what happened? Please tell me what's going on. And Sin, upon hearing these words, felt a surge of sorrow. She hurriedly explained her encounter with the dark sect and how saving people earned a reward. He fought for humanity, she added, her voice heavy with emotion. As she spoke, her distress only deepened. Wen Yuan, who had been listening, furrowed her brow slightly. She then told Sin to wait for a moment while she verified the policy. Without delay, Wen Yuan opened a thick policy book and began flipping through the pages. A little while later, Wen Yuan, still feeling somewhat disoriented, muttered to herself, there really is such a rule, but who would have the time to record it? Just as she spoke, Sin slid a USB drive across the table. Wen Yuan jumped slightly in surprise. Could someone really have recorded it? She quickly shook off her confusion and plugged the USB into the computer to check. The screen soon displayed images of the rescuers. After some quick editing, it became clear that the fight had been intense, showcasing flawless, precise techniques. The entire video carried a heavy, tense atmosphere. The final shot showed several seriously injured individuals, their faces grim but determined as they walked away. In that moment, and Sin, disregarding any concerns about her image, cried out in distress, pleading with Wen Yuan for help. If this goes on much longer, her team leader is going to die. Wen Yuan felt a surge of indecision. She didn't have the authority to make such decisions. But before she could respond, she quickly stood up, rushing toward the door. I'll go talk to the leaders about this, she said, determination in her voice. Outside, Wang Wenxian had been quietly observing in Sin and was stunned by what he saw, his eyes wide with disbelief. She really can do this, and Sin knows exactly how to handle things. Yu Sheng, glancing at Sin and then at Wang Wenxian, let out a soft sigh. Now that's professionalism. You've definitely chosen the right partners. At that moment, Wang Wenxian's expression darkened. He gritted his teeth and muttered, at any cost. For the money, what's a little dignity worth? Immediately after, Wang Wenxian hurriedly ran his fingers through his hair, trying to make it look as though he had just come from a fierce battle. Staggering toward the counter, he appeared disheveled. A man, sobbing uncontrollably, cried out in despair, Sis, please help me. My boss is about to die. He's lost his limbs, and all that's left is his head, hanging by a thread. Yu Sheng, who stood quietly behind him, watched the scene unfold at a loss for words. Wang Wenyuan remained at the counter, growing increasingly agitated. He blurted out, if Wen Yuan doesn't give me the money, he's conspiring to murder the backup security team of Bai Chun City. Desperately, he motioned to Yu Sheng, urging him to hurry and help him secure the money. Yu Sheng, however, stayed calm. He silently observed Wang Wenxian's theatrics, offering no response. Suddenly, just as Wang Wenxian, still sobbing, seemed to reach his peak of despair, a tall figure appeared behind him. The newcomer exuded an intimidating presence, as though his very posture commanded respect. Yu Sheng's eyes narrowed slightly, a flicker of pity crossing his face. After a moment, he spoke, if I'm not mistaken, the person standing behind you is the boss you mentioned. Wang Wenxian's face immediately twisted into an expression of horror. A cold shiver ran down his spine, as though a predatory beast was watching him, poised to strike. His body trembled uncontrollably. Beads of sweat gathered on his forehead as he struggled to swallow. His earlier mournful expression vanished in an instant, replaced by exaggerated praise for his boss, claiming that anyone capable of killing with just 10 steps could never possibly be in danger of dying. Wen Yuan, watching Wang Wenxian's sudden shift in behavior, glared at him with fury. Are you out of your mind? He snapped. Turning away, he motioned for the next person to step forward. Behind him, Wang Wenxian's voice suddenly resonated, filled with deep thought. From his earlier words, it seemed that the boss wasn't him. Was it merely the head struggling to hold on to life? Wang Wenxian's body went rigid, his hands trembling as he turned around to face the towering figure behind him. He forced a strained smile. Well, what a coincidence, boss. The figure before him was Chen Yimo, Wang Wenxian's superior. Chen Yimo responded with a cold smile, but Wang Wenxian could sense the consequences of his actions clearly. Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed Chen Yimo's hand and quickly said, Let me explain first. Chen Yimo didn't move. Left with no other option, Wang Wenxian stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words into his ear. After a brief pause, Chen Yimo raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yu Sheng is that impressive. Wang Wenxian nodded confidently. He's even a patron. Upon hearing this, Chen Yimo angrily shoved Wang Wenxian's hand away. His eyes turned toward Yu Sheng, his expression twisting with fury. Yu Sheng, confused by the sudden tension, could only stare back. A moment later, Chen Yimo strode toward Yu Sheng and introduced himself. That was when Wang Wenxian learned the true name of his boss and couldn't help but admire how elegant it sounded. With a couple of light pats on Yu Sheng's shoulder, Chen Yimo spoke in a calm and reassuring tone. You, junior brother, if anyone ever dares to bully you in Bai Chun City, just let you know. I'll have the military handle it. Yu Sheng glanced at Chen Yimo's face, still unsure of what was going on and feeling somewhat uneasy. He took a careful step back and replied, I'm not interested in fighting. I prefer making money. Chen Yimo, upon hearing these words, immediately became serious. With unwavering resolve, he pounded his chest and declared, If I can't raise this money today, I'll take Yu Sheng's surname. Yu Sheng, hearing this, was only more shocked and confused. After Chen Yimo finished speaking, he turned and headed toward the counter, his confidence unmistakable as he proclaimed that once he set his mind to something, nothing could stop him. And Sin, watching him, couldn't help but frown, silently hoping this reckless fool wouldn't ruin her plans. At that moment, Wen Yuan returned, accompanied by a leader wearing glasses, the master of the Lin Pavilion. As soon as Chen Yimo arrived, he pushed Sin aside, then commanded the two newcomers with authority, demanding they serve him first. When they didn't immediately respond, he barked, "Are you waiting to die?" The two staff members, hearing his words, fell into uncomfortable silence. He was clearly someone who had fought for the country and earned great respect, yet here he was, showing up repeatedly to behave like a troublemaker. The master of the Lin Pavilion observed Chen Yimo with evident discomfort. He gestured for him to wait a moment while he dealt with some official matters first. Then, turning to Wen Yuan, he asked where the person she mentioned was. Wen Yuan immediately pointed to Sin. The moment the master of the Lin Pavilion saw her face, his expression grew even darker. His voice, now tinged with impatience, muttered, "So, both the crouching dragon and the phoenix seal are appearing together." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, the master of the Lin Pavilion forced down his frustration and began to lecture Wen Yuan. He mentally added both their names to his blacklist, marking them as swindlers. The staff member, clearly flustered, quickly nodded in agreement. The master of the Lin Pavilion let out a deep sigh after speaking, his expression turning solemn as he lowered his gaze. "You two are incapable of handling these matters. Forgive me, but I won't be seeing you off," he said firmly. Chen Yimo, hearing this, was immediately enraged. He turned to the master and shouted in anger. With a sharp glare, Chen Yimo slapped Yu Sheng on the shoulder in a familiar gesture and asked, "Do you have any idea who this is?" At the mention of Yu Sheng's name, the master of the Lin Pavilion paused, his expression turning curious, though still confused. "Who is Yu Sheng?" he asked cautiously. Chen Yimo answered with confidence. "This is Chen Yimo, the prime minister of the reserve team in Jiangbai province, a 6th-level awakened one. Who else could hold a higher status than him?" Chen Yimo's eyes flashed with pride as he introduced his companion. "This is my good little brother, the one who sheds blood for humanity, the one who slays demons for humanity." Standing beside him, Yu Sheng sighed helplessly at the praise, knowing all too well what was coming. The master of the Lin Pavilion grew even more silent at this declaration, unsure whether to laugh or be angry. What nonsense was this child spouting now? His irritation grew, and he tugged at his robe in frustration. "Chen Yimo, every day you indulge these kids. Moji still hasn't finished with his robbery, huh?" Chen Yimo was unshaken by the words and boldly replied, "Well then, come at me. Let's see what you can do to me." The two locked eyes in a tense standoff, neither willing to yield, the air thick with rising tension. Seeing things were getting out of hand, Yu Sheng cleared his throat twice, trying to break the growing conflict. "Can you two let me say something?" he interjected, his voice calm but firm. He didn't attempt to calm them down with pleasantries. Instead, with the precision of someone reciting a legal text, Yu Sheng began listing the legal consequences as laid out in the awakening procedure. Fighting in the city without reason leads to a 15-day temporary detention and a fine of 10,000 coins. Individuals of significant influence can be detained for up to 10 years with a public security fine of 100,000 coins. As soon as the words were spoken, Chen Yimo's expression shifted, his face betraying discomfort. He hesitated for a moment before responding, 100,000 is merely for taking your life." The room fell into a heavy silence. Yu Sheng, clearly satisfied, continued without missing a beat. "I wish to submit a business resolution. Should there be any undue delays or failure to address it properly, you have the right to protect your legal interests." With that, he settled into his seat and began to engage in business matters with Wen Yuan. Watching this unfold, Chen Yimo couldn't help but murmur to Wang Wenxian, "Has he lost his mind?" Wang Wenxian also gave a small, uncertain shake of his head. He, too, was unsure. Yu Sheng swiftly retrieved the USB drive and handed it to Wen Yuan. With a weary glance at the Lin Pavilion's master standing behind her, Wen Yuan sighed and muttered, "Why are you looking at me? Just go ahead and process Yu Sheng's business." With a resigned sigh, Wen Yuan turned her attention to the video Yu Sheng had provided. The footage showed Yu Sheng in a confrontation with members of the Dark Sect. There was no blood seal verdict, no emotional tone in the narration, only the raw sound of the scene unfolding. After watching for a while, Wen Yuan paused and hesitantly said to Yu Sheng, "This video seems to have been edited." Yu Sheng remained calm, acknowledging the edit without hesitation. "It has indeed been modified," he explained, "but we can have specialists analyze the situation further. The strength between the two sides is uneven, and the students would have lost, so the righteous actions were justified." Yu Sheng was about to continue offering more details to Wen Yuan when the master of the Lin Pavilion, who had been observing quietly from a distance, finally spoke up. Let the boy through and issue the full bonus as per the standard. Wen Yuan was initially a bit puzzled, but she quickly nodded in agreement, smoothly working on the computer. After a brief moment, she looked up at Yu Sheng and smiled, announcing, "The application has been submitted and it will be processed within 3 working days." Yu Sheng thanked her and stood up. He turned toward the master of the Lin Pavilion, who was still standing, and asked, "Could you explain the reason?" The leader didn't respond directly, but instead asked, Have you ever thought about joining the Shadow Sect? Yu Shang paused for a couple of seconds, then shook his head and replied, I don't have any plans for that right now. The master of the Lin Pavilion didn't push the matter further. Instead, he handed Yu Shang a business card and introduced himself. My name is Lin, and I'm the Vice Pavilion Master of the Moji Branch in Jiangbai Province. He continued, once you join the Shadow Sect, your earnings won't just stay at this level. Chen Yimo, seeing this, grew anxious. He rushed forward to block Yu Shang from taking the business card, shouting, That old bastard! This is someone from my reserve team. It's not easy finding someone as sharp as him after all these years. The master of the Lin Pavilion simply smiled at him, unfazed, and turned to walk upstairs. Chen Yimo stood there fuming but powerless. He allowed a cold snort before quickly switching his tone to a more flattering one as he addressed Yu Shang. This time was unexpected, but his skills are unquestionable. Next time, if you're looking to make some money, come to me. I'll help you. With that, he grabbed Wang Wenxian, who was still bewildered and left without another word. Wang Wenxian, still panicking, muttered, I haven't even received the payment yet. Chen Yimo immediately lost his temper, angrily reprimanding him for daring to ask for money. Wang Wenxian, observing the situation, wisely remained silent and followed Chen Yimo as they left. Meanwhile, Yu Shang, having parted ways with Moji, made his way back to school. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, Zhong spotted Zhao Zicheng waiting for him. Zhao Zicheng's face lit up with relief upon seeing Yu Shang. He hurried over, grabbing his hand, and exclaimed, It's been a mess without you. The school is on the brink of falling apart. Some of the students who passed the exam and had stitches are causing trouble every day. Yu Shang gave him a vague look, remaining silent. Zhao Zicheng continued to ramble on beside him. It'll be so much better with you back. If they team up, it's going to be a disaster. Yu Shang frowned at this, pausing for a moment before asking, Is he in charge? Zhao Zicheng's hand froze in midair as if he wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the right words, so he quickly changed the topic. Liu Qingfeng is looking for you. He's waiting at the restaurant nearby. Yu Shang frowned in confusion. What does he want with me? Still unsure, Yu Shang went to the restaurant to meet Liu Qingfeng. As soon as he arrived, he found him sitting and waiting. Yu Shang asked what he wanted, but Liu Qingfeng didn't answer. Instead, he pointed at a man carrying food and asked, Do you know him? Yu Shang studied the man for a moment before nodding. Yes, I've met him. My classmates call him Wang Kui. Liu Qingfeng took a sip of water, then casually asked, What do you think of him? Yu Shang, somewhat puzzled, didn't fully understand why Liu Qingfeng was asking. He shrugged and responded, I see with my eyes. Liu Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. I shouldn't have asked. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Liu Qingfeng shifted his tone and spoke calmly. This individual was once part of the reserve team, trained for 2 years. Due to incomplete data collection, he was transferred to the Insight Gate. On the 3rd day, the demon race launched a surprise night assault. In the chaos, he sustained a serious leg injury and had to be brought back. 2 years of training and less than 3 days in the field. Yu Shang listened quietly. Liu Qingfeng deliberately paused, clearly wanting the young man to realize how much harsher the real world could be compared to what he'd experienced so far. Liu Qingfeng then looked up and fixed his gaze on Yu Shang. War is unforgiving. If someone like Wang Kui were in danger right in front of you, would you try to save him? Yu Shang fell into deep thought, silent for a long moment before answering. I don't know. Then he slowly raised his head, his voice calm but distant. I once saw someone get rescued only to turn around and betray their savior. And I saw 3 people lose their lives over a single bloodied bun. That's why my willingness to help others has been deeply shaken. Liu Qingfeng felt a tightness in his chest. He stood up inside, his voice carrying helplessness. Maybe this was never fair to you. After all, the world has never truly protected you. He took a step closer and gave a faint, bitter smile. And yet I ask you, using logic alone to protect the world. As he spoke, he reached out to gently pat Yu Shang on the head, a small gesture of comfort. But just as his hand moved, Liu Qingfeng froze, his expression shifting to surprise, and he quickly withdrew it. What he saw was Yu Shang instinctively tilting his head away, his hand wrapped tightly around a cold, sharp object. In that brief instant, a swirl of complex emotions crossed Liu Qingfeng's face. Without saying another word, he took a step back and quietly changed the subject. Liu Qingfeng exhaled a deep sigh of relief, took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and asked, Do you have a friend? Yu Shang had returned to his usual composure, his voice steady as he replied, Yes, but she's in Zui, Chang. There are still 307 days until she can leave. Liu Qingfeng gave a slight nod and then asked, What would you do if someone was hunting her? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng responded coldly, I would eliminate anyone hunting her. Liu Qingfeng gave him a pointed look and inquired further, what if the entire world wanted to take her life? Yu Sheng answered firmly, without the slightest trace of fear, I would eliminate the entire world. Hearing this, Liu Qingfeng frowned, then turned his gaze to Wang Kuo, who sat off to the side. He said he did the same as you, but he protects the world. Yu Sheng appeared deep in thought. Asterisk is, this what protection really means, asterisk. At that moment, Liu Qingfeng flicked the ash from his cigarette and suggested that Yu Sheng follow him to a certain place. Yu Sheng said nothing in protest and followed closely behind him. A short while later, the two arrived at the quarters for retired soldiers. The area was filled with elderly men, many of whom were injured, some with broken arms, others in wheelchairs, some blind, walking with canes. The place was a mosaic of mismatched conditions. As soon as Liu Qingfeng entered, an old man stepped forward with a questioning look and said, Do you think this is a zoo? You come here so often and always bring someone with you. Liu Qingfeng replied calmly, explaining that Yu Sheng was his student. But as he spoke, something in the old man's jacket pocket shifted, revealing an object that shouldn't have been exposed. It caught Yu Sheng's attention, and he couldn't help but pause, a frown forming on his face. Is it even possible to use this thing? He muttered under his breath. The old soldier stepped closer, watching Yu Sheng carefully for a moment before speaking in a low, steady voice. You don't seem too bad. Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes to the man in front of him, then coolly began to explain. According to civil law, selling illegal goods in public could lead to 15 days in detention along with a fine of 2,000 coins. The man recoiled, his body shaking as he looked at Yu Sheng, his voice trembling. What do you mean by that? Yu Sheng didn't answer directly. Instead, he raised 3 fingers and said, This is enough. The man's confusion deepened. What exactly was this kid trying to say? Turning his head, the man's sharp gaze shifted to teacher Liu Qingfeng, signaling that he needed a moment to speak privately with his student. Without waiting for a response, he pulled Yu Sheng into a quiet corner. Once there, the man studied Yu Sheng closely, his gaze intense. He mentioned the number 300, implying that it made him feel as though his life was at risk. Yet, despite Yu Sheng's calm determination, the man grew even more uncomfortable. Yu Sheng's words were firm as he replied that the number could either be accurate or not, but its confidence only seemed to irritate the man more. The soldier reacted angrily, accusing Yu Sheng of having bad intentions by suggesting such a high amount. He claimed that even if he sold both plates, he would only get that exact sum, which he found completely unfair. Yu Sheng, however, didn't appear worried or upset. Instead, he continued to lay out the facts, pointing out that similar plates could be bought in Mobai City at a store called CD and DVD Brown. Zhang Yushu was taken aback by the sharpness of Yu Sheng's words. Every point Yu Sheng made hit home, stirring a deep sense of discomfort in him. Although he kept his composure on the outside, Yu Sheng could clearly sense a hint of unease in his demeanor. Yu Sheng continued, explaining that the buying price was only 1 coin per item, meaning Zhang Yushu could easily make 800 from the deal. This pushed Zhang Yushu's frustration to a boiling point. He quickly countered, insisting that 200 was the highest price he could offer. If you don't agree, he said, I'll report this to Xiao Liu and I'll put my dignity on the line to stand firm. But Yu Sheng remained calm, unaffected by the threat. He responded coldly, if you report it, the value could reach 5,000. This made Zhang Yushu hesitate. He knew well enough that bringing the authorities into the matter would complicate things far more than he was willing to handle. So he tried a different approach, saying, in the underworld, involving the Quan family is a mistake. All I want is to make a bit of money to cover funeral expenses. Without that amount, I'll lose all my face. At that moment, Yu Sheng pointed to Zhang Yushu's phone and told him that the call was still ongoing. Startled, Zhang Yushu looked down at his phone and realized the line was still open. Suddenly, a stern voice came from the other end asking, is the person you're speaking to Zhang Yushu? Realizing the dangerous position he was in, Zhang Yushu immediately denied being the person in question. He quickly ended the call, feigning innocence and insisting he had only been joking. Zhang Yushu then turned his attention back to Yu Sheng, agreeing with him that the figure of 300 was reasonable. However, he made sure to point out that his initial offer had simply been part of a bargaining strategy, while Yu Sheng, firm in his stance, refused to negotiate further. He immediately rebuked Zhang and made a final decision. As the conversation continued, Zhang Yushu couldn't help but boast about his past, proudly recounting how he had defended the Demon Suppression Gate for 30 long, bloody years on behalf of humanity. He considered himself a hero in the human world, and he wasn't shy about saying so. Once he finished speaking, he shoved the money roughly into Yu Sheng's hand, though he couldn't hide the admiration he felt for the young man's calm and collected demeanor. From a distance, teacher Liu Qingfeng quietly observed the interaction, surprised by the apparent bond between Zhang Yushu and his student. He thought to himself, old Zhang really seems to have a soft spot for Yu Sheng. It's clear that the young man's intelligence and wisdom have left a strong impression on him, making him proud and satisfied, Zhang Yushu also took a moment to compliment Liu Qingfeng, praising him for teaching such a remarkably talented student. In response to the praise, Liu Qingfeng awkwardly scratched his head and humbly downplayed the compliment, promising to keep working hard. Meanwhile, Zhang Yushu silently thought people from the reserve army are all fools. It's no wonder they don't pick up on the subtle warning I've given them. At that point, Yu Sheng spoke up calmly, offering a suggestion that Zhang Yushu could completely transform his business approach. He proposed replacing the content on the CD with anti-fraud videos, which would eliminate the risk of being reported. Additionally, promoting such anti-fraud material could help strengthen their brand. Reflecting on Yu Sheng's proposal, Zhang Yushu saw great potential in his words. He recognized that Yu Sheng not only had the skills, but also a practical approach to making money. However, instead of offering immediate praise, Zhang Yushu decided to challenge him once more, asking if he had truly awakened yet. Yu Sheng responded, "The awakening will take place within a week." Hearing this, Zhang Yushu smiled knowingly and continued the conversation with a few rhetorical questions, but Yu Sheng remained silent, cautious not to reveal too much. His reserved response only served to deepen Zhang Yushu's appreciation for his careful nature. After a moment, Zhang Yushu laughed softly, satisfied with Yu Sheng's cautiousness. While admitting that Yu Sheng's cold demeanor could be a bit much, Zhang Yushu acknowledged that it was necessary in their current situation. He then offered some advice that, in the future, both of them should learn to trust the people around them more, as trust could often be the key to success in life. Standing before the four simple yet imposing tombs, teacher Liu Qingfeng and Yu Sheng fell into a quiet, respectful silence. The teacher's eyes slowly moved over each grave, his expression thoughtful and heavy with meaning. He stood there for a long time, reflecting before finally speaking in a low voice that carried both reverence and the weight of history. "These tombs," he explained, "belong to the parents and children of Zhang Yushu, the man you just met." The teacher stepped forward and gestured toward the empty grave at the far end of the row. The grave had yet to be filled with earth, as though waiting for the arrival of another soul. Teacher Liu Qingfeng continued, revealing that this grave was the one Zhang Yushu had prepared for himself, a final resting place after a life lived alone. It symbolized the sacrifice of two beloved figures whose lives he had given up in order to protect humanity. Yu Sheng silently followed the teacher's gesture, his steps leading him toward the tombstone. That stone marker was more than just a symbol of death. It held the weight of Zhang Yushu's suffering, isolation, and the sacrifices he had made throughout his life. The teacher's voice broke the silence, soft yet heavy with meaning. "I do not judge Yu Sheng's path, but I acknowledge that everyone has the right to make their own choices. Still, I cannot ignore my concern for the future of humanity." With a tone that carried both encouragement and caution, he continued, "Humanity needs strong individuals who can defend it from threats beyond our control." Yu Sheng stood quietly by, absorbing the teacher's words as though they were the aspirations of one generation passed on to the next. Teacher Liu Qingfeng raised his hand gently and ruffled Yu Sheng's hair. His eyes, filled with affection and hope, spoke volumes without a single additional word. Every glance and phrase reflected his unwavering belief in Yu Sheng, his deep hope that this student would one day be the one to protect humanity. Yu Sheng did not respond right away. He gave the teacher a fleeting glance, his eyes revealing determination but also an underlying silence. He didn't need to speak. The teacher understood his unspoken thoughts. Without realizing it, Yu Sheng's hand clenched into a fist as though he was trying to suppress his emotions and firm resolve. That small gesture, however, did not escape the teacher's keen observation. Liu Qingfeng's eyes lingered on his student's hand, his thoughts drifting. This boy hides his strength, never showing his true power. And yet Yu Sheng remained composed, his exterior giving no hint of the strength that lay beneath. The two of them stood in silence, their eyes fixed on the distant horizon where Chang had become little more than a faint dot in the vast expanse. The sky was a rich blue, and a gentle breeze seemed to lift their gaze beyond the boundaries of the present moment, stretching into the infinite. Liu Qingfeng spoke, his voice calm yet filled with wisdom. Chang is simply Chang, and the world is so much bigger. You must go listen, see, and experience. My teachings aren't just about specific actions. They're about understanding life, exploring what's beyond, and in doing so, coming to know yourself, humanity, and your place in it. Yu Sheng stood quietly, nodding in acknowledgement. In the distance, footsteps broke the silence, and Zhang Yushu appeared. He had been watching them from afar. Seeing the two standing in front of his family's grave, a sense of irritation rose within him. With a loud voice, he shattered the quiet of the cemetery, mixing humor with a touch of reprimand. Enough with this sentimental nonsense. This is my family's tomb, not Bloody Zoo. His words rang through the stillness, blunt and unapologetic, just like his personality. Liu Qingfeng and Yu Sheng were startled by the sudden outburst. They turned toward each other, both giving faint smiles that barely hid their awkwardness. They scratched their heads sheepishly, as if trying to ease the tension and make light of the moment. Inside an office, the soft glow of a desk lamp illuminated the space, casting a gloomy atmosphere. A man, his face concealed by a dark shawl, sat at the desk, phone in hand. His eyes shone with quiet resolve as he listened intently to the voice on the other end, urging him. The plan must be executed soon. The man furrowed his brow, gripping the phone tightly as he felt the weight of the request bearing down on him. He acknowledged that the influence from Jiangbai province had become overwhelming in recent times, to the point where the exorcised evil sect had joined the sweeping operation, resulting in significant losses for their organization. He paused, his eyes scanning the map laid out in front of him, where numerous markers indicated a surge in activity that could not be ignored. On the other end of the line, the voice of the speaker was thick with anger, emphasizing that the assessment period was when Jiangbai province was most vulnerable. Acting during this time would severely disrupt the broader strategy. The man in the office felt the pressure of the situation, doing his best to stay calm in the face of opposition. He reassured the caller that there were no issues with the plan, yet a subtle unease crept over him. In that moment, he couldn't shake the feeling that the angelic emissary might be personally overseeing everything. This made him question whether there was something he wasn't aware of. His eyes remained fixed on the map, the intricate symbols shifting before him. He understood that every decision from here on out would not only affect him, but also have far-reaching consequences for the future of many within the organization. In the principal's office, a heavy silence filled the air. Yu Sheng stood in front of the principal's desk, his gaze locked on the neatly arranged documents. Deep in thought, he reflected on his own progress. He reassured himself that the awakening of his staff had tripled its power and doubled its speed. His overall combat strength had nearly increased tenfold, leaving only a few remaining gaps to address. Lost in these thoughts, Yu Sheng was jolted from his reverie by a sudden snap of the principal's fingers, causing him to startle. The teacher fixed him with a serious gaze and asked, "Do you believe you can secure a spot among the top 10 provinces in his graduation exam?" Yu Sheng paused for a moment before replying, "I'm not sure." This response caught the principal off guard. In his mind, the student had always been confident, often talking about the awards he was sure to win. But Yu Sheng, sensing the teacher's expectations, also recalled the principal that until he had a clear understanding of the situation, he shouldn't project confidence. If he wasn't certain, he couldn't act as if he were. The principal, displaying patience, continued to look at Yu Sheng before speaking. "In the past, every time you scored 100 points, I rewarded you with something extra." He cleared his throat, ensuring his voice was steady before announcing, "Every time you rise in the rankings, you'll receive an additional 100, and if you achieve first place, the reward will be 10,000. Upon hearing the principal's offer, Yu Sheng didn't hesitate. He turned around and said firmly, "I'll take my leave." The principal, visibly irritated, rose from his chair and hurried after him, hoping to stop him from leaving. As Yu Sheng reached the door, the principal stepped in front of him and said sternly, "I will report to the Department of Education. Teacher Xu, if Zhang ranks in the top 3 provincially, I'll ask them to give both of us a reward. At that point, we'll split it in a 37% ratio." Yu Sheng's response was cold. "Getting a high rank and some money is fine, but I don't understand why you wouldn't aim for something bigger." The principal was taken aback, stunned by the unexpected question. He could only utter a surprised exclamation. Without turning back, Yu Sheng continued walking inside and added, "The teacher's plan needs a slight adjustment. I suggest 3 possible scenarios. We could design our own uniforms, request approval from the leadership, and then use those uniforms for advertisement." You kept sketching out your ideas and said, "If students achieve a good ranking and wear the uniform, they will be interviewed, and that will act as a mobile advertisement." Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. "That way, they will both promote and pay for the uniforms. They'll definitely be eager to participate." The principal, impressed by the students' sharp thinking, silently pondered how to turn this into a profitable venture. After a moment of reflection, he spoke with confidence. "This sounds reliable. Don't worry. The director of the Mobai City Department of Education is an old comrade of mine. Mr. Xu will sort everything out." Yu Sheng then asked with curiosity, "Are you from the reserve army?" The principal nodded, but was curious as to why Yu Sheng had asked that. "Yes, I am. Why do you ask?" Yu Sheng casually replied, "Just wondering." But inside, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. He recalled Zhang Yushu's words about how people from the reserve army were all fools. In the principal's office, the atmosphere was tense. The principal sat behind his desk, his gaze fixed on Yu Sheng as he began discussing the percentages they had previously mentioned. He made sure to emphasize, "I've been generous enough to offer you number 6. I'm sure that's enough to make you happy." However, Yu Sheng remained silent, simply staring at the principal. His lack of response irritated the principal, who, growing more frustrated, raised his voice. "Yu Sheng will get number 7, plus the title of outstanding graduate from the school." He added with emphasis, "To secure that, I had to spend money and build connections. This isn't something I did lightly." Finally, Yu Sheng broke his silence with a single straightforward reply. "The deal is done." The principal's face immediately lit up upon hearing this, and Teacher Xu quickly agreed to start working. The contract was swiftly drawn up, ensuring that all terms were clearly outlined in writing to protect both parties' interests. However, just as the principal was about to rise to carry out his promise, Yu Sheng stopped him, insisting that no contract was necessary. "Because you already recorded our conversation," Yu Sheng said, holding up his phone to show the principal the proof he had gathered. With that, Yu Sheng walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, leaving the principal stunned. His face showed a mix of surprise and confusion. As he stood frozen in place, shock and unease began to wash over him. He wondered if Yu Sheng was truly willing to use the recording to report him. Time passed quickly, and just a week had gone by since that conversation. At the school, Yu Sheng stood admiring the new uniforms that had been handed out to the students. The uniforms featured a striking design with bright colors, and as he looked at the back of the shirt, a sense of excitement and pride filled him. Surprise was clearly visible on his face. The back of the shirts featured a series of advertisements arranged neatly with bold phrases like "Unlock investment opportunities," "Unlock the king," and "Unlock professionalism." These images not only captured attention, but also highlighted the principal's creativity and effort to bring value to the school. In Yu Sheng's heart, satisfaction bubbled up. He silently admired the principal's intelligence and talent. Nearby, in the small, cramped training room, the sounds of punches landing and the heavy breathing of 2 young men echoed through the space. With a serious expression, Yu Sheng focused intently on landing a punch on the punching bag. Beside him, Zhao Zicheng stood, his face battered and bruised, tears streaming down his cheeks as he pleaded desperately. "Please, Yu Sheng, stop. I beg you, stop." But Yu Sheng showed no sign of slowing down. He took a deep breath, gathering his strength, and with full force, he slammed his fist into the bag. The sound of the punch echoed through the room, loud and thunderous. Terrified by Yu Sheng's power, Zhao Zicheng cried out, "Even though it hurts so much, I can't deny how exhilarating it feels. But why does it hurt this much?" From a corner of the room, Liu Qingfeng, the homeroom teacher, watched the scene with a thoughtful look on his face. He had recently transferred to Zhang and felt uneasy standing idly by. He realized that, like the others, he had to face such struggles to grow stronger. Seeing Zhao Zicheng continue to endure Yu Sheng's relentless assault, Liu Qingfeng felt a surge of determination. He couldn't just stand there. He rushed toward the 2 boys, eager to join the confrontation. As he approached, chaos erupted. Zhao Zicheng and Liu Qingfeng found themselves caught in a whirlwind of pain as Yu Sheng's punches and kicks kept coming. The 3 of them tumbled to the ground, struggling and gasping for air, the fight no longer about who was right or wrong, but about survival. After a while, Zhao Zicheng, his face bloodied and bruised, managed to catch his breath, murmuring, "It's finally over. The exhaustion and pain are all over me." Outside the training room, Yu Sheng stood alone, his expression grave, his mind clearly elsewhere as he stared into the distance, lost in thought. Liu Qingfeng spotted Yu Sheng standing alone and walked over to him, asking, "What's on your mind?" Yu Sheng slowly turned to face him, still deep in thought. With a sigh, he voiced his concern. "What if the upcoming test involves a fight? I don't know how to fight." His voice trembled with clear anxiety, not only about his own ability, but also about the challenges that lay ahead. He knew the test could be demanding, and he wasn't ready for what it might require. Liu Qingfeng listened carefully to Yu Sheng's words, sensing his unease. He wanted to offer some reassurance and support, so he took a moment before responding. "Maybe you could take the sharp edge off your arrow or dull your knife a little." But Yu Sheng immediately shook his head, rejecting the idea. He firmly stated, "That's not an option. You can't damage your weapons." Yu Sheng's question made Liu Qingfeng pause and think. He asked, "Why is killing illegal here?" Liu Qingfeng could hear the weight in his voice. He stepped closer and gave Yu Sheng's shoulder a gentle pat, offering a warm smile as he called him kid. Yu Sheng was standing against the wall, his hands in his pockets, looking thoughtful and somewhat distant. With a fond gesture, Liu Qingfeng gave Yu Sheng a light pat on the head. Then, changing the subject, he asked about the old soldier at the store that morning. Yu Sheng nodded in agreement. Liu Qingfeng continued, Tomorrow, that old soldier has to visit the veteran's office because his only son has been recruited into the reserve army. There was a brief pause as Liu Qingfeng reflected on what he was about to say. He then added, "Recently, Moji has been pushing me, saying I'm getting older and don't have any children. He insists I should go to the veteran's office to report myself." He paused for a moment as if searching for the right words to express his thoughts, but then Liu Qingfeng resolved to be clear. He intended to mention that Yu Sheng was his disciple, and although he had no children of his own, he felt it was necessary to report this matter. Before he could finish speaking, Yu Sheng responded with certainty, "I will go." Yu Sheng's firm response caught Liu Qingfeng off guard, yet the smile that appeared on his face revealed his satisfaction. He gazed at Yu Sheng with warmth in his eyes, feeling a deep sense of connection between them. In that moment, both seemed to share a quiet understanding. No matter how challenging the journey ahead, they would face it together. At the gate of Mobai City, the atmosphere was thick with tension as Yu Sheng and Liu Qingfeng stood, preparing for the crucial exam that was about to begin. Liu Qingfeng's eyes reflected a mix of concern and pride as he looked at his student. He turned to Yu Sheng and offered a soft, reassuring word. "Be cautious during the exam and trust your instincts. I'm confident the challenge won't be too difficult." His master's encouraging words were like a gentle breeze, filling Yu Sheng with the strength he needed at that moment. As he went to register his details, Yu Sheng felt a knot of nervousness form in his stomach. The invigilator, seated behind a desk with a stern expression, began asking the routine questions. Yu Sheng took a deep breath to steady himself, then introduced himself with his name and age. He answered the follow-up questions about his identity, his parents, and his companion with focused seriousness. The supervisor, after jotting down a few notes, turned to Liu Qingfeng and then addressed Yu Sheng. "Is the person accompanying you your father?" At that moment, Yu Sheng felt the weight of the question pressed down on him. He hesitated, his gaze falling to the ground, and he responded quietly, "My father didn't come." Noticing his student's hesitation, Liu Qingfeng immediately stood up to defend him. He requested that the supervisor add his name to the list, explaining that he was Yu Sheng's teacher and an elder. His voice was firm, offering a sense of reassurance to those nearby. Just then, a deafening explosion erupted from the building across the street, as though a bomb had gone off. The loud sound caused everyone to jump in shock, their eyes darting toward the source. Panic spread through the crowd and confusion filled the air. Fear was written on many faces as people whispered in distress. Mr. Liu, composed and experienced, quickly sensed the tension in the atmosphere. He could tell the blast had likely come from somewhere near the school, perhaps even from within its walls. The supervisor, aware of the rising anxiety, tried to ease the situation by speaking up. "It's the dark sect causing trouble. Moji has already sent people to handle it. Please remain calm and continue as planned." Despite his words, a cloud of worry lingered over everyone. Mr. Liu turned to Yu Sheng, his expression full of support and encouragement. He spoke with confidence. "I was first in the last exam, and I will wait for you." Yu Sheng felt the weight of the expectation, but also a surge of determination. He nodded, his heart now filled with hope and resolve. After a brief moment, he bid his teacher farewell and headed inside to prepare for the exam. As Liu Qingfeng approached the school, he was unexpectedly stopped by his supervisor. The man stood in his way, explaining that there was danger in the city and that he could not enter. Unable to hold back his frustration, Liu Qingfeng replied firmly, "I am a reserve soldier from Jiangbai province, part of the 308th batch. I've defended the demon suppression gate for 2 years. Protecting humanity is my duty." He paused, then added with conviction, "As a teacher, protecting my students is also my responsibility." One of the others present spoke up, introducing himself. "I am a reserve soldier from Jiangbai province, part of the 305th batch. I took part in the breaking Insight Gate during the era of dawning light in the year 141. Not to be outdone, another man quickly followed. "I am a reserve soldier from Jiangbai province, part of the 309th batch. I ascended the Demon Gate during the era of dawning light in the year 145. Together, their voices rose in unison, each one full of strength and determination. "Protecting humanity is our responsibility," they declared. The air was charged with energy, a shared resolve filling the space. In that moment, it was clear to everyone that unity and determination would be their greatest strength in facing the challenges ahead. Their gazes met, a mix of concern and unwavering resolve. Each one was prepared to stand up for what they believed in, ready to protect each other in the face of danger. The supervisor saw the unwavering determination in their eyes. Liu Qingfeng, standing tall, confirmed, "This will be difficult, but I will wait here for everyone." His words conveyed his full support for those about to face the threat. With a brief yet resolute response, Liu Qingfeng added, "Return victorious." The phrase, almost like a rallying cry, promised that everyone would fight for a noble cause and never give up until victory was achieved. The overseer, lost in thought, understood that it was the resilience and determination of people like Liu Qingfeng and others that had allowed humanity to endure until now. Despite the ongoing invasion by the demon race, he felt a deep sense of pride for these brave warriors, who not only defended themselves, but also fought to protect all of humanity. At the school, the atmosphere was heavy with tension, as if a string were pulled tight, with anxiety and fear lingering in the air. Wang Wenxian, his face flushed with anger and determination, could no longer contain his emotions. He shouted, his voice full of fury, "How dare the dark sect attack us?" In the school, his words not only expressed his rage, but also highlighted the immense responsibility he felt in this critical moment. Amid the chaos, two girls nearby, their eyes burning with intensity and their expressions full of resolve, spoke with unwavering enthusiasm. One girl, with pale skin and long, flowing hair, suggested, "We need to strike quickly and decisively." The other girl, her voice brimming with confidence, instantly agreed, "We must give everything we have to achieve our goal as fast as possible." Their words sparked a fire within everyone, stirring their spirits and strengthening their resolve to fight. As the Dark Sect's forces surged forward, Wang Wenxian stood without fear. He boldly named the divine slaves from various cities, issuing a powerful challenge to the enemy. With unshakable confidence, he declared, "I am a divine slave of the cult of 10,000 gods from Mobai City." Next, a divine slave from the cult of 10,000 gods in Hanhai City stepped forward, followed by another from Changchun City, each one reinforcing the unity and strength of their cause. He stressed that Moji was not present and that the reserve forces would be in charge of the battle. He gave the order for the fight to begin immediately and warned that anyone who disobeyed the orders within 5 minutes, no matter their fate, would be executed. In the midst of the chaos, a voice cut through the tension, dripping with sarcasm. "Are the reserve soldiers still so cowardly now?" The voice belonged to none other than Liu Qingfeng. He appeared confidently, his eyes burning with intensity, showing no sign of being shaken by the surrounding turmoil. His confidence in his role in the battle was clear. One of Liu Qingfeng's companions, wearing a faint smile, recalled the past. He remembered when Liu Qingfeng was still a rookie, so beaten down that he cried every night. Now he had grown stronger, more capable, and far more composed. Wang Wenxian, hearing this, could only smile awkwardly, scratching his head as memories of those days came rushing back. Liu Qingfeng, with a commanding presence, issued an order to resign Wang Wenxian's military commands. He reminded everyone that though they were older, they were not yet dead, and still held the responsibility of protecting the academy. The younger generation couldn't be allowed to rush headlong into battle. His words carried weight, serving both as a direct command and as a lesson in humility and duty. He made it clear that war was no trivial matter and that life and death were not to be taken lightly. Just as the tension in the air was thickening, a member of the Dark Sect suddenly lunged forward, kicking Wang Wenxian, sending him sprawling to the ground. This act only added to the chaos, causing everyone to scramble in response. Liu Qingfeng, witnessing this, could not remain passive. He immediately noticed Wang Wenxian's lack of focus and wasted no time in delivering a sharp criticism. Fighting and still distracted, truly useless. He immediately unsheathed his sword, the light glinting off the blade, reflecting the fierce determination burning in his chest. He proclaimed, "This battlefield is now under my command." He quickly issued orders to his comrades to block the city's entrance, aiming to minimize casualties. He would take a route to the school to safeguard the students. With that, he led his team forward, charging headfirst into battle against the Dark Sect. The sound of clashing swords, the whoosh of blades, and the cries of pain filled the air, creating a scene that was chaotic, yet full of bravery. Though young and inexperienced, the warriors did not hesitate. They understood that this fight wasn't just against the Dark Sect. It was to protect the future and ensure the safety of the frightened students trapped in the school. Meanwhile, at the lakeside, a serene calm filled the air. Old Chang sat comfortably fishing at his leisure. Lin Feng approached him from behind, urgently asking him to leave his retreat and help with the critical situation unfolding outside, hoping that he would step in to resolve the crisis. Startled by the sound of footsteps, old Chang quickly looked up, fearing someone had discovered his location. Without missing a beat, he told Lin Feng to leave at once. He explained, "With my health as fragile as it is, even a slight breeze could blow me away. I can no longer participate in such matters." Lin Feng, undeterred, explained the situation in detail. Since the restoration of spirit qi, the first and second generation ancestors have mostly stayed out of the fight. There's no one left to hold the front lines as they once did. Now, only the third generation ancestors remained on the battlefield. Lin Feng pleaded earnestly with old Zhang to guard the demon suppression gate and protect everyone. but old Zhang remained unmoved, refusing once again. Lin Feng pulled out a small, worn box from his pocket. Inside it was a precious pill, which he offered to old Zhang, hoping he would take it and leave the mountain to defend humanity. Old Zhang held the pill in his hand and explained that if he took it, his body would be restored to the strength of his youth. He sighed, reflecting on the immense effort they had already invested. With urgency, Lin Feng pleaded, saying that Mobai City was in turmoil, both inside and out. If old Zhang did not step in, everyone would face disaster. Old Zhang's voice turned serious as he asked, "Are you trying to force my hand by using the lives of innocent people? You want me to fight?" Lin Feng's legs shook, nearly buckling beneath him, but he still managed to speak. There's no other way left to save humanity. After a long pause, old Zhang stood up, weighed the situation, and finally took the pill from Lin Feng, deciding to give it one last chance. Just then, a chilling voice echoed through the air from a distance, asking if humanity's protector was truly ready to lead the mountain for the final time. The voice reverberated around them. It was the divine envoy guards of the Lushen sect. At the front of the group stood a figure cloaked in a dark, mysterious robe, radiating an aura of dread that unsettled anyone who looked upon him. Lin Feng eyed them warily, and his suspicions rising asked, "The dark sect sends only 2 people like this. Do they really believe they can take on old Zhang?" His tone was full of defiance. The leader of the group sneered, his voice cold and cutting. "If old Zhang takes that pill, within 3 days the demon race will launch a full-scale attack on the demon suppression gate." Old Zhang heard their words but paid them no mind, dismissing them as mere empty threats. With calm determination, he picked up the pill. As he placed it in his mouth and swallowed, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the surrounding space, creating a majestic and awe-inspiring scene. Behind him, a colossal spear materialized, its shaft adorned with 8 radiant jewels that glowed with a mystical and overwhelming light. The leader of the dark sect couldn't hide his panic as he witnessed the formation of the octagonal shape. He had expected that if old Zhang were only recovering from his injuries, he would have reached no more than the septagonal level at best. The divine emissary stood frozen, unable to grasp how old Zhang had known of his plan, his eyes filled with suspicion and confusion. But before he could voice any more questions, he was suddenly engulfed by the terrifying aura of the old man. With a few final words, old Zhang made his move. A massive silvery arm appeared, causing the air around them to tremble violently. The arm extended and seized the massive spear. With incredible strength, the arm swung the spear, unleashing a devastating strike that tore through the space and hurtled toward the group of Lushen sect members in the distance, showing no mercy. In the blink of an eye, they were struck down by a fatal blow. Their bodies were split in 2 as easily as reeds, snapping under the pressure, completely defenseless. The leader of the divine emissaries, struck by the force, coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, trembling under the immense power far beyond what he had anticipated. As he lay there, gasping for air, he struggled to speak to old Zhang, asking with his dying breath to have the doubts in his heart resolved before his end. Old Zhang coldly dismissed the idea of wasting any words on someone who was about to die. After speaking, his body went limp, collapsing to the ground. He became completely lifeless, and the light in his eyes faded away in an instant. With a sharp tone, old Zhang then ordered Lin Feng to call Chen Yimo right away and deliver the message. Yimo was to proceed with the plan and pull the net as they had arranged, without hesitation. At that moment, Lin Feng was still confused, his mind racing with questions. Yet, under old Zhang's urgent command, he had no choice but to obey. He quickly picked up the phone and dialed Yimo's number, repeating old Zhang's exact words. On the other end of the line, Chen Yimo said little. Without hesitation, he began carrying out the plan they had prepared. It was only then that Lin Feng began to understand, realizing that everything was part of a carefully crafted trap, designed to lure in and completely eliminate the members of the Lushen sect. Old Zhang looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile and mocked the people from Ling Nian Academy, calling them fools for not seeing the full scope of the plan. His gaze deepened as he spoke, his voice growing quieter. "It's time to settle old scores. The past must be addressed now." Suddenly, several young men appeared behind Lin Feng, shouting at old Zhang, "This time, when you leave, don't come back. It seems you suffered enough in the past." Old Zhang paused at the shout. After a brief moment, he replied, "If a skeleton like me can still do something for humanity, then it will have been worth it." After speaking, he did not look back, continuing his journey under the intense heat of the sun. His figure gradually became smaller in the distance, but it carried an air of unwavering resolve and dignity. Meanwhile, at the site of the grand trial, Yu Sheng, gripping a pickaxe, moved cautiously through the thick forest, carefully watching each step he took. Suddenly, he spotted 2 large demons resting beneath the trees, their breathing slow and even, as though they were completely at ease. Yu Sheng thought to himself, "Asterisk, these demons have strong defenses. A regular bow and arrow won't defeat them quickly. I'll even think of a different approach. Asterisk. He called upon his special weapon, which gleamed with a glowing gem, wondering if he had once again tapped into his own hidden power. At that moment, one of the demons suddenly opened its cold, sharp eyes. It had sensed Yu Sheng's presence and, without hesitation, charged toward him at incredible speed. Yu Sheng's staff unleashed a stunning technique, and in an instant, his entire body radiated a powerful purple light. The technique struck the charging demon, freezing it in place as its momentum was completely halted. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Sheng drew his sword and charged forward, landing a decisive blow. With one swift and precise thrust, he ended the demon's life. In the blink of an eye, the demon's blood splattered across the ground, staining the earth around them. Yu Sheng reflected, asterisk, the stunning technique of this staff is truly invaluable. It paralyzes the enemy instantly, creating the perfect opening for a swift strike. Asterisk. As the remaining demons closed in on Yu Sheng, they too were affected by the magic from the staff. The spell caused them to stumble and lose their bearings. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng leaped into the air, swiftly slashing with his sword at the demon horde. His strikes were relentless, cutting through them from all directions, knocking the demons down as if they had been caught in a fierce gust of wind. In a matter of moments, the once massive demon horde that had filled the area was completely vanquished, with not a single demon left standing. Yu Sheng stood tall amidst the scattered corpses, his presence a testament to his victory. Suddenly, a demon that resembled a giant bird swooped down toward him at incredible speed. It let out a piercing screech as though commanding the other demons to rally. Almost instantly, a swarm of flying demons appeared, descending from the sky and charging at Yu Sheng. Forced into action, he adopted a defensive posture, ready to face the incoming threat. With a single powerful slash, Yu Sheng sent several of the flying demons spiraling into the air, their bodies flung helplessly as they disintegrated into aimless spirits, causing chaos in the sky. Far from the battlefield, a judge stood high above, silently observing the unfolding match. He reflected to himself, asterisk, in just 15 minutes, so many soul beasts have already fallen. Asterisk. The judge opened a map and noted that one participant had reached the final checkpoint. He was shocked to see that it was none other than Yu Sheng. Asterisk, after all these years, Jiangbai province has finally produced a genius with such extraordinary potential. Asterisk, he thought to himself, impressed. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was still racing through the dense forest. He reminded himself that he needed to push even harder to outpace the other competitors and secure his place at the top. Suddenly, Yu Sheng found himself face to face with a massive demon tiger. Its entire body blazed with a brilliant orange light that seemed to pulse with raw power, as though warning him of the immense strength it possessed. Yu Sheng's expression darkened. He cursed to himself, this damned demon is a real pain, but he knew he had no choice but to handle it carefully. Without a second thought, Yu Sheng opened the hem of his robe, revealing a collection of sharp needles hidden inside. He threw them all at the demon tiger in an attempt to injure it. However, the needles not only failed to harm the beast, but were also deflected with ease. This only seemed to fuel the demon tiger's fury, making it even more aggressive. Despite the setback, Yu Sheng's face remained calm and composed. He didn't let the situation shake him. From his hands, slender, mysterious threads suddenly appeared, signaling he was preparing for his next move. Drawing his bow with swift precision, Yu Sheng shot an arrow straight at the charging demon tiger. The arrow flew like a streak of lightning, piercing the demon's neck. It let out a gut-wrenching howl as the pain hit, writhing in agony. The demon tiger, however, didn't slow down. It continued to charge at Yu Sheng with frantic power, but Yu Sheng was no less formidable. He leaped high into the air, meeting the beast's attack with a forceful and decisive strike, moving with unyielding confidence. The thin threads wrapped tightly around his fingers, quickly binding around the demon tiger's neck. Each turn of the threads tightened, cutting off its breath. With a swift motion, Yu Sheng pulled the creature toward him with overwhelming strength. In an instant, the demon was brought to the ground with a deafening crash, lifeless and defeated. The battle was over in the blink of an eye. Yu Sheng walked forward calmly and entered the mysterious portal that suddenly appeared before him. In his mind, he thought that everything was finally over and that he could finally rest for a while. However, a nagging unease lingered within him. He couldn't shake the thought of whether his respected teacher Liu had survived the brutal battle or had been lost in it. Outside, the judges were closely watching the situation on the screen when a figure suddenly emerged from the portal. They jumped to their feet in shock, their voices filled with surprise. Only 20 minutes and someone's already out. Yu Sheng stepped out, his expression cold and unreadable, completely unfazed by the judge's astonishment. Without hesitation, he asked, "What place did I finish in this competition?" He wanted to know the results. The judge checked the scores and then announced that Yu Sheng had taken first place in the entire province, even claiming the top spot in Mobai City, a result no one had expected. Upon hearing the news, Yu Sheng didn't say a word. He simply turned to leave. The judge, clearly surprised by his lack of reaction, called out, "Where are you going after completing such an important task?" Yu Sheng's answer was firm and direct. "I'm going to the city, where the bloody battle is taking place." He didn't pause for a second. The judge, alarmed, rushed forward and positioned himself in front of Yu Sheng, blocking his way. His voice was filled with concern. "It's extremely dangerous in the city right now, and you're injured. Your wounds need immediate attention." Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Sheng aimed his crossbow at the judge, his tone cold and threatening. "If you try to stop me again, I will not hesitate to kill you right here." The judge stood frozen, stunned, and unable to respond. Despite the threats, the judge remained resolute in his determination to stop Yu Sheng. He declared, "Even if you kill me, you will not enter the city. I am responsible for your life until the very end." In his mind, the judge silently wondered, was Yu Sheng truly fearless of death, or was this merely a performance to test the judge's resolve? Yu Sheng's finger rested lightly on the crossbow trigger, ready to strike at any moment. The judge understood that he wasn't prepared to face such a dire consequence. Each arrow was released with sudden precision, but each one stopped just inches from the judge's feet, a clear warning from Yu Sheng not to interfere any further. Yu Sheng stepped past the judge with calm determination and said, "I will take responsibility for my own life. Step aside and do not stand in the way of my decisions." Meanwhile, inside the city, a brutal battle raged on. Blood flowed freely and the air was filled with screams. The fighting was relentless, with neither side willing to yield. King Yi, her expression cold and focused, conjured a sharp shard of ice and threw it directly into the throat of an enemy soldier, the ice piercing through like a dagger, sending her foe crashing to the ground. Without hesitation, she summoned another shard and drove it into the chest of an opponent in front of her, swiftly ending the confrontation with her precise technique. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the enemy forces were being torn apart by a flurry of powerful strikes. Wang Wenxian glanced around and quickly recognized the source of the destruction. Lin Xiao. She was relentlessly breaking through the enemy's ranks with remarkable strength and skill. After devastating the enemy's formation, Lin Xiao paused, turned to her teammates, and shouted, "Can we keep fighting after this fierce battle?" Without hesitation, her two teammates shouted in unison, their voices strong and resolute, declaring that they would press on despite any challenges, prepared to fight until the very end. Wang Wenxian summoned a large golden axe with a cry of determination. Charging toward the enemy, he aimed to deliver a decisive blow and end the battle swiftly. However, the axe was cumbersome and slow, allowing the opponent to easily dodge his strike, causing his attack to fail almost immediately. Moments later, the enemy countered with a powerful kick aimed squarely at Wang Wenxian's chest, sending him flying through the air and crashing to the ground in pain. Fortunately, King Yi arrived just in time to lend her support. She sprang into the air and with precision used his sharp shard of ice to pierce through the enemy's body, striking decisively. After the enemy fell, King Yi turned to Wang Wenxian, urging him to get back on his feet and continue the fight. She told him there was no time to rest, not when the situation was so dire. Wang Wenxian, feeling a mix of frustration and shame, sighed. As a man, it stung to have to rely on King Yi, a woman, to save him in the midst of such a fierce battle. He admitted that the enemy forces were overwhelming and their own might was near its limit. Still, he clung to the hope that the students and civilians in the city would remain safe. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the enemy forces surged forward like a relentless wave, their chants echoing through the air in fanatical devotion to their god, creating an atmosphere of overwhelming danger. The principal stood at the center of the battlefield, quietly acknowledging the harsh reality that the city gates had been breached and could no longer be defended. Yet, despite the gravity of the situation, he held his ground with remarkable composure. Beside him, Liu Qingfeng had made a firm decision to hold out until reinforcements arrived. He was determined not to let the enemy advance any further. As countless attackers charged towards him, Liu Qingfeng remained unshaken. He gripped his king's sword with unwavering focus, effortlessly cutting down his foes with swift and precise strikes. Nearby, Mei students huddled in a building, their faces etched with fear. They watched the chaos unfold, anxiously wondering what their fate would be in the midst of this violent conflict. Turning to the students, the principal spoke in a tone that left no room for doubt. "Today, you will learn a lesson in courage. Any force that dares harm humanity, no matter how distant or powerful, will be destroyed without mercy." As he spoke, a blood-red sword materialized behind him, its blade glowing with an intensity that mirrored the flames of battle. "Years ago, I fought at the Demon Suppression Gate to protect humanity from the monsters that sought to bring devastation," he continued, his voice steady and unwavering. With a swift motion, he drew the sword and charged towards the enemy, his expression one of disdain. "Anyone who threatens my students will pay a heavy price," he declared, his voice full of conviction. Liu Qingfeng let out a hearty laugh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's been a long time since I'd felt such exhilaration in battle. This brings back memories of my younger, more heroic days." The principal's voice rang out with power and resolve. "By dismantling the dark sect and safeguarding humanity's future, I've regained the strength I had more than a decade ago. And now, I will use it to ensure our survival." A mocking laugh suddenly echoed from behind, followed by the scornful words that the idea of protecting humanity's future was nothing but a foolish, unattainable dream. It was the demon, his back adorned with fiery red bird wings, who laughed as he spoke. "I am cleansing the world of its sins, bringing forth a new order for humanity." But his version of order was cruel and twisted. The principal spat in contempt. The demon's words, cursing the dark sect, "You are the ones who mock humanity's morals. It is you who deceive the world with your wicked lies." Undeterred, the demon pressed on, continuing to preach the vile doctrines of his cult, as if spreading a dangerous ideology meant to destroy everything. Liu Qingfeng remained silent, his resolve hardening. Without a second thought, he charged forward, determined to silence this villain before he could utter more of his poison. The demon sneered, clearly amused. "I admire your directness, Master Liu," he said, before swiftly launching himself at Liu Qingfeng. In an instant, he left behind a red blur, his fiery wings rigid and ready for attack. With a sharp, forceful swing, he aimed his wings at Liu Qingfeng, but the latter was quick enough to block the strike with his sword. "This sword is called Demon's Burial," Liu Qingfeng declared. "It has the power to destroy evil spirits. Today, however, it will be used to strike down a human." With that, he swung the blade with immense force, but the demon managed to leap back just in time to evade the blow. The demon's laughter rang out once more, mocking, "Humans are nothing more than worthless creatures, unworthy of this world." Then with a roar, he shouted the battle cry of the Liu Shen sect, his wings unfurling as he soared into the sky. Liu Qingfeng quickly realized that his primary concern was the students. He called out to his comrades, his voice sharp and commanding. "Let everyone else handle the battle. I need to protect the children." On the school grounds, the battle between Liu Qingfeng and the demon raged on. The demon soared high in the sky, while Liu Qingfeng remained grounded in a defensive stance. Spotting an opening, Liu Qingfeng turned swiftly, his sword flashing through the air. With a fierce warning, he shouted, "Don't even think about coming near the school again." The demon, however, had been prepared for this. Liu Qingfeng gathered all his strength and struck with force. The demon extended his wings forward in defense, but the impact of the blow sent him crashing to the ground, shattering the earth and rocks beneath him. Shaking off the hit, the demon sprang back to his feet, clearly irritated. His face darkened and his teeth clenched in frustration. He sneered at Liu Qingfeng, praising him for successfully provoking his anger. Rather than feeling intimidated, Liu Qingfeng grew even more furious at the demon's arrogance. Why should I care about the pride of such a vile creature? He thought. The demon was nothing more than a beast, with far too much to say. Without hesitation, Liu Qingfeng drew on his energy, leaped into the air, and swung his sword in a powerful arc. The demon, already anticipating the attack, attempted to evade while preparing his own counterstrike. But Liu Qingfeng was caught off guard when the demon's wings suddenly unfurled, launching hundreds of sharp feathers toward him. As the demon gathered his power, he hissed, "Once you die, you'll join the gods." Liu Qingfeng was suddenly overwhelmed by a flurry of sharp daggers, his face twisted in shock as though he had never imagined such a relentless assault. Instinctively, he raised his sword, using it to block the barrage with all of his might, managing to halt the attack, though not without injury. In that moment, Liu Qingfeng realized there was no room left for mercy. The time to end this battle had come. As he fended off the dangerous onslaught, his body was covered in fresh wounds, but he remained determined. The demon, sensing his opponent's weakening state, grew excited. With a surge of energy, he transformed his wings into a massive sword. The deep crimson color of his wings added to the terror of the scene as he charged forward with deadly intent. But Liu Qingfeng did not falter. Seizing a fleeting opportunity, he knew this was the critical moment, the final chance to strike. As the demon's wings flew toward him at full speed, Liu Qingfeng hurled his mirror directly at him. In an instant, two beams of light erupted, fierce and blinding. Though Liu Qingfeng narrowly dodged the attack, the sword pierced through the air and struck the demon's chest, a fatal blow. The demon, unable to anticipate such a turn of events, was frozen in shock as the sword sank deep. His blood poured out in torrents and disbelief washed over his face. He groaned in agony, unable to comprehend how Liu Qingfeng had pulled off such a desperate move. "You? How could you?" he gasped. As the immense forces between them faded, the battlefield was left in ruins, bloodied and smoldering. Liu Qingfeng, covered in wounds but standing tall, declared with unwavering resolve, "Anyone who dares to threaten the future of our people is a dead man." After the intense battle, the demon lay defeated, its presence vanishing into the air. Teacher Liu Qingfeng, his body covered in deep wounds, collapsed to the ground. Leaning heavily on his sword for support, he no longer had the strength to rise. In that moment, he muttered, "Yu Sheng." His vision began to blur, his energy draining away, and his face turned ashen. To his surprise, Yu Sheng appeared before him. At first, the teacher thought it was just a hallucination, product of his nearing death. But no, Yu Sheng was really there. Liu Qingfeng felt a jolt of alarm. Why was his student here, of all places? Yu Sheng moved closer, sat down beside his teacher, and began speaking earnestly about his recent accomplishments. He had secured the top rank in the city of Mobai, although the results at the provincial level were still pending. Hearing this, despite his weakness, Liu Qingfeng felt an overwhelming sense of pride for his gifted student. Though his words were slow and labored, the admiration in his voice was clear. "You have always been the most exceptional talent I've ever known," he said, each word a struggle against the pain. Yu Sheng looked at his teacher's condition and felt a knot of worry tighten in his chest. He had succeeded, but now his teacher was on the brink of death. His heart aching, he whispered, "Teacher, you can't go like this." Seeing his student in such distress, Liu Qingfeng managed to offer him a weak but reassuring smile. He spoke, not just to comfort Yu Sheng, but also of himself. "Sometimes death can be a release. I don't want my departure to be in vain." With a trembling hand, Liu Qingfeng pulled a small token from his pocket. He handed it to Yu Sheng, his voice steady despite the pain. "Take this," he said. "It is the greatest pride of my life. If you carry this, it will prove that Yu Sheng is part of the family of martyrs. You carefully examine the symbol on my hand, and your heart aches with a deep sorrow." Liu Qingfeng spoke softly, "I'm from Zhu Chang. I'll stop them for you." Yu Sheng, overwhelmed with pain and grief, mustered his last bit of strength. Teacher Feng struggled to extend his hands toward him, but his injuries made even the smallest movement a painful effort. Seeing this, Yu Sheng moved closer, and finally, the teacher managed to pat his devoted student gently on the head. In his final moments, the teacher offered one last piece of advice. "No one has the right to ask you to change. You will always be yourself. Follow your own path." Yu Sheng stood silently, listening intently. Liu Qingfeng gathered what little strength he had left to speak again. "For the rest of your life, Yu Sheng, you must shine brightly." As soon as these words left his lips, Liu Qingfeng's body went limp. Yu Sheng, unable to hold back his emotions, whispered the word "shine" as if to carry on the teacher's will. But with it, the light that had once surrounded Liu Qingfeng vanished. Standing beside him, Yu Sheng couldn't hold back his tears. His grief and hatred boiled over. His teeth clenched, and he muttered, "You all deserve to die." His gaze was filled with burning hatred, a desire to reduce the evil before him to nothing but ash. Without hesitation, he grabbed his sword and poured every ounce of his strength into charging at the demons, attacking with relentless fury. The sword cut through the air with blinding speed, his eyes glowing with determination as he focused on his targets. He struck again and again, fearless as though he had nothing left to lose. At that moment, others arrived on the scene. They were frantic, unable to understand why Yu Sheng had become so violent. Wang Wenxian, looking on in shock, called out, "Yu Sheng, what's happening?" He seemed to begin to understand the gravity of the situation. Everyone's gaze shifted to Liu Qingfeng, who sat motionless among the fallen demons. Zhao Yushu, witnessing the scene, was overcome with fury. His anger surged, fueling his strength as it gathered at the tip of his long sword. With a sharp curse, he muttered, "These damn beasts." The old man, in response, plunged his spear into the ground with such force that it seemed ready to shatter. His eyes blazed with indignation. "Mr. Liu, today I will avenge you," he declared, his voice ringing with determination. Without hesitation, Zhang Yushu seized the spear, unleashing his powerful internal energy as he struck in a clean, straight line. The force of his blow sent the evil demons flying, while the brilliant light of his strike cut across the sky like a blade. Realizing something was wrong, White Snake began to reveal himself. The mastermind behind the plot, his eyes burned with malice, a reflection of his wicked heart. He seemed to challenge Zhang Yushu with a look of disdain, as if mocking him. Who would have thought it would be this old man? White Snake mused aloud. Then, with a roar that seemed to tear through the very air, he emerged from the trees, asserting his dominance. Below, Wang Wenxian and I felt small in comparison, but strangely, we were not afraid. The overwhelming surge of anger seemed to drown out all other emotions. Wang Wenxian, with clarity, began to expose the treacherous plot. It became clear that their plan was to wear them down with the spear first. The true mastermind, the Demon King, was nothing more than a fisherman, reeling in the benefits. Zhang Yushu, unshaken, stood firm, continuing to taunt Whitesnake. The Demon 6-star is merely of greeting when he returns. No harm done, he sneered, his contempt for the evil ones evident in his voice. Enraged, Whitesnake could no longer contain his fury. His rage, like a violent storm, erupted. He snapped back at Zhang Yushu. Old man, just because you killed the Demon King back, that doesn't mean you can defeat me now. I remained composed as though I were hearing a lighthearted tale and continued speaking to the Whitesnake. Stop wasting your words. Those who threaten humanity must pay 100-fold with their blood. With those words, Zhang Yushu wasted no time. He leaped into the air, his spear aimed directly at the Whitesnake. He charged forward with both force and reckless determination. The Whitesnake fixed him with a cold, unblinking stare and spoke. After all these years, Zhang Yushu, is this the extent of your skill? The beast began to retaliate. Seeing this, the old man swiftly took advantage of the moment, dodging the monster's attack. Moments later, he landed safely on the ground, only to see the Whitesnake charging toward him with frightening speed. But Zhang Yushu was ready. Gripping his spear tightly, he surged forward, shouting, "Go down to where the defeated Demon King lies." With those words, he thrust his spear forward, a rush of raw, untamed power behind it. His movements were so fast that the massive Whitesnake, despite its size, couldn't keep up. In a heartbeat, the old man was already past it. In the blink of an eye, finding himself in the perfect position, Zhang Yushu thrust the spear downward. Thanks to his years of experience, the tip of his spear pierced the snake's belly with astonishing speed, causing the beast to let out a terrible scream of pain. The sound cut through the air as the monster's body crumpled, overwhelmed by the agony. Breathing heavily and drenched in sweat, Zhang Yushu spoke again. Only by eradicating the entire demon race can you restore your honor so that the spirits of the many fallen heroes may finally rest. Below, Yusheng still burned with rage, ruthlessly eliminating every demon in his path. When he finally paused, the ground was littered with their bodies. His eyes remained fierce, still filled with an unrelenting fury, as though he could tear apart each demon with his bare hands. Zhang Yushu, seeing the situation, immediately stepped forward and gently offered comfort. "Good child, it's over now," he said softly. Yusheng turned at the sound of his voice. Zhang Yushu felt a deep sorrow for his friend, but knew he had to stay composed in order to comfort the children. He tried to reassure Yusheng, "Your teacher must be feeling some peace now up there." His eyes betrayed a quiet regret. Yusheng, however, no longer wished to hear such words. He walked past Zhang Yushu, heading straight towards teacher Liu Qingfeng. With great difficulty, Yusheng attempted to lift his lifeless teacher, his determination pushing him to move forward. As he did, he glanced back and called out to Zhang Yushu, "You killed 23 Dark Sect members. Don't forget to send the money. The school has cameras." Without another word, he walked away. Zhang Yushu stood still, lost in his thoughts as the sky above seemed to reflect the weight of his emotions. Dark clouds gathered, and soon heavy rain began to pour. He looked up at the sky, letting the rain wash over him, as if it could cleanse the sorrow within. Even after the battle had ended, there was still something about the situation that he couldn't quite come to terms with. Through the scope, the full scene unfolded, Yusheng struggling to carry his teacher, while Zhang Yushu remained standing, a figure caught in the rain. The person behind the binoculars, consumed with anger, threw them aside. Standing on the bridge's railing, he muttered with frustration, "Damn it, it's Zhang Yushu again. Are they trying to use me as cannon fodder? The plan's still unclear." He scorned the Dark Sect, calling them fools who thought they could defeat Zhang Yushu. With a final curse, he stormed off, seemingly ready to continue his watch. 3 days later, on a bright day with sunlight pouring through the clouds, teacher Liu Qingfeng was finally laid to rest in peace. A single flower was placed on his grave as Yusheng bowed to honor his teacher's memory. You return once again to report your achievements to teacher Liu, just as you had done many times before. As expected, you had already surpassed expectations, securing the top rank in the entire province. You remained the exceptional student in teacher Liu's eyes. Before leaving, you paused for a moment, your gaze falling on the teacher's emblem. You took it in your hand, holding it tightly against your shirt as a token of the treasured memories you shared. With a respectful bow, you bid your teacher farewell and then turned to leave. Upon entering the city, Zhang Yushu was already waiting for you. He immediately asked about the burial of teacher Liu. Yusheng didn't answer him. Instead, he simply walked past. Zhang Yushu was puzzled. Watching Yusheng walk away, he wondered if his friend was blaming him. Yusheng stopped in his tracks and turned around, responding, "Why would I blame you?" Zhang Yushu seemed to need clarification. He explained that since the Dark Sect had been targeting him, not Liu Qingfeng, He had fought in Liu's place and perished. If only he had acted faster, he might have been able to save his friend. Yu Sheng listened quietly and then said, "Isn't it natural that sometimes you can't save someone?" Zhang Yushu was suddenly overcome with guilt, unable to say anything more. He then shifted the conversation to the subject of recommending Yu Sheng to the secret academy. "Teacher Liu Qingfeng was proud of you," Zhang Yushu explained. "He hopes you will live up to this medal." Yu Sheng made no objections. He simply nodded and continued on his way. When he returned home, just as he was about to rest, there was a knock at the door. Yu Sheng opened it to find Lai Yihan standing outside. He had come to inform him that the head of the military assessment had extended an invitation, asking if there was anyone Yu Sheng wanted to eliminate. Lai Yihan added that once he returned to school, Yu Sheng's mission would take a significant turn. "Helping you carry out these tasks won't be as easy as it was before. Seems like you're getting more involved," Lai Yihan remarked. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng immediately asked, "How did you rank, Lai Yihan?" With a hint of pride, Lai Yihan replied, "Ninth place." Yu Sheng pressed further, "Ninth place in Jiangbai province." Lai Yihan answered quietly, "No, ninth in Mobai City." Yu Sheng felt a surge of helplessness. He truly couldn't understand how the military academy had accepted this kid. But Lai Yihan remained unfazed. "Ninth place in Mobai City isn't bad," he said. "I'm asking you, Yu Sheng, point me to someone so I can take action." Yu Sheng paused. His face darkened as painful memories surfaced. With a quiet intensity, he finally spoke. "I really despise people from the dark sect. Just take care of one of them, however you see fit." Lai Yihan didn't flinch. The dark sect. Consider it done. He turned to leave, as if already preparing for the mission. Just before he stepped out, Yu Sheng called him back. "Once you deal with a dark sect member, there will be a reward. Since you're doing this for me, the reward will be yours." Lai Yihan, though uninterested in rewards, agreed without hesitation. He had no intention of taking the money, but he accepted the task out of respect. As he stepped out of Yu Sheng's house, he casually began searching for the bounty on a dark sect member. Confident in his future as the world's top assassin, he saw no reason to be swayed by trivial amounts. Then he saw the number. 30,000? Lai Yihan suddenly panicked and sprang to his feet. No longer did he wish to remain an assassin. Instead, he dreamed of becoming a heroic figure, one who could defeat the dark sect, earn vast wealth, and gain widespread respect. At that moment, Zhao Zicheng, who was on his way to meet Yu Sheng, saw Lai Yihan jumping around in the middle of the street. He couldn't help but think that the man must be unwell. Shrugging it off, Zhao Zicheng continued on his way to deliver some good news to Yu Sheng. When he arrived, Yu Sheng looked up in confusion. "Why is everyone bothering me today?" he asked. With excitement in his voice, Zhao Zicheng announced the secret academy has sent you an invitation to take their entrance exam. Yu Sheng, still puzzled, asked, "Is that all? Why the big fuss?" Zhao Zicheng disagreed, clearly excited. "This is definitely worth celebrating. The secret academy is the most prestigious institution founded by Mo Ji. How can you not be excited? They only admit 3 students a year, and every graduate gains tremendous fame." As Zhao Zicheng continued to gush, Yu Sheng couldn't help but feel that the name Secret Academy sounded vaguely familiar. Zhao Zicheng, caught up in his own enthusiasm, added, "This will bring honor to your family name. Soon the entire nation will know the name Zhao Zicheng." While the two of them spoke, a man approached looking strangely familiar. He asked about Zhao Zicheng's identity and then angrily accused him of ruining his life. Zhao Zicheng looked at the man with surprise. "May I ask who you are?" The man suddenly lunged forward and grabbed Zhao Zicheng by the collar. "I'm the scoundrel you accuse of harassing women, the one who ended up in prison because of you." Yu Sanshui, realizing the man's identity, couldn't help but groan, feeling a headache coming on. Oh, the world really is small. Yu Sanshui, however, was far from pleased. "If it weren't for an old friend bailing me out, I'd have had to take my time getting back at you. The little troublemaker. I was just reading palm lines when he got you reported. Let's see if I end up tearing this kid apart or not." Zhao Zicheng watched him warily. "Uncle, don't pick on someone like me. I'll get my revenge," he said defiantly. Yu Sansheng shot him a quick, irritated glance, clearly annoyed by the interference. "Do you really think the police are your personal servants?" he snapped. But as soon as he learned the kid's identity, fear washed over him. "My God, do I really have to stay locked up for a few more days?" he muttered under his breath. After sorting out his own issues, Yu Sansheng turned to his son. "So, how's the competition going? How did you do? Are you getting along with your classmates?" he asked, trying to make conversation. His son didn't seem interested. He brushed past his father without responding. "I'm going out for a bit," the boy said flatly. Yu Sansheng looked after him awkwardly. "Be careful. Maybe invite your classmates over for a meal sometime," he suggested. but the only response he received was the sharp sound of the door slamming shut. Once Yu Sheng had left, Yu Sansheng sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging. The phone rang suddenly, breaking the silence. As expected, his old habits hadn't changed. "Hello, Xiao Lai. It's me. Something came up recently, and I didn't mean to ignore you. Is your husband home tonight?" he asked, his voice a little apologetic. Shifting his attention elsewhere, Yu Sheng quickly unlocked the door with his key. He had arrived at Liu Qingfeng's dorm. Deciding to stay the night, he sat down on the sofa and let himself relax. At that moment, a sudden memory from the past resurfaced. Liu Qingfeng had given him an item along with a final message. "This is the pride of my entire life. It proves that you are a member of the martyr's family." The weight of those words hit him hard, and his mood turned somber. After a brief pause, he remembered his phone and dialed a number. "It's Yu Sheng. I need to get a medal, but I'm not sure where to find the people from the dark sect." The person on the other end responded, "Is it really worth wasting the favor I owe you for something so trivial?" Without hesitation, Yu Sheng replied, "Absolutely." There was a brief silence before the voice on the phone spoke again. "I'll send you a message before 7 p.m. tonight. I can't promise much, but it should be enough for you to get the medal." Yu Sheng's mood lifted immediately. He agreed without a second thought, his fingers brushing the badge that Liu Qingfeng had entrusted to him. A small, involuntary smile crossed his face. "One's lifelong pride, perhaps I should take a little more." At that moment, the principal stepped up to the podium and addressed the students. "There will come a day when you all become towering trees supporting the sky of humanity." The students below gazed up at him with admiration. But Yu Sheng, standing apart from the crowd, was lost in his own thoughts. He realized that graduation had finally arrived. Zhao Zicheng, who was standing behind him, noticed his distant look and asked, "Boss, why do you seem different today?" "Although I can't quite explain why, I still sense that something about you feels different today." At that moment, it seemed as though something clicked in his mind. "Right, Mr. Yu, you received an invitation from the Secret Academy too, didn't you? When are we leaving?" "I need to get the tickets." Yu Sheng reminded him, "There's no need for tickets. We're driving ourselves. The Secret Academy is located in Gangchang, and along the way are several hideouts belonging to the Dark Sect. I've already planned the route." Zhao Zicheng nodded. "Got it, boss. You're planning to take down the Dark Sect to avenge Teacher Liu, right? Leave it to me." With that, he brought out an impressive high-end car. It turned out that the young man had borrowed it from his father, planning to slip away with his boss under the cover of night. Zhao Zicheng grinned at him. "Hurry up, Mr. Yu. My dad is completely against me going to the Secret Academy. We need to leave fast." He then used the key taken from his father to unlock the car. Yu Sheng eyed him curiously. "Do you even know how to drive?" Without missing a beat, Zhao Zicheng showed off his skills, slamming his foot on the gas. The car surged forward, and he grinned, saying, "Of course not. But the young swordsman is ready to go, eager to face the world. Those Dark Sect scoundrels will definitely teach them some manners." As he looked down at the emblem in his hand, Yu Sheng felt a sense of contemplation. Asterisk, is this the purpose of life? Asterisk. Returning to the shadowed cliff, King Yi was warmly greeted by the others as she departed with the master of the Lin Pavilion. The master of the Lin Pavilion briefly glanced at the young man before asking, "Is it really necessary for us to go to Gangchang? You could just stay at the shadowed cliff." King Yi shook her head. "What's there to fear in making a sacrifice for the Hui people? Besides, I have to go on a training journey." With that, they both made their way toward their destination. After a short while, King Yi found herself unexpectedly surprised. The master of the Lin Pavilion, though confident, also seemed somewhat cautious. "Don't worry, old Zhang only summoned me to go to the demon suppression gate." Meanwhile, atop a rooftop, Latian was having a conversation with a young woman. She smiled and said, "The Academy has issued a new assessment mission, and it's to go to Gangchang." Latian's brows furrowed at the mention of the name. "Gangchang, huh? It's fine. Someone like you shouldn't be stuck in a small place like this. Go on, your future is still long and full of potential." He then shifted the conversation to another topic. "Next, I'll have a Gangchang to handle the 2 Academy students. I'll also submit your promotion to Godly Envoy to the higher-ups." After giving her the necessary instructions, the call ended. Meanwhile, the individual who had received the assignment began to think about how best to carry it out. The Academy's covered students were notorious for their incredible abilities. For a regular level 4 awakened one, it would be as if walking into certain death. It seemed that this time, the only option was to deal with the new students. Yu Sheng and Zhao Zicheng were still on their way to the academy when the car suddenly began to struggle. Frustration quickly turned into anger for Zhao Zicheng. "This damn old car breaks down after just a few kilometers," he muttered angrily. Yu Sheng, feeling the weight of the situation, quickly suggested a possible solution that gave Zhao Zicheng a glimmer of hope. His method is simple. Just call the police and report that the person in front of us is driving without a license. Then you'll have the money to buy a ticket to gang Chang. Zhao Chang's face darkened with fury as he responded immediately. What am I supposed to do now? Wait, boss, please don't actually call the police. Give me one more chance. I've got another plan. Just then, Yu Shang's phone rang. Yu Shang, didn't I already send you the information? His boss asked. Hearing his boss speak to someone else, Zhao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Yu Shang wasn't truly going to report him after all. Yu Shang quickly made his request. I need a car right now. In return, I'll give you some information, specifically the identity of the person who ran out of Zui Chang. I can use this intel to make a deal. The person on the other end of the line sounded irritated. Do you think I'm an idiot? That person is your maid. Everyone knows when she steps out of that 5-star place. Yu Shang didn't back down. They'll have no choice but to report that you're involved in the black market and use the reward money to buy a car. The man remained unyielding. Look, he said, people like us might be scared off by threats, but if you've got the courage, what can you do? Hearing his tone, Yu Shang realized this deal was likely going to fall through. Without hesitation, he ended the call, which left Zhao Chang stunned. Just then, the phone rang again, but Yu Shang firmly hung up once more. He turned to Zhao Chang and said, Zhu Chang's rules state that both parties must agree on a price for the deal to go through. I don't have the leverage to negotiate with him. Yet again, the phone rang. This time, the man's voice sounded more desperate. Don't hang up. Don't report me. I'll arrange a free car for you. All I need is a heads up when I need something, as long as it doesn't interfere with your interests. With that, the agreement between the two was made and the transaction moved forward. The car was delivered swiftly to the agreed location. The old man stepped outside, glancing around, but he couldn't spot anyone. He waited for a moment, but the two had already hidden off to the side, observing from a distance. Yu Shang was deeply uneasy about encountering the old man, especially since he had killed his wife. Once the old man had left, the two of them moved quickly and took the car. After checking the map, Yu Shang pointed ahead. The workshop is that way. Drive fast and head inside. However, when they reached the workshop, they found the door locked, and it seemed there was no way in. Growing frustrated, Yu Shang shouted, "Ram the door." Although Zhao Chang felt a deep sense of sadness, he had no choice but to follow his boss's orders. Inside, the atmosphere shifted immediately. The moment the intruders were spotted, the group of people became tense, quickly surrounding the area in full alert. Zhao Chang, his voice full of concern, muttered, "Oh my god, there are so many of them. Is the boss okay?" Seeing Yu Shang's face, the group's anger boiled over. One of them cursed, "How did that reckless fool end up here? Grab him and make him talk." However, before he could finish his sentence, his head was cleanly severed from his body. Yu Shang had appeared behind them, his gaze cold and unforgiving. "I will destroy anyone who harms others. Yu Shang will always stand for justice." Another man, spotting an opening, charged at Yu Shang, but Yu Shang dodged with ease, his movements flawless. Without missing a beat, a sharp blade shot from his arm, piercing through the man's chin and ending his life instantly. Meanwhile, Zhao Chang, still in the vehicle, recorded the scene, reading aloud with a hint of admiration. "Look at that. Our classmate Yu Shang working hard to take down the dark sect, or maybe he's just doing what's right." Once all the enemies were dealt with, Yu Shang turned to Zhao Chang and asked, "Is the recording done?" Zhao Chang gave a thumbs up. "It's all saved on my phone, boss. You don't know how awesome you look back there." Then, with a playful tone, Zhao Chang added, "Hey, next time, could you leave one for me to handle? I'd love to be a hero too." Yu Shang paused for a moment, then gave a nod of agreement. "You're right. You should train a bit more." A group of armed members from the dark sect was sent after Zhao Chang, forcing him to flee in panic. As he ran, he called out desperately, "Boss, hurry and save me." Yu Shang, however, paid him no attention. "I'm at residential building no. 2825 East City Yulin." Turning to King Yi and the master of the Lin Pavilion, she asked with curiosity, "Master, why are we taking the car?" He smiled knowingly, as though it were part of her training. While psychic abilities were powerful, physical strength should not be overlooked. He nodded toward Miss Kiao, who had become winded after just a few steps. "This journey is meant to help you build that strength, not because I don't have a car. But I think you've trained enough for now," he added. "Next, we'll be targeting a few dark sect hideouts. After that, your training will come to an end. I was once a deputy leader, so I can still gather some useful intelligence. I learned a tactic from young Yu Shang. Eliminate them, and you'll earn rewards." "Does that mean we'll have money for bus tickets?" she asked, glancing ahead at a couple of dark sect members in the distance. However, as they approached, the master of the Lin Pavilion froze in surprise. The dark sect members inside had already been taken out, completely wiped out by someone else. It was as if the ground had suddenly fallen away beneath him. Has someone stolen my thunder? He muttered. At the same time, hot headlines flashed across the newspapers. Asterisk shocking. The young genius who wiped out the dark sect leads the reward wave for their elimination. Asterisk. Zhao Chang looked at his phone, his face lighting up with excitement. Boss, take a look. We did a huge gain. Now, everyone across humanity is learning, and we're getting rewarded for tracking down members of the dark sect. Yu Sheng, however, calmly interrupted. There's no need to act just yet. Zhao Chang was surprised and immediately asked, why? You know how eager I am to help shut down the dark sect's activities. If I don't do something about it for even a day, I feel uneasy. Yu Sheng met his eyes silently. He recalled how Zhao Chang would often seem uncomfortable during past operations, and for a moment, he wasn't sure how to respond. Finally, Yu Sheng said, right now, our pace is slowing down. We've already disrupted their operations quite a bit, and the dark sect will likely try to respond. If we keep pushing forward like this, we could walk right into a trap. Our priority now is to head straight to Gang Chang. Meanwhile, at a secret dark sect location, its members were gathered discussing Yu Sheng's bold declaration online about dismantling their group. In response, they began preparing an elaborate trap. But when they heard movement outside, they immediately went on high alert. To their surprise, it wasn't Yu Sheng who appeared. It was Lin Auspicious Lord and King Yi. Realizing they had drawn the wrong targets, the dark sect members didn't back down. Instead, they moved quickly, hoping to overpower both newcomers. Despite his age, Lin Auspicious Lord's mind remained sharp. In an instant, he tapped into the power of a level 6 Awakened One. With a single focused motion, he conjured a powerful whirlwind that sent their attackers flying backward. Gang Chang was livelier than ever, with only 3 days left before the Mock Academy's exam began. Yu Sheng's car smoothly drove past the hotel gate, instantly attracting the attention of everyone nearby. All eyes turned toward the vehicle, with a mix of curiosity and surprise clearly visible on their faces. Inside the car, Zhao Chang smiled faintly, sensing the gaze of the crowd. He felt a sense of pride, believing that he was being recognized as an emerging star. However, Yu Sheng remained unaffected. His expression remained cold and unreadable, showing no sign of surprise. Instead, he quietly considered the potential consequences of the situation. If Zhao Chang's reputation continues to grow, the dark sect won't hesitate to take action, likely attempting to eliminate him in order to secure their dominance. Yu Sheng thought to himself. On the other hand, Zhao Chang was less concerned. He believed that if the danger ever reached such a level, he could simply enroll in the secret academy and stay there for the entire year, never leaving its walls. His confidence made him think that no one would dare break into the academy to kill him. Yu Sheng glanced at him and nodded, offering a word of advice. Keep moving forward, no matter the risks that might come at any moment. Outside, a group of reporters had already gathered. Their cameras flashed constantly, capturing the scene as they snapped photos in rapid succession, preparing for what they anticipated would be a big news story that night. Articles were already being written, with headlines focused on the impressive strategies of Yu Sheng and Zhao Chang, predictions about their chances of success in the Secret Academy's exam. At the same time, just outside the Secret Academy's gate, a young muscular man approached silently. He carried a large gravestone on his back. His steps were slow but deliberate, each one exuding a quiet determination. The young man hadn't made it far when another youth suddenly blocked his path. The newcomer wore a purple robe and looked at him with an air of arrogance. Without hesitation, he mocked the young man, stating that he was not yet mature enough to be admitted into the academy. The young man, still holding the gravestone on his shoulder, remained calm. He responded without missing a beat. The opponent is no match for me. The youth in the purple robe didn't believe him. To test the claim, he quickly launched an attack. In a flash, the young man reacted. He swung the gravestone with precision and force, knocking the challenger unconscious in an instant. Coldly, the young man repeated the words he had said earlier. The opponent is no match for me. The incident spread like wildfire. Soon, rumors circulated about the boy with the gravestone, who had awakened for the second time, sparking widespread intrigue. People began to speculate about his powerful strategy, and many believed he had a 50-50 chance of succeeding in the Secret Academy's upcoming exam. As night fell, the excitement from the day's events had yet to subside when another unexpected occurrence took place near the city gates. A group of people rushed in, panic in their voices as they shouted about the appearance of a demon. The situation grew even more tense when it was revealed that the creature was a second-level demon. Several in the crowd immediately suggested they seek help from the Secret Academy. Amid the chaos, a young girl emerged. Her small frame stood in sharp contrast to the panic surrounding her. Without hesitation, she took charge of the situation. Assessing it quickly, she stepped forward and gave a firm command to her demon, Great White, instructing it to stop. She quickly clarified to everyone that Great White was her awakened item and that the whole situation was just a misunderstanding. At the same time, she lowered her head and apologized for causing any inconvenience to those around her. As soon as she finished speaking, her gaze shifted sharply to Great White, a look of mild reproach for secretly munching on her lollipop. The scene seemed to ease the crowd's tension. Several people chuckled at her innocent yet endearing expression, and no one pressed further for punishment. Before long, the incident became the talk of the town. Word spread about Lin Xiao, the girl who had awakened for the second time, with an unclear strategy and an extremely slim 0.3% chance of passing the Secret Academy's entrance exam. Meanwhile, from a distance, another young man stood watching the Secret Academy. His eyes, glowing faintly in the dark, observed every detail. He was taking in everything that had transpired that day, storing it in his memory. His sharp instincts had already led him to understand the situation regarding the newcomers who were soon to face the Academy's entrance exam. In his mind, he silently calculated and waited for the right moment to set his plan in motion. The end of the entrance exam would mark the perfect time to act, and he would no longer remain a mere shadow in the background. On a quiet street, a black car raced by. Its engine purred smoothly, almost like a beast poised to spring into action at any moment. With only one day left until the Secret Academy's exam officially began, the air of anticipation was thick across the city. In the car, the girl sat in the passenger seat, her eyes locked forward with an intense focus. Something unusual caught her attention, and without hesitation, she leaned toward the man in the driver's seat and said, "The gate ahead looks like it's about to close." The man known as the Master of the Lin Pavilion showed no sign of worry. His expression remained calm as he instructed the girl to brace herself, for he was about to speed up. Without a moment's delay, the car surged forward, its acceleration powerful enough to blur the world outside, transforming the scenery into streaks of light as though the very sky was being ripped apart. But just as they neared the gate, the Master of the Lin Pavilion slammed on the brakes. The car screeched to a sudden stop, the sound echoing sharply in the stillness. Both of them quickly exited the car to assess what was happening. The atmosphere felt heavy, charged with an unspoken tension. As they looked at the group of people gathered before the gate, they appeared determined, but there was a sense of unease in the air. The girl glanced around, her expression filled with confusion and curiosity, then turned to the Master of the Lin Pavilion and asked, "Why did you stop like that?" The Master of the Lin Pavilion, his eyes sharp, slightly narrowed his brow and answered with a cold edge in his voice. He wants to know who would dare to close the gate without any warning. He's certain that whoever is behind this will have to answer for it. On top of the high wall near the gate, a young man sat quietly, his eyes distant yet brimming with arrogance. He looked down at the scene below, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth, before speaking in a tone laced with mockery. "The fools standing beneath the gate don't even realize the Academy's exam hasn't officially started yet." At present, the Academy was still in the process of sending out invitation letters for the assessment. Below, a man in the crowd, unable to mask his frustration, spoke up and asked, "Why has the Academy called us here, only to stop us at the gate?" The young man perched on the wall remained unfazed by the outburst and responded coolly, "The words of the Secret Academy are truth, and if the gate is closed, it means no one else is allowed to enter. Those standing outside should turn back." His reply only served to heighten the anger of a young man with green hair in the crowd. His expression twisted with frustration, and he quickly grabbed a large stone, clearly intending to force his way through the barrier. The young man on the wall briefly raised an eyebrow at the bold move, but then sighed softly to himself, muttering, "There's definitely something strange happening today." The green-haired youth wasted no time with words. He swung his arm and slammed the stone against the wall with force. Each strike echoed loudly, resonating with raw power. After several blows, a large hole appeared in the wall. The green-haired youth looked up at the one sitting above him and, with a defiant glare, asked, "Will this cause any problems?" The young man on the wall seemed indifferent, offering a nonchalant response, "There's nothing to worry about." Watching the entire scene unfold, the Master of the Lin Pavilion kept his composure. Turning to the girl beside him, he explained, "This is the rule of the Secret Academy. What may seem unfair or unreasonable is actually a manifestation of its authority and order, the very foundation of this place." Meanwhile, from within the city, Yu Sheng cautiously peeked out, observing the commotion outside with sharp, calculating eyes. The usual calm outside the Academy gate had shifted, giving way to an unusual bustle. Yu Sheng moved quietly, a large bag slung over his shoulder. His eyes were sharp with caution. After making sure there were no cameras watching him, he swiftly scaled the gate and vanished into the night, his movements deliberate and discreet. Only a few minutes later, a young man sitting on a nearby rooftop caught sight of Yu Sheng's actions. A thought flickered in his mind, and a smirk spread across his face. With a hint of sarcasm, he muttered to himself, sneaking in before the start of school to arrange sleeping pills. This year's freshmen are certainly intriguing. In a quiet room, the first light of dawn seeped through a narrow crack in the window, filling the space with a soft, peaceful glow. Yu Sheng and Zhao Zai Cheng lay soundly asleep on the bed, their bodies completely relaxed. But then, an uneasy feeling stirred within Yu Sheng. He sat up, his expression momentarily blank before quickly regaining his focus. Looking around, he realized that there was no time to waste. He began preparing for the exam, his movements quick and purposeful. Once everything was ready, he turned to Zhao Zi Cheng, still peacefully asleep beside him. The sight of Zhao Zi Cheng's calm face made Yu Sheng uneasy. He couldn't shake the feeling of discomfort that lingered. He wondered how his companion could sleep so deeply, so soundly, without a care in the world. Rather than attempting to wake him again, Yu Sheng reached for a small bag that gave off a foul odor. He tossed it onto Zhao Zi Cheng, hoping the unpleasant scent would finally stir him from his deep sleep. Afterward, Yu Sheng turned and walked out of the room, deliberately avoiding a glance at his friend's reaction. In an instant, the foul stench from the bag began to spread, quickly rousing Zhao Zi Cheng from his sleep. Startled and disoriented by the unpleasant odor, Zhao Zi Cheng furrowed his brows, unable to control his frustration. Panicking, he shouted in irritation, overwhelmed by the foul smell that filled the air. He leaped out of bed, disoriented and irritated, losing all patience as he hurried after Yu Sheng, shouting at him in protest. Yu Sheng remained calm, turning his head slightly to reply, "We need to get ready for the exam." Unfazed, Zhao Zi Cheng pressed on, still following him. "It's only 6 a.m. We still have 2 hours before it starts. With our skills, we'll definitely get selected, so there's no need to rush." Yu Sheng gave a casual response. "You can go back to sleep for another 2 hours if you like." But Zhao Zi Cheng refused to back down. Determined not to let Yu Sheng go alone, he kept pace with him, unwilling to let the matter drop. The two soon reached the entrance of the secret academy, where several other candidates had already gathered. The atmosphere was thick with tension and anxiety. All eyes were on the massive, imposing gate that had just opened, signaling the beginning of the exam. The sound of the gate's creaking drawbridge caught everyone's attention. A tall, slender, middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a composed demeanor stepped out from behind the gate to greet the candidates. That is Su Yuan King, the academy's instructor. As soon as Su Yuan King made his appearance, the entire crowd shifted their focus towards him, eager to hear the important announcement he was about to make. With a casual tone, Su Yuan King introduced himself. He paused for a moment, observing the reactions of the crowd before continuing. He explained that although he was technically a teacher, he preferred the role of a boss. With a slight grin, he encouraged everyone to call him Mr. Su. Once the introductions were over, Su Yuan King motioned for everyone to move inside. At his signal, the candidates quickly began to push forward, eager to enter the gate. Standing aside, Su Yuan King muttered to himself as he kept count of the candidates. 37, 38, 42, 43. The noise and movement of the crowd only heightened the tension in the air. Just as the next group of candidates was about to enter, Su Yuan King suddenly raised his hand to halt them and coldly announced that they were being eliminated. Whispers spread quickly through the crowd, followed by murmurs of disbelief and anger. One young man, unable to contain his frustration, shouted, "You have to give us a reason for eliminating us." The atmosphere grew even more charged as another candidate, equally unwilling to remain silent, demanded an explanation for their sudden disqualification. In that tense moment, a bold young man stepped forward. He held up a shiny black card and explained that it contained 500,000, his entire spending money for the month. Su Yuan King's eyes immediately lit up with interest. The young man went on, offering to waive any commission and invest the money in Su Yuan King's company for free. At the mention of such a substantial amount, Su Yuan King was clearly intrigued. Without wasting a moment, he asked for the card's PIN. The young man flashed a smug smile and revealed the first 3 digits, 147. He added that the remaining 3 digits would be provided after he passed the exam. Xiang Yuan King smiled with satisfaction and inquired further about how the young man preferred to be addressed. When the young man revealed his name, Sun Wen, the other candidates immediately congratulated him with enthusiasm. They invited him to join the academy, wishing him a fulfilling and successful experience there. Taking the opportunity, they also discussed their plans to develop their businesses, repeatedly highlighting the potential for promising future collaborations. However, not everyone shared this approach. One of the candidates, clearly upset, spoke out, accusing the others of cheating on the exam. He insisted he would report the academy's unethical behavior to the Department of Education, vowing to expose their actions. Meanwhile, Sun Wen stood confidently at the center of the crowd, his posture radiating authority and respect. The people around him, not daring to act disrespectfully, cleared the way for him. They even invited him to join the line first, despite the inconvenience it caused them. From a distance, Yu Sheng observed the scene and couldn't help but smiled to himself. He remembered how Chang had closed the door earlier than expected the day before, and he knew that anyone paying close attention would have realized the importance of arriving early today. Seeing the group of people behind foolishly eliminated from the process, Yu Sheng couldn't suppress his amusement. How could they have been so oblivious? His thoughts shifted to Sun Wen. The young man seemed to have a knack for using money to solve problems. Yu Sheng wondered if Sun Wen's success in getting into the academy was due to his sharp thinking or if it was simply a result of his wealth. As Yu Sheng glanced at Sang Yuan King, he couldn't help but recall how the man had joyfully held up his card the day before, his face beaming with delight. His thoughts were still lingering in the air when suddenly a young man in the crowd became visibly upset. He voiced his frustration, questioning how the enrollment fee for the secret academy could be set at just 500,000. The young man criticized loudly, claiming that people had once believed the secret academy to be a place of absolute fairness. Now, with such a price, they couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. Upon hearing this, Xiang Yuan King let out a sneer of disbelief. Calmly, he asked the young man if he had 500,000. The young man quickly responded, admitting that he didn't have it at the moment. However, he added that in the future, once he reached the age of Shu Yuan King, such an amount would seem insignificant. He even went so far as to say that his own son would have no interest in it. Xiang Yuan King, hearing this confident reply, only smirked and dismissed the words as empty. He thought the young man's claims carried no real weight. With a sarcastic tone, Xiang Yuan King ordered the young man to be escorted out, deducting a point from him as a modest yet humiliating punishment. Just then, a figure moved swiftly through the crowd. A woman appeared out of nowhere, her speed unmatched. She landed a forceful blow to the young man's head, leaving him stunned and unable to react. Casually, she spoke, "If Xiang Yuan King ever has business to attend to, remember to call me. We'll split the points earned." Her words were both mocking and calculating, laced with a quiet confidence. As the crowd continued to murmur about the scene, a voice rang out, revealing that the young man who had just been struck was Liu Yu, once ranked first in the pacification competition. The onlookers couldn't help but marvel at how Liu Yu, a person of such stature, was now forced to bow his head over something so trivial. At that moment, someone else spoke up defending Liu Yu. They argued that Liu Yu was far stronger than he appeared. His quick movements, though brief, had clearly demonstrated that he could reach at least the fourth sense, or possibly even the fifth. This was all achieved after just 1 year of training. Amid the growing noise, Sang Yuan King remained composed. He took a step forward, scanning the crowd with a calm but challenging gaze. With a slight smirk, he asked if anyone else was eager to show off. He intended to use this opportunity to weed out a few more individuals, saving time for the truly worthy. Sang Yuan King's challenge silenced the crowd. No one dared to respond. In the thick silence that followed, Yu Sheng stepped forward. With his head held high, he met Sang Yuan King's eyes and asked if it would be possible for him to bypass the usual testing process and be admitted directly to the academy. Sang Yuan King shot him a sharp look, but quickly softened, smiling as he confirmed that Yu Sheng from Zhu Cheng had officially become a student of the secret academy. Zhao Zicheng, standing nearby, could barely hide his shock. He had not expected that with a simple question, Yu Sheng would be granted direct admission. His mind raced, wondering if there was any chance he could achieve the same feat. Before he could finish his thoughts, another young man from the crowd rushed forward. With a bold air, he confidently declared that he too had the ability to bypass the normal process and be directly promoted. Without a second thought, Sang Yuan King dismissed the young man with a wave, even telling him to leave immediately. Turning back to Yu Sheng, Sang Yuan King's expression became serious. He revealed that there were at least 6 pounds of explosives planted within the academy grounds. If Yu Sheng's requests were rejected, the academy would explode, burying everyone present in a process. Yu Sheng met Shu Yuan King's gaze calmly, showing no trace of fear. He explained that, through careful observation, he had found numerous similarities between the secret academy and Zhu Cheng. Therefore, he believed that nothing would happen as long as the trigger remained unactivated. Yu Sheng's words made Shu Yuan King pause for a moment, deep in thought. It occurred to him that perhaps next year he should consider recruiting more talent from Zhu Cheng, as those from there seemed to possess far greater potential than those who only spoke in vague terms here. Curiosity got the better of Shu Yuan King, and he asked Yu Sheng, "If I had turned down your request earlier, would you have triggered the detonator?" Yu Sheng answered calmly, "No, I wouldn't have. The detonator could only be activated if the explosives were real and capable of detonating." These words stunned Shu Yuan King. He struggled to believe that the explosives were fake, especially since he had clearly smelled the distinct scent of gunpowder earlier. Yu Sheng went on to explain, under Mojia's laws, possessing firearms and dangerous items like explosives is a serious crime. It carries a prison sentence of 5 to 10 years or even life imprisonment. So, instead of carrying real explosives, I brought some fireworks, scattered them around, and made them look like explosives. Just as Yu Sheng finished speaking, a voice came over the loudspeaker, announcing that Xu Yuan King had lost 50 points for failing in his supervision duties. Enraged, Xu Yuan King couldn't hold back his anger and shouted at Yu Sheng. But Yu Sheng remained as composed as ever, offering only a small, knowing smile. If Xu Yuan King hadn't asked me twice, I wouldn't have bothered explaining. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Xu Yuan King fixed Yu Sheng with a cold, piercing stare, which only seemed to draw out a mocking, almost playful smile from Yu Sheng in response. He recalled the student's name and made sure to reiterate his hope that Yu Sheng would enjoy a comfortable life at the secret academy over the next 3 years. Xu Yuan King underscored the potential for Yu Sheng's future at the academy, but his words were laced with sharp sarcasm. He couldn't let go of the resentment over the 50 points and silently promised to take his time settling the score with him. Yu Sheng, hearing this, lowered his head and responded calmly, "Thank you, Su teacher, for your kind words." Yet beneath his composed exterior, he knew that this competition would not be an easy one. Without wasting time, Xu Yuan King turned to address the crowd, declaring the start of the first test. His tone was filled with authority as though he were asserting control over the situation. He even went on to highlight his own background, emphasizing that he was a man of humble origins, robbed by those in power. Every time he expelled one of the students, he earned 0.8 points. He assured them that this year's exam would be especially harsh, unlike any before it. Then he dropped the bombshell. The first test would be a one-on-one duel between Yu Sheng and another student, with the loser being eliminated on the spot. Xu Yuan King repeatedly pointed out that Yu Sheng, as the senior student, the first to enroll in this session, was responsible for guiding the newcomers. He stressed that this was a duty Yu Sheng couldn't avoid. Yu Sheng, however, remained composed. He glanced at Xu Yuan King and, with a slight challenge in his voice, asked, "Aren't you worried that this year you might be the only one left to enroll?" His question stirred a murmur among the crowd, with a few people frowning in discomfort and displeasure. Xu Yuan King responded with a wide grin, as if he had only asked a simple, innocent question. He confidently assured that, despite the Academy's emphasis on quality over quantity, having just one student wouldn't be a problem. Far from being bothered by it, he actually felt a sense of pride. Additionally, this time, he was personally overseeing the exam, and there would be no old man lurking in the shadows to change the questions he had carefully crafted. He boldly stated that if Yu Sheng could handle the other candidates, he would reward him with a few extra points. However, Yu Sheng remained unfazed by Xu Yuan King's words. Instead, he smirked and responded with a touch of sarcasm. "Are you saying the number of students doesn't really matter, as long as the quality is there, right?" Without missing a beat, Xu Yuan King nodded in agreement. In his mind, a clear plan for revenge was already forming, along with a strategy to control the enrollment process. He believed his plan was flawless. Not only would it allow him to exact his revenge, but it would also give him full control over the admissions. Yu Sheng, still calm, responded with a playful tone. "Well, that certainly puts my mind at ease. If there's 10,000 yuan involved, I'm willing to throw the match. People can pay either in cash or by scanning the QR code." He raised his phone, the QR code clearly visible on the screen as a mocking challenge. His voice remained steady, but carried a note of defiance as he continued. "If anyone wants to try and beat me, that's fine. But if I'm already enrolled and they still need to hold an exam, even if I lose, it won't make a difference." In the midst of the crowd, Zhu Zaicheng raised his hand and boldly declared, "As a young person, I must seize the title of champion and dominate this era. Only then will I earn the respect I deserve." With unwavering determination, Zhu Zaicheng stepped forward. Despite a moment of internal hesitation, he knew he could not back down from Yu Sheng's challenge. Yu Sheng glanced at Zhao Zicheng with a look full of meaning. He recognized his opponent's strength, but was still ready to take him on. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Zicheng stepped forward and scanned the QR code displayed on Yu Sheng's phone. A notification sounded signaling the successful transaction of 10,000 yuan. The crowd fell into stunned silence, struggling to process what had just happened. Yu Sheng simply smirked, then pretended to shiver as though struck by the sheer power of Zhao Zicheng. Half joking and half serious, he dropped to the ground, theatrically claiming that he had lost. Xian Yuan King, visibly enraged, could no longer hold his anger in. He roared. "These students are treating the academy like it's a playground." Determined to restore order, he decided to reset the rules for the first round, intending to enforce them more strictly. Just then, the loudspeaker overhead crackled to life, cutting into Xu Yuan King's rant. A voice that no one recognized announced, "Once the exam content is decided, it cannot be altered. Any changes will result in the supervising teacher's salary being deducted for 3 years." This announcement only served to make Su Yuan-King even more furious. His teeth clenched in frustration as he cursed silently, feeling as if the world itself was conspiring against him. The loudspeaker blared on, repeating his warning that no other methods were allowed, and anyone who broke the rules would be immediately disqualified. In his frustration, Su Yuan-King muttered to himself that if he couldn't trap Yu Sheng, someone else would. No one dared to underestimate him in this secret academy. He turned and gave a slight nod, signaling for the next contestant to step forward. A large, muscular man approached, pausing for a moment before speaking to Yu Sheng. "Maybe you should just admit defeat," he said. "I don't want to accidentally hurt you." The two men faced each other, their gazes locked. The atmosphere thickened with tension, signaling that a fierce battle was about to unfold. The referee called for the match to begin, and Yu Sheng's opponent immediately gathered his strength, unleashing a powerful attack. But despite the force, Yu Sheng remained unshaken, smoothly sidestepping each of the man's blows. The large man, bewildered by Yu Sheng's speed, thought to himself, asterisk, where could he go, asterisk, as he turned to check behind him. He realized it was too late. Yu Sheng had already moved again, and the shockwave from his opponent's missed strike sent ripples through the air, affecting those around them. The referee watched quietly, impressed. Asterisk, this guy knows how to exploit blind spots in vision, asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, it's a clever tactic, but it only works on flat ground, asterisk. If it can't be found on the ground, the opponent may still search from the sky. As soon as this thought crossed Yu Sheng's mind, his opponent quickly leaped high into the air. With a wider view, he easily spotted Yu Sheng below. Without hesitation, he gathered his strength, preparing to strike downwards. But before he could act, a beam of golden light erupted from the staff. It shot through the air and straight into his opponent's eyes. With a single swift motion, Yu Sheng effortlessly defeated him. He then sat down beside the unconscious opponent and, with quick precision, struck his hands directly at the man's cerebral cortex. As the opponent remained unconscious, Yu Sheng wasted no time in pulling a tooth from his mouth. Onlookers watched in silence, wondering if there was something more to Yu Sheng's skills. But with the outcome already decided, they saw no other way but to accept the result. "All right, I declare this fool defeated." At that moment, an announcement suddenly rang out, signaling the conclusion of the transaction along with Yu Sheng's victory. "I'll give you 10,000 yuan. Hearing this, Yu Sheng smiled and turned towards the loudspeaker. 10,000 was the amount before I took action. Now that I've already made my move, you'll need to add more money. Don't talk to me about 10,000. Reluctantly, the other party agreed. "Fine then, deduct it from Su Yuan-King's salary." Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng nodded without hesitation. "All right, the deal is done." Su Yuan-King glared angrily at the loudspeaker. "Why should my salary be deducted? How can the school administration treat someone like this? Do they want me to set fire to all of them with a single spark?" The other person spoke just one sentence, leaving him speechless. "I'm the vice principal. You're a teacher. My words are the rules. Do you have a problem with that?" At this point, Su Yuan-King had no choice but to accept it in silence. What was going on? The vice principal had personally stepped in to organize things, and now he was acting so arrogantly, it was truly baffling. Still boiling with anger, Su Yuan-King glanced at the others. Next, who's stepping up? A figure slowly moved forward. Yu Sheng's eyes met his, but all he could think about was how he was about to earn 30,000. His opponent, however, didn't seem like an easy match. As soon as he stepped forward, he placed a tombstone behind him. The vice principal's voice rang out, "Hello, can you hear me? Oh, and I almost forgot to mention the idiot who damaged the floor. Well, as a teacher, you should have been more responsible for the school's property. So, we're deducting 10 points. Su Yuan-King could no longer stand the vice principal's behavior. He smashed the loudspeaker in frustration, but the vice principal's voice still boomed. "Ruin Hu, you'll be fined an additional 10 points for damaging public property." Su Yuan-King's anger flared so intensely, it felt like his chest might explode. "You dare to damage the floor, I'll tear you apart." But at that moment, another person stepped forward. "Don't worry, it's fine to be reckless. I've got money. Of course, if you manage to seriously hurt him, I'll show you a different kind of respect." Su Yuan-King looked up, a smirk forming inside him. It had been years since a rich, spoiled kid had shown up here, and what stood out most was that this person seemed to fit the stereotype perfectly. While the two were engaged in conversation, the battle had already reached a fierce intensity. In an instant, he drew one of his weapons. His speed was like a flash of lightning, darting in and out of view so quickly that his opponent lost track and had to swivel his head to follow. Before he even realized it, Yu Sheng had appeared right in front of him, his thread tightening around the opponent's neck. The sensation was overwhelming. His opponent felt as though his life was slipping away, and in that moment, it seemed to be true. Yu Sheng's powerful grip had severed his opponent's head from his body, but in reality, it was merely an illusion. It was the lethal presence Yu Sheng radiated that made his opponent feel that way. As the opponent snapped back to his senses, he realized this wasn't part of the Academy's training. It had to be the effect of Yu Sheng's aura. Amid the deafening sound of the explosion, Yu Sheng had silently used the thin thread to bring him to the verge of death. Yu Sheng glanced at his hands, reflecting on the moment. He had nearly ended the fight in one move. Moving forward, he would need to be more mindful of how his mental state influenced his actions. The others watching from the sidelines observed the ongoing battle, but Su Yuan-King noticed something different. The new student machine wasn't yet accustomed to combat, but there was no need to rush the elimination. After all, some losses would naturally contribute to their growth. The opponent met Yu Sheng's gaze and without hesitation, summoned his coffin. I've lost, but I still want to test my limits. Is there any part of me that remains unsatisfied? Would you be willing to face that challenge? Yu Sheng shook his head. No, there's no point in fighting without something meaningful at stake. The vice principal stepped forward to negotiate. Yu Sheng paused for a moment, considering his next move. His opponent was clearly dangerous, so the price would need to be raised to 50,000. After receiving confirmation, Yu Sheng locked eyes with him, his gaze steady and resolute. Please teach me, he said. San Yuan-King, standing off to the side, felt a headache building. It seemed the old man had discovered the 500,000 he had recently acquired. If he didn't make things difficult now, the old man wouldn't stop pestering him. However, Yu Sheng's opponent seemed unfazed by these thoughts. Actually, I'm not here because I'm trying to win. I simply couldn't accept defeat. I didn't have time to give my full effort. I only made one move. Whether I win or lose, I acknowledge that you're stronger than me. At least in a life or death fight, I'm far from your match. He then bit his finger and wrote something on the tombstone in front of him. Seeing this, San Yuan-King's attention sharpened, and he focused more on their exchange. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng appeared at his opponent's side, raising his crossbow. If you keep writing, I'll shoot the grass, he warned. His opponent looked at the crossbow, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. Wasn't I just thinking about how much time I had to prepare my final move? Why are you suddenly stopping me now? He protested. At that moment, San Yuan-King sighed and spoke up. You've misjudged the money, so either hand it over willingly or I'll report you to the Department of Education. The vice principal immediately bristled on the defensive. Fine, I'll hand it over myself, but I think you're uncomfortable. From now on, you're expelled, he declared. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan-King's expression immediately stiffened. Based on what? The vice principal continued to assert his authority, clearly relying on his position as the director of the Department of Education for the entire province. Realizing the situation, Su Yuan-King understood that his future was now in serious jeopardy. The deputy director of the Department of Education, Chang, had a salary of at least 70,000 a year. The competition would persist and new challengers would come, one after another. His opponent this time seemed to have unshakable confidence in his abilities. But after another 30 seconds passed, Liu Yu stepped in and pulled him away. An hour later, Sun Wen let out a deep sigh. Is it really true that the academy is running short on talent? Look around, classmates. The school has more resources for nurturing students, yet the building is so old it's practically falling apart. I've heard they got new equipment designed to stimulate the body's cells, helping them grow and absorb nutrients better. But I wonder if the school even has the money to provide it for students. Every day I'm handling issues from dozens of companies. I've completely missed the chance to practice the Nine Arts Awakening. His show of boasting caught the vice principal's attention, Sun Bin, who welcomed him warmly and invited him to join the academy. Sun Bin expressed hope that over the next 3 years, Sun Wen would study diligently and enjoy his time at the school to the fullest. At that moment, Sun Wen turned toward Yu Sheng, bowing his head in a gesture of submission. More people were starting to step forward, clearly looking for trouble. He glanced at Su Yuan-King and added, I don't accept this, it's just not fair. Su Yuan-King shook his head, a resigned expression on his face. There's no such thing as real fairness in this world, is there? Maybe everyone thinks we're covering for these people, feeling frustrated, right? But in the future, when they have to make sacrifices, they'll wonder why we didn't remove them in the first place. It's really unfair. He paused, his tone firm and resolute. I'll say it again, the Academy's rules are the rules. Stay or leave. He turned to face the man, his gaze defiant. I'll stay, he said, but I'm not happy about it. With that, he pointed directly at Sun Wen, placing special emphasis on his name. Su Yuan-King smiled in response. Then how about a challenge? The loser gets eliminated. Would that work for you? Upon hearing this, Sun Wen looked uneasy. He stepped forward, facing the man. What exactly are you asking for? He demanded. The man's confidence grew. Yu Sheng wasn't someone who could be easily beaten, but this opponent only had his family to rely on. Defeating him would be simple enough with a little effort. But at that moment, Sun Wen pulled out a gold bar. Take a look at this, junior brother. His opponent remained unmoved. Don't even think about bribing me. If you try, the man started. Sun Wen, however, remained calm, holding the gold bar up. Let me make something clear. I already reached 2nd grade. By the end of this month, I'll be at 3rd grade. My brother, I'm just too lazy to fight, but that doesn't mean I'm useless. Got it? He took a step closer to the man. You should know this. The Academy doesn't accept weaklings. Even if I'm a rich guy who knows nothing, for the next 3 years, I'll still help many students make progress. Did the Academy suffer any losses? That perfect image you have in mind, huh? Think it over more carefully, my friend. After striking a dramatic pose, Sun Wen moved behind Yu Sheng. Hello, senior. I hope you'll look after me at the Academy from now on. I've heard the seniors here can be a bit unusual, but don't worry. As for me, I may not have much to offer, but one thing I always have is money. The battle raged on, with Yu Sheng clearly in control. Not only that, but his wrist bag continued to fill with cash. After defeating those brave enough to challenge him, Yu Sheng turned his attention to Shu Yuan King, who still owed him 80,000. At that moment, the teacher seemed puzzled. It's already noon, and the first round of tests has just finished. Everyone, take a break and have your lunch. You have 30 minutes. Anyone who doesn't bring food will be foolish and go hungry. In the dining hall, Shu Yuan King looked down at his tray of food and spoke up. Liu Yu, you idiot, where's the chicken leg? How could you be so shameless? Liu Yu glanced at him and smiled. What did you expect? Why would I cook if I wasn't getting paid? Su teacher, go ahead and eat. I'm leaving now. Oh, and I may have put some laxative in one of the dishes. Go ahead and guess which one. Shu Yuan King glared at him, clearly irritated. You're a piece of work. You better run while you still can. He then turned to Yu Sheng. Kid, this is cafeteria food and you're still so calm. Haven't you enrolled yet? According to the Academy's rules, you're allowed to eat here. Realizing he couldn't argue any further, Shu Yuan King quickly walked away. Just then, Sun Wen approached and asked, Hey, do you know if any of the dishes might contain a laxative? How could Yu Sheng possibly know that? Seeing Sun Wen's tone, Shu Yuan King noticed a flicker of doubt in him. Sun Wen had been so confident in his deduction, but now he wasn't sure. Should he eat or not? Oh well, he'd take the risk. Worst case, it might just upset his stomach. Shu Yuan King gave a slight smile as Liu Yu added casually, only adding a laxative to one dish? That's too simple. At that moment, Yu Sheng spoke up to clarify. The laxative in the senior's dumplings was mixed into the dough. It was the small red capsule inside. As it turned out, the person who got tricked was actually the teacher. Just then, Zhao Zicheng, seemingly unaware of the tension, walked up to Shu Yuan King and cheerfully said, Teacher, Yu Sheng and I are half-brothers. Same mother, different fathers. Since I'm family, may I join him for a meal? Clearly annoyed, Shu Yuan King gave him a sharp look and replied curtly, Find your own place to eat. There's no seat for you here. Around Shu Yuan King, a strange green energy began to emanate. Was this some sort of material that could enhance cultivation? With a year of training, it might even lead to a breakthrough. Shu Yuan King then waved and called out to Zhao Zicheng, who had been practicing outside on the field. Hey, come here for a moment. Zhao Zicheng entered, holding a sandbag. Shu Yuan King pointed at it and asked, Is that your awakening material? What is your name? Zhao Zicheng responded, Teacher Xu, my name is Zhao Zicheng, and this is my awakening item. Shu Yuan King gave a proud smile, followed by a casual, oh. Without warning, he punched the punching bag with force, startling Zhao Zicheng. He studied his hand for a moment, then said, Yes, this is the sensation. Every time I strike, a portion of energy returns to me, boosting my cultivation. Spreading his arms in a welcoming gesture, Shu Yuan King declared, Congratulations, punching bag. From now on, you are the 3rd student of the 140th batch at the Secret Academy. Zhao Zicheng grinned and thanked him warmly. Shu Yuan King, pleased with the moment, strolled over to the dining table and took a seat. He bit into a bozy while casually watching Zhao Zicheng at the food counter. He thought to himself, a punch equals 1 point. This kid will surely take the most hits at the Secret Academy. However, as he chewed, something in the bozy made him stop. His face turned pale and his teeth clenched in anger. Damn it, he cursed before turning toward the students at the dining hall. Listen up. Anyone who even mentions the laxative in the bozy, I will expel them immediately. At that moment, a group of students entered, with a bold girl named Bai Haiyang leading the way. Shu Yuan King glanced at them and thought, well, it'd just be me who gets hit. He walked over to Bai Hai Yang and with a concerned expression warned, "The food contains a laxative, and whenever you do, don't eat the baozi." Bai Hai Yang snorted dismissively but didn't take his warning seriously. She walked over to the baozi tray, grabbed one, and stuffed it into her mouth. As she chewed, she turned to him and asked, "Teacher Su, how many companies do you plan to work for this year?" Xiang Yuan King, upon hearing the remark, could only force a smile, though inwardly he thought, "Humph, just wait. Women like her will regret this later." Everyone stood behind Teacher Su and Bai Hai Yang, all of them drawn to the mouth-watering aroma of the steamed buns. Shu Yuan King continued to warn them. "The buns are poisoned," but his words were met with mockery from the students. "Shu, you big head, this trick might work on the new students, but not on us. Trust me, you're the fool here." Ha ha. Bai Hai Yang chewed her bun while teasing him, but suddenly her face turned pale with panic. "Oh my god, there really is poison in the bun." Her brows furrowed, and she quickly ran off. Xiang Yuan King folded his arms, a smug look on his face. "Don't blame me. It was Liu Yu who poisoned them." At that, the students immediately screamed and scattered in all directions. "Phew, big head, wait for us. Forget about that idiot. Hurry up, or the bathrooms will be packed." "Damn it, why did you have to say that out loud? I'm definitely going to shove the other half of this bun down Liu Yu's throat." Xiang Yuan King gave quick instructions to the remaining students. "Finish up quickly. Once you're done, we'll start the second round of the test." He then headed to the restroom, groaning and clutching some paper. After a long while, everyone had gathered at the sports field. Shu Yuan King spoke up. "I don't know how the rest of you ate at lunch, but I certainly didn't get enough." He then revealed the details for the second round. Punching the sandbag. The students began to murmur among themselves. What's the point of punching a sandbag? Teacher Xu held up a piece of paper, addressing the students. "This is your sandbag. You must do this individually, but no matter how you approach it. All you need to do is slap the person in the picture a few times within 2 hours and record a video. If you do that, I'll consider you've passed." Understood. Suddenly, 2 students raised their hands with a suggestion. "Teacher, is there any faster way to be selected?" Xiang Yuan King responded, "Yes, if you can directly hit this person and record it. I'll consider you have been selected right away." On a small training ground, everyone was warming up in preparation for their turn in the competition. Xiang Yuan King approached Yu Sheng, Zhao Zicheng, and Sun Wen, asking, "What will you 3 do?" Sun Wen spoke first. "One punch is worth 100,000, but a shot could go for 1,000,000. If he doesn't agree, I can always raise the price." Xiang Yuan King gave him a thumbs up, clearly impressed. That's a good idea." He turned to Yu Sheng, "And you?" Yu Sheng asked, "How strong is he?" Xiang Yuan King answered, "The guy from the 4 corners already got a laxative from me. He's probably stuck in a bathroom somewhere right now." Yu Sheng quickly shook his head. "If we can get a good shot on him, it might be easier. But if not, it's going to be really troublesome." Zhao Zicheng clenched his fists beside them. "I'm here too. Let him punch me once. I'll definitely be able to charm him." Xiang Yuan King glanced at him and thought, "Humph, you're just a punching bag. If Liu Yu got a chance to experience you, forget about shooting him. Even if I shot him, he'd still agree." Just then, Lin Xiao of Xiao and Great White rushed over. Teacher Xu, I've finished the test." Xiao of Xiao handed over her phone. "Look, Teacher Great White found Mr. Liu in the deepest bathroom down the hall on the 1st floor. Mr. Liu is such a nice person." Shu Yuan King was taken aback. Despite having used the laxative, it was still uncomfortable to act, and it shouldn't have been so easy to catch her so quickly. In the video, while Liu Yu was in the restroom, Lin Xiao of Xiao hesitantly stood outside. Big brother, would you let me give you a quick shot?" Liu Yu shouted something. The girl had to clarify. For the second round of the entrance exam this year, Teacher Xu said that if I give you a quick shot, I could be directly accepted." Liu Yu yelled in anger. "What do you think I am? A beast?" No, absolutely not," Lim Xiao of Xiao stammered. "Then, could I just lightly punch you? I promise I won't use any force. With that, Xiao of Xiao can pass the test." Hearing those words, Liu Yu was completely charmed, his nose starting to bleed as he praised Xiao of Xiao for being so adorable. He let her punch him, his face lighting up like a blooming flower. Once it was done, Xiao of Xiao lowered her head. "My name is Lin Xiao of Xiao. Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your help." Liu Yu replied, "No need to thank me. No need to thank me." After watching all this, Shu Yuan King could only manage a forced smile. Xiao of Xiao then asked, "Teacher, did I fail?" Teacher Chu answered, "No, you passed the test." Shu Yuan King turned away, clearly worried. Sigh, Liu Yu really can't be trusted. He just acted out of pity because she's so weak and cute. If this continues, he's going to be in trouble. A loudspeaker perched on a nearby tree branch suddenly coughed. Hello, hello, Aham? How did you notice? There's still a speaker here. Looks like the young one still needs some training. Starting tomorrow, he'll be in charge of the station in the Hongdang area. Mu Yu entered the restroom from outside, walking toward Liu Yu, who was seated. He shoved Liu Yu his phone, displaying a payment of 30,000 coins, which had been made while the disturbance was happening. Liu Yu's expression immediately darkened with anger. A moment later, a notification chimed from the phone. Ding dong. It was a real-time alert confirming the 30,000 coin payment, just as promised. After watching the video, Shu Yuan King furrowed his brows. He handed the phone back to Mu Yu and remarked, "At this point, you're barely worth 30,000. Without saying another word, Mu Yu quickly turned and walked away. Just then, a large figure with glowing red eyes appeared behind him. Su Yuan King spoke without looking back. If you have something to say, just say it. It turned out the figure was a Tai, his face covered in cuts with blood dripping from his nose. He stammered, I beat him, but I did record the video. Shu Yuan King turned to him, saying flatly, without the video, it's a failed test. A Tai awkwardly scratched his head with one hand while holding a tooth in the other. But I did knock out one of his teeth. Not sure if that counts, though. Seeing the bloody tooth in his hand, Zhao Chang and Sun Wen were left speechless. He had actually knocked out one of the old man's teeth. A Tai explained he was squatting in a hole at the time, so I took the chance. But Senior is really strong. Even in that position, he still managed to beat me up like this. If he had truly wanted to kill me, I probably wouldn't be standing here now. Shu Yuan King nodded. All right, you passed the test. Go join the others. A Tai immediately bowed. Thank you, Teacher. Xiang Yuan King spoke up, his voice firm. The third round of the competition will begin at midnight. This round could be dangerous, so think carefully before you start. It's not shameful to admit if you're scared. He turned and glanced at Yu Sheng, Zhao Chang, and Sun Wen. As for the three of you, there's no time to assign separate rooms, so you'll need to sleep in my room. Internally, he added, Humph, these three little troublemakers will have to help me tonight. The senior students are losing control, and I can't deal with them on my own. In the restroom, Liu Yu stormed out, clearly furious. Rolling up his sleeves, he muttered angrily, Tam chewed big head. Still at the target of the new students, huh? He stormed off, muttering under his breath, Just wait, teacher. Don't think I won't find my chance. In Sang Yuan King's room, Sun Wen was chatting with Yu Sheng. Mr. Yu, I'll offer 10,000. How about letting me sleep on the bed tonight? Zhao Cheng joined in. What about me? I don't mind sharing. Yu Sheng, sensing something behind him, turned away and said, I'll be out for a while. Sun Wen crossed his arms and smirked. Mr. Yu is worth 10,000, but you're only worth about 3,000 at best. Zhao Cheng, unfazed, thought to himself with concern, Mr. Yu leaving at this time. Looks like the senior students are here for revenge against So Teacher. Zhao Cheng walked to the door, then paused and turned back. So Teacher, you rest. I'll handle the lights. Sun Wen, confused, was unsure of what was happening. What's Zhao Cheng talking about? Didn't So Teacher already take people out for the competition? Then him. No, wait. Zhao Cheng quickly turned off the lights and rushed out. At once, dark figures swept into the room, moving with the speed of a gust of wind. They shouted in unison, their voices loud and jarring, creating a disorienting, almost dizzying atmosphere. Zhao Cheng, standing at the threshold, glanced inside while holding what appeared to be a bottle in his hand. Big-headed Su, repent now, he called out. Without hesitation, he silently tossed the bottle of poison into the room from outside. He quickly shut the door behind him, standing guard in front of it while sending an apology to Sun Wen inside. Inside, Sun Wen was in a state of panic. What just rolled in? Damn, it smells awful. We've walked right into their trap, he cursed. Outside, Zhao Cheng, hearing their frantic cries, smiled to himself. This wasn't big-headed Su after all. Let us out, they shouted angrily. Zhao Cheng spoke up, his voice calm and controlled. Senior brothers and sisters, think carefully. If you break the door, you'll lose points and Teacher Su will take his revenge. He paused for a moment, then continued, listen to me. If you agree to my condition, I'll... Before he could finish his sentence, Zhao Cheng failed to notice the creeping black smoke slipping through the gap beneath the door. It was ready to strike. In an instant, the dark tendrils of smoke wrapped tightly around his legs, catching him off guard. He was momentarily stunned, his eyes glazed over as if under a spell. His hand instinctively rose, though he had no idea what had just happened. Zhao Cheng grasped the door handle and pulled, but as he did so, the people inside immediately surged out. God, the smell! Zhao Cheng stood frozen, his senses overwhelmed. After a brief moment, he shook off the confusion and snapped back to reality. Sun Wen, bruised and battered, crawled out and seeing Zhao Zi Chang, seethed with anger, he shouted furiously at him. Just then, Bai Haiyang appeared from behind, her presence commanding. She shoved Zhao Zi Chang back into the room with a forceful kick, shouting, "Get lost! If you ever step outside this door again, I'll break your legs." With that, both Sun Wen and Zhao Zi Chang were sent back into the room. Sun Wen, now fully upright, turned on Zhao Zi Chang in a fury. "Are you out of your mind?" he screamed. "You're making things difficult for the senior students." Zhao Zi Chang explained, "This morning, I spoke with the vice principal. He told me that dealing with a senior student earns you 10 points. Even if you fail and lose 1 point, you'll still receive 2 points for long-term tasks, which can accumulate over time." Sun Wen's face turned red with anger. "I don't care about the points, you understand? I don't need to earn them." Zhao Zi Chang responded calmly, "But this is how things work at the Secret Academy. You need to adapt. It's a place where you either strike others or get struck yourself. If you try to play it safe, you'll only end up average." Sun Wen seemed to grasp the reasoning behind Zhao Zi Chang's words. Meanwhile, outside, the senior students had gathered around Bai Haiyang. He chuckled and said, "Ha ha, these juniors aren't bad. Let them go." With that, Zhao Zi Chang and Sun Wen were allowed to leave. Bai Haiyang, with a teasing smile, asked, "How should I reward you all? Should I give you one more punch?" Zhao Zi Chang shot back, "Senior, there will come a day when you and your friends will beg me to hit you." Without warning, Bai Haiyang lunged forward to punch him, but Zhao Zi Chang skillfully blocked it with his punching bag. After the strike landed, Bai Haiyang seemed to have a sudden realization. She paused for a moment and then ordered, "All right, line up, everyone. Each of you gets 1 strike." Elsewhere, Yu Sheng sat by a patch of grass outside the dormitory. He was speaking to someone, asking quietly, "Tell me, how far can I go?" A voice emerged from behind the bushes, barely a whisper. "The only condition is that you don't blame others for anything." At 2:00 a.m. inside the dormitory, Yu Sheng quietly unlocked the door with a key. A voice from the speaker greeted him. "If you can handle the senior students, I'll have a reward for you." He carefully opened the door, deep in thought, as his mind worked through calculations. It was at this moment that the villain reached a certain point. He then walked down the hallway, still holding a time bomb in his hand. The loudspeaker blared to life, causing 2 people to flinch in alarm. Yu Sheng silently placed the bomb beneath someone's bed. The speaker echoed once again, announcing that 10 points would be deducted for an injury. Without hesitation, he exited the room. Moments later, the loudspeaker blared again, this time declaring a severe injury with a 100-point penalty. Yu Sheng walked down the hallway, the object still in his hand, confident that this move would earn him a substantial number of points. The following morning, Bai Haiyang, having just defeated Zhao Zi Chang, stretched and yawned. After a long night of fighting, she was exhausted and ready to return to her rest. She and the other senior students gathered together and left, chatting among themselves. "I remember there were 3 new students in the cafeteria earlier. That punching bad kid is really trying to stir things up. Maybe he's setting us up for something," one of them remarked. Sun Wen, standing next to Zhao Zi Chang, asked, "Are you all right?" Despite his bruised and battered state, Zhao Zi Chang still exuded an air of arrogance, his pride unshaken by the recent defeat. "Humph, do you really think I was beaten?" he scoffed. Sun Wen sighed in exasperation. "You're done for. You've really lost it, haven't you?" Zhao Zi Chang raised his phone defiantly, saying, "If I don't score a few hundred points off them, I'm not worthy of being called a blood crystal twin assassin." Yu Sheng, was sitting on a branch at that very moment, watching as they entered the dormitory. I thought to myself, here it comes. Bai Hai pushed the door open, leading the group inside. Together, they began to scan the room, their eyes searching for something. Bai Haiyang quickly discovered the time bomb hidden beneath the bed. These new recruits were insane. How could they even think of using a bomb? If the older students fail, we're all finished. She had no choice but to calm the nervous older students. "Everyone stay calm. We'll take it outside and let it explode there. Those old men don't care about us, so why should we be afraid?" With that, she and the older students moved outside. "If that kid comes back to check on his work after it explodes, we'll catch him and hang him up in front of the door for the rest of the day." They waited for a while, and then the bomb went off. The air filled with smoke and dust. Liu Yu, furious, swore, "Damn it, was the bomb really set to explode in 10 minutes? And what's this?" Another announcement. A level 53 old student and 3 level 52 old students have foolishly sacrificed themselves for the mission. Each of them will have 100 points deducted. Yu Sheng and Zhao Zi Chang, who were standing in front of them, had already accumulated 400 points. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhao Zi Chang cursed, "That old man is up to something. Damn it, I feel like I'm done for over the next 3 years." Yu Sheng spoke up calmly, "There are still points to be earned." Zhao Zi Chang suddenly understood, his eyes widening. Oh my god, Mr. Yu, we can't afford to make enemies of everyone. Together, Yu Sheng and Zhao Zai Cheng made their way back to the school. As they walked, they overheard students gossiping. Look, they're back. This kid really dared to set off the bomb. Meanwhile, Liu Yu was tightening his fist, swearing, "What's with this 10-minute countdown? The bomb is about to explode. This is pure malice." While reprimanding the group, Liu Yu noticed a faintly sweet smell mixed with a trace of bitterness. It only took a moment for him to realize it was a sedative, but by then, it was already too late. All the students had already fainted. Bai Haiyang smiled and glanced at Yu Sheng. "Aren't you worried I'll finish all of this?" Yu Sheng responded calmly. "Hitting you won't gain you any points. It's just not worth it." Zhao Zicheng spoke up. "Sir, for this action, I'm willing to share half of my points with this senior." He then picked up the stick and turned to Yu Sheng. "Mr. Yu, I'm going to take care of them now. Be sure to record it and capture my good side." Yu Sheng replied dryly, "If you've had enough of life, I know a hitman. He'll at least make your death painless. But if you keep this up, you'll suffer." Zhao Zicheng stood tall with confidence. "I figured it out. Even if they beat me for a year, it's no big deal. In my second year, I'll be an upperclassman. 1 year of pain for a lifetime of glory, worth it. Graduates from the Secret Academy are bound to be heroes of humanity. And when I release this video, heck, just thinking about it gives me a sense of power." Reluctantly, Yu Sheng took out his phone and started recording the scene. Zhao Zicheng began his task one by one. "Earlier, he punched me twice and another guy had kicked me under the table. After finishing, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed. 'Mr. Yu, remember to protect me next year.' He walked over to Yu Sheng to review the video. 'Mr. Yu, this footage is a bit too open. You can barely see the face of the person I beat, and the movements look a little fake.' Yu Sheng responded with a calm nod. 'Let's film again.' Bai Haiyang, standing beside him, looked slightly surprised. The new guy this year really isn't afraid of anything, huh? Yu Sheng raised his phone, adjusted the angle carefully to ensure everything was perfect, then signaled to Zhao Zicheng that they were ready to start. The filming began once again. Zhao Zicheng introduced himself. "Hello everyone, I'm Zhao Zicheng, a student from the 140th batch of the Secret Academy." He then pointed directly at Liu Yu, who was lying on the ground. "This is my senior, Liu Yu. Remember that name, Liu Yu. Now, I'm about to strike him." With that, Zhao Zicheng raised his stick high, preparing to bring it down on Liu Yu with all his strength. Bai Haiyang glanced at Yu Sheng, who was focused on filming, and asked, "Aren't you worried that I might be setting you up?" Yu Sheng, without taking his eyes off the camera, replied, "Not worried. As long as you treat the Secret Academy like Zui Chang and just have fun, everything else is easy. Besides, the only thing we can't do is GC someone. Everything else is the same." His response was calm, almost casual, as he continued filming. Bai Haiyang then asked, "Yu Sheng, do you have any of that medicine left? It was really useful." Yu Sheng answered shortly, "It's all gone." She frowned. "I don't believe you." He shot her a cold glance. "Yeah, not giving any." His eyes locked with Bai Haiyang's, and there was something almost electric in the way they looked at each other. Bai Haiyang turned and began to walk away, but not before glancing back at him. "Very good. I have a feeling you'll be worth something soon. When that happens, I'll come to collect." Zhao Zicheng, still holding the stick, broke the silence. "Mr. Yu, who should we go after next? Or should we try something else? Maybe deal with that guy?" Yu Sheng sighed deeply, his mind seemingly elsewhere. Zhao Zicheng, still confused, watched him closely. Without warning, Yu Sheng took a quick step back. Zhao Zicheng looked at him, unsure of what was happening. Then, in one smooth motion, Yu Sheng lifted the rectangular stone in front of Zhao Zicheng, leaving him utterly stunned. Zhao Zicheng's body suddenly became weak and uncontrollable. He dropped to his knees in pain, then bent forward, collapsing against the stone block. The entire event was recorded by a security camera. Inside the surveillance room, multiple monitors displayed different angles, and the vice principal of the Secret Academy was watching the footage on one of the screens. "Head, this group is running a bit late. I really respect those old-timers," the vice principal chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, San Yu and King arrived at a large house, accompanied by a group of students. He turned to Mu Yu and a Tai and said, "Look at the two of you. It was just a test against demons, so how did you end up getting so badly beaten?" A Tai shrugged and replied, "Head, second-tier demons can be pretty tough to defeat. Mu Yu, covered in wounds, grumbled, 'A new student can awaken alone and take down second-tier demons. That's something to brag about.'" He glanced at Xiao Xiao and continued, "Does he really think everyone is like Lin Xiao Xiao, with an awakening tied to a second-tier demon?" They reached the front of the house, and Xiang Yuan King spread his arms, gesturing for the students to enter. "All right, come on in. You can rest today, but tomorrow I'll take you to the new student ceremony. Just make sure you write your will before you attend. Sang Yuan King said, then waved them off. Atai, looking confused, asked, why do we need to write a will for the new student ceremony? Does anyone know what that's about? Sun Wen, standing nearby, spoke up, his tone as if he knew everything. Let me introduce myself first. I'm Sun Wen, and my grandfather is Sun Yingsong. I know a little about the new student ceremony. It's connected to the secret academy. Upon hearing this, Atai and Mu Yu's faces lit up with curiosity, eager to finally learn the full story. The new student exam at the secret academy is different each year, but one tradition remains unchanged: the new student ceremony, where newcomers ascend to the sky of eternal love. Since the academy's establishment, at least 63 students have sadly failed to complete the ceremony. Sun Wen shared this story with a nervous tone, describing the event with clear emotion. Lin Xiao, still drowsy and somewhat uninterested, replied, should we head back to the academy? At that moment, Sun Wen pulled out a few small green stones and said, you're all in luck today. My grandfather worried I might face some danger during the ceremony, so he helped me make some protective charms. I'm offering them today at a special price, less than $1 million. Half as a gift, half for sale. What do you think? Mu Yu and Atai immediately raised their hands. Us, we'll take them. Zhao Zicheng also raised his hand. Me too. Just then, Yu Sheng stepped in front of Zhao Zicheng, a little confused by the situation. Meanwhile, the others were already gathered around Sun Wen to buy the charms. Taking the opportunity, Yu Sheng spoke up, if you don't have enough money right now, don't worry. Just sign here and leave a handprint. This charm, made by Sun Yingsong himself, will be yours. He continued, it's worth 100,000 on the market. The internal price is 30,000, but if you mention my name, I can get it to you for just 10,000. Sun Wen turned quickly shocked. Mr. Yu, that's not fair. Mu Yu and Atai, clearly upset, chased after Sun Wen. You tricked us. Give back the contract. Sun Wen shouted back, no chance. At the academy gate, Su Yuan King asked, have you all written your final letters yet? Let me tell you, the more sincere they are, the better the reward you'll get afterward. If anyone doesn't know how to write one, I can help. It's 30,000 each, guaranteed to be heartfelt and moving. Teacher Xu said this with a proud, confident expression on his face. Sun Wen touched the car in front of him, his expression a mix of surprise and admiration. Teacher Xu, I didn't expect our secret academy to have such high-tech identity verification, he said, clearly impressed. What kind of car is this? I don't even recognize the logo. Xu Yuanqing casually kicked the door open with his foot, causing it to swing wide, nearly hitting Sun Wen in the process. This is a modified 5-star van, Xu Yuanqing explained. The door's a bit, well, how should I put it? Cool, right? The group fell silent for a moment, unsure of how to react. Why are you still standing there? Get in the car. Xu Yuanqing urged, breaking the quiet. Atai climbed into the car, and Xu Yuanqing turned to him, giving another instruction. Tai Mu used stone tablet to the back of the car. Atai groaned in response, clearly reluctant, and sat down on the stone tablet. Once everyone had gotten into the car, Atai remained tied to the back, sitting on the stone tablet with a look of resignation on his face. Xu Yuanqing sped down the road, driving as if the car were soaring through the air. Atai, clearly terrified, screamed, Teacher Xu, oh my god. Great White quickly followed behind, barking loudly. As they sped along the intercity highway, Atai's panicked shouts continued, OMG. Meanwhile, a pink car was cruising down the same road with Lin Feng inside. He was reflecting on the fact that after safely delivering Zhao King Yi to Gang Chang, he had no more regrets. He could finally relax and begin preparing for his journey through the demon town. As he was lost in thought, Xu Yuan King's car suddenly pulled up right behind him. Lin Feng glanced at the rearview mirror, curious. What is that? He wondered aloud. In an instant, Xu Yuan King's car zoomed past, kicking up a cloud of dust behind it. From the back, Atai's voice could still be heard shouting, Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! That all the while, Great White's loud barking echoed through the air. Lin Feng was seething with rage, his words filled with fury as he shouted, Go ahead and overtake me if you want, but don't mock me. If I can put up with this, I can put up with anything. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, pushing the car forward with increasing speed. As he drove, he muttered under his breath, Damn it. Great White, ever alert, kept barking, Wolf, wolf, wolf. They reached the checkpoint near the demon suppression gate, where Sang Yuan King's car had already arrived and was being directed by the guards to enter. Lin Feng's car pulled up right behind it. The moment he stopped the car, Lin Feng jumped out and immediately began yelling at Su Yuan King. Not far behind, Su Yuan King responded, the two of them standing face to face, both clearly furious. Lin Xiao, unable to hold back her excitement, eagerly shouted, "Fight, fight!" Dom Feng, arms crossed, mocked Xingang Yuan King, saying, "I was wondering where this fool came from, daring to challenge my driving skills. Now that I see you, I think I get it." Shu Yuan King shot back with a smirk. "Heh, that pink car really suits your flashy style. I heard you got caught by old Chang and dragged to the demon suppression gate. Looks like I'll get to see you at your own little party after all." Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh mockingly. "Ha ha, at least I don't wet myself." Both Great White and Ling Xiao of Xiao were stunned by his words and shouted in unison, "Ha." Furious at the insult, Su Yuan King's temper flared. He screamed, "Lin Feng, are you asking for trouble?" Lin Feng rolled up his sleeves and clenched his fist, preparing for a fight. "I'm not afraid of him." The two exchanged heated words. "Whoever uses an awakening item today will be the loser." "All right then, I really want to see what you can do without one." Ling Xiao of Xiao sat on the back of the Great White, her excitement clear as she cheered them on. "Go on, fight, fight." A staff member from the checkpoint rushed over to stop them. "You two, no fighting inside the demon suppression gate." At the sound of this, both men immediately turned away. Shu Yuan King called out, his voice loud, "Humph, we're in the demon suppression gate today. If we weren't, I'd beat you until your face was covered in bruises." Lin Feng wasn't about to back down. "Head, do you forget which foot I used to kick you in the crotch back then?" After saying this, Lin Feng turned on his heel. "Let's go inside." As he passed a tie, he suddenly stopped. His gaze shifted to a tie, irritation flashing across his face. "Kid, I remember you now. The day you go up to the demon suppression gate, I'll you sit on the city wall and shout down. And if you don't shout loud enough, you won't get any food." He finished his threat and left without another word. A confused Tai could only scratch his head, utterly bewildered. Based on what? He wondered. Lin Feng handed his identification card to the staff and introduced himself. A veteran of the Demon Suppression Gate, Vice Pavilion Master of the Moji Branch in Jiangbai Province. Without hesitation, Lin Feng moved swiftly toward the Demon Suppression Gate. The staff member took the card and studied it closely, inspecting Lin Feng's face. After a brief moment, the staff member confirmed, "The documents are in order, unchanged, and his appearance matches the records." The final step was a scan to verify everything. Lin Feng stood still as the scanner flashed, turning green. It was a success. The two staff members pounded their chests in unison and said, "Those who stand behind us are the lights of 10,000 homes. May you return safely." Lin Feng mirrored their gesture, responding, "The fire burns unextinguished. Humanity shall endure forever." Once the process was complete, Lin Feng turned to Shu Yuan King. "Two, big head, take another 2 years off, then come to the Demon Suppression Gate. The old third-generation guys are either dead or wounded. It's time for the fourth generation to step up." Shu Yuan King nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng waved to him as he began to walk away. "I'll be waiting for you at the Demon Suppression Gate." Shu Yuan King handed over his own card to the staff and introduced himself, professor of the combat department at the Secret Academy. He then led the new students into the Demon Suppression Gate to complete their enrollment process. As they entered, Shu Yuan King reminded them of the strict rules. No vehicles within 10 miles, and special permission is needed for any exceptions. Yu Sheng held a small green object in his hand, contemplating whether it could inspire enough trust for someone to place their life in his hands. Half an hour earlier, Yu Sheng had refused to comply with the identity check. The staff had asked politely, "Please follow the regulations and cooperate with the check." He had responded, "Could we do this differently? I'm happy to prove I'm not wearing a disguise, but if we stick to this method, I can't comply." The staff member stood firm, insisting that this was the rule. Yu Sheng paused to think. He had always followed the rules in Zui Chang, but the same standards were applied outside as well. Suddenly, an idea struck him. "I've got it," he said. "You touch my face and I'll touch your neck. That way we're both on equal ground. What do you think?" From a distance, Zhang Yuan King watched in disbelief, feeling embarrassed. Asterisk, full footing. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, what nonsense. Letting this brat have his way without a fight is a miracle. Asterisk. Before things could escalate further, Sue, the teacher, quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension. "Everyone, calm down. He's a first-class medal holder and just turned 18 this year." The two male staff members immediately turned to Yu Sheng and asked to see his medal. After verifying it, they scanned it, and the results came back promptly, confirming his identity. The staff members, visibly impressed, each clapped their chests and said in unison, "I would trust the person holding this medal with my life. You can put your hand on my neck first. If you'd even hand me any weapons, I'll take them without hesitation." With that, the staff stepped aside and gestured for him to proceed. As Yu Sheng entered with the others, the staff chanted their slogan behind him. "The light behind us is the light of the Wan family. May you return safely." Xiang Yu and King stepped into the Demon Suppression Gate building, signaling the beginning of the enrollment ceremony. Ascending the stairs, he pushed open a door, revealing a long, seemingly endless staircase. He explained this staircase is called the New Flame Inheritance. What is passed down here is the strength of humanity, the fire that burns in our hearts. It is the resolve of humanity to stand firm in this world and to fight courageously for survival. Their instructor, Mr. Xu, began climbing the steps, leading the students. He advised, "Take your time, pay attention to the walls, and be careful with your steps." Yu Sheng's eyes caught the words etched on the walls. One read, "Lai Zai, today climbing the Demon Suppression Gate with his limited talent, yet daring to rise for humanity." Another, "Zhao Jin, a graduate of Lingmian Academy, today climbing the Demon Suppression Gate, never to retreat." As they ascended, they noticed more inscriptions, some marked with dried bloodstains. They climbed steadily, moving forward until a ray of light touched Yu Sheng's face. Xiang Yu and King turned back and shouted, "What you are walking on are the bodies of those who came before us, the ancestors of humanity. What you see before you is the cry of those who walked this path before us." Each of these steps represents the real history humanity has written in flesh and blood over the past 149 years so that you might understand the true meaning of humanity. Once he finished speaking, Mr. Xu took a deep breath to steady himself, and they resumed their ascent. It was then that Yu Sheng saw the words written by his homeroom teacher Liu Qingfeng. "Liu Qingfeng, I swear to hold the 3 chains of Sword Peak in my hand, to protect the mountains and rivers forever, for the humanity of Taping." Shu Yuan King was pounding his chest and shouting passionately. As a professor, as a successor of humanity, everyone should rise like a dragon, sweeping across the universe and bringing peace to the world. Yu Sheng gazed at the words left by the head teacher. Su Yuan King continued chanting the motto, "May students everywhere move forward without burden. May everyone smile and make the most of their youth. May all educators in this life never regret their journey, witnessing a flourishing era as they wish." Hearing Shu Yuan King's words, the group felt even more determined to press on. At last, they reached their final destination, where a blinding light shone directly upon them. "Now step onto the path that is yours," Su Yuan King called out, still pounding his chest. With a confident and determined air, Yu Sheng led the group forward. He walked with steady resolve, his sharp gaze taking in the movements of the students behind him, as if guiding everything around him. Beside him, Su Yuan King stood with his arms crossed, radiating both pride and grace, allowing the students to pass one by one. The atmosphere was thick with tension, yet there was an undeniable sense of anticipation, as if everyone was waiting for something monumental to unfold, an event that was bound to mark a turning point in the students' lives. As they continued forward, Yu Sheng's attention was suddenly drawn to a large rock by the side of the road. The rock, solid and unyielding, was inscribed with the words, "Let everything end in our era" by Gai Hang. The inscription held a cryptic message, stirring a sense of unease within him. A fleeting thought crossed his mind like a soft breeze, skimming the surface of a still lake, leaving only a brief ripple behind. Yu Sheng chose not to linger on his thoughts. He set them aside and continued towards the stairs that led to the light outside. The moment he stepped out, he was met with a chaotic and crowded scene. People were being treated for their injuries in makeshift tents where the sounds of strained breathing, pain cries, and even bursts of laughter mixed together, creating a charged and emotional atmosphere. Inside one of the tents, a muscular man with a bold, heroic appearance proudly boasted about killing 7 monsters, showing off his uninjured arm. However, there was an underlying confusion in his voice, as if he were trying to cover up the fear lurking deep within. Not far away, another man angrily lamented his fate. He had only taken down 3 beasts, but had lost his leg to a demon in the process. The tension was briefly lifted by a man's laughter, mocking that he would soon return to safety and enjoy comfort, while others suffered in agony. The laughter, the groans, and the curses all blended together, creating an environment that stirred a deep sense of sympathy in Yu Sheng for the wounded. As he listened to their stories, his thoughts turned to Liu Qingfeng, his revered master. He realized that the world was full of people like his teacher, each carrying their own burdens, struggling with their personal challenges every day. His gaze shifted to the new students. They stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief as they watched the injured being lifted onto carts. The scene was a powerful one, impossible to witness without feeling a deep emotional response. Xiang Yuan King observed the scene and offered a calm remark, gently reminding the group of students that people are not always as perfect as they may appear on the surface. As he began reflecting on his past experiences, he was suddenly interrupted by another man who appeared behind him wearing a playful smile. The newcomer lightheartedly brought up some old memories from their time at the academy. At first, Sang Yuan King reacted with surprise and a hint of irritation, but when he recognized the familiar face, his expression softened into one of recognition and respect. The man was Zhang Yushu, a respected figure at the academy, known for his experience and insightful demeanor. His keen eyes seemed to perceive more than what was visible, as if he could understand people on a deeper level. Zhang Yushu turned to Yu Sheng and asked, "Have you completed your enrollment?" When Yu Sheng confirmed that he had, Zhang Yushu said, "Good. Come with me for a while." Yu Sheng, always eager to learn and grow, agreed without hesitation, his voice full of anticipation. Nearby, a student with green hair happened to overhear their exchange, curiosity sparking in his eyes as he listened to the intriguing conversation. Just then, Sun Wen, one of the students, exclaimed with excitement, "I have a remarkable remedy. It might be exactly what we need." His enthusiastic claim immediately attracted attention. Curious students gathered around him, eager to learn more about the solution he was offering. Shu Yuan King, upon witnessing the situation, immediately voiced his skepticism and did not hold back in criticizing Sun Wen for the absurdly high price he had set for the medicine. He simply could not understand how a single pill could be worth such an outrageous sum. Sun Wen, however, was entirely unbothered by the criticism. He remained enthusiastic about his product, confidently announcing that it was the Shangxia 29 sedative and eagerly encouraged people to buy it. His excitement contagious. As Sun Wen stirred up a competition for attention among the crowd, Xiang Yuan King couldn't help but mock him, and the atmosphere grew more tense. Yet, despite the growing discomfort, a crowd quickly gathered around Sun Wen, creating a chaotic and energetic scene. The air was filled with shouts and the sound of footsteps pushing through the crowd, adding to the sense of lively instability. Amid the commotion, Sang Yuan King, clearly irritated, made a sarcastic comment about an old memory, causing those nearby to laugh. But just as the mood seemed to ease, something unexpected happened. Sang Yuan King suddenly dropped to his knees, his anger clearly boiling over. Everyone froze in surprise, unsure of the reason behind his actions. Once again, the atmosphere thickened with tension, as if something significant could happen at any moment. Kneeling on the ground, Sang Yuan King glared angrily at those around him. Unable to bear their scrutiny, he spoke in frustration. "I'm just so tired of standing. I'll kneel for a moment to rest, then I'll get back up." With a mocking edge to his voice, he added, "How convenient. I might as well bow to that fool Lin Feng, the one who's already sealed his own fate." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zi Chang couldn't help but chuckle quietly to himself, reassuring his inner thoughts that sometimes patience was indeed the best approach. He understood that in this situation, holding back his laughter was absolutely necessary. The master of the Lin Pavilion walked over to Shu Yuan King, who was kneeling, and stared at him with a mocking expression. "Isn't it Mr. Xu, the one crying?" he said, a smirk playing on his lips. "It's hard not to feel a sense of satisfaction seeing you like this." With a sharp, sarcastic tone, he added, "What's the matter? You can't seem to improve your skills, or are you planning to use your connections to find an adoptive father? If that's your plan, you might want to stay far away from old John." Hearing this, Shu Yuan King could only silently think to himself that the old man must have lost his mind. The way his face contorted was almost frightening. The words from the master of the Lin Pavilion weren't just mocking. There was a deep sense of disdain behind them. At that moment, no one could have anticipated what was about to happen. The old man, the very master of the Lin Pavilion, suddenly ended up on his knees as well, his face a mixture of confusion and anger. The turn of events was so unexpected and bizarre that the tension in the air seemed to grow even thicker. Seeing this, Zhao Zi Chang held himself back, resisting the urge to grab his phone and capture the embarrassing moment. In his mind, he had one quiet thought, "No, I absolutely cannot do that. I've already offended former students enough. I must never ever cross Subei head *. Zhao Zi Chang could easily picture the scene of Shu Yuan King kneeling while he played the role of a paparazzo. It would have looked no different than a low-budget comedy film. If he posted it online, it would surely go viral, becoming a meme in no time. Just the thought of being the one to make such a spectacle left him thinking, "No, I can't *." He convinced himself that keeping his distance was the wisest choice. But no sooner had the thought crossed his mind than a phone appeared, capturing a photo of the two of them kneeling. Zhao Zicheng took the photo and casually remarked, "If you don't pay him 300,000, he'll post this online for the whole academy to see." Hearing this, Xiang Yuan King was consumed by anger. He couldn't believe he had ended up in such a situation. Struggling to keep his composure, he reluctantly said, "Fine, don't rush. Just wait. The demon suppression gate will deal with this for Zhao Zicheng." The scene before him felt utterly ridiculous. Here was Shang Yuan King kneeling and trying to negotiate with a child about removing a photo, while Zhao Zicheng was playing his role with an absurdly exaggerated performance. Then Zhao Zicheng turned to the students, adopting a serious tone, and declared before the exam, all of you need to complete the second enrollment ritual, help the medical staff with the injured, and take care of the bodies. His voice rang out with the authority of a commander, and everyone straightened up as if on a battlefield. After delivering the order, Zhao Zicheng glanced over at Su Yuan King, unsure of what to do next in the tense silence. At that moment, Sun Wen approached, laid a hand on Zhao Zicheng's shoulder with exaggerated seriousness, and said, "Man, I always thought you were smart, but I never expected you to become a hero in a situation like this." With that, everyone turned and left as if they had just attended a formal meeting, completely forgetting the reason they had gathered. When only Zhao Zicheng remained, Su Yuan King looked up at him and said, "All right, you can send it now. Shall I arrange a ceremonial bow for you two as husband and wife?" The question hung in the air like an unexpected joke in the tense atmosphere, making Zhao Zicheng's heart freeze in his chest. At the sound of it, he was struck by fear, unable to think clearly. Instinctively, he turned and ran as fast as he could, shouting, "Sun Wen, wait for me." Meanwhile, in a different location, Zhang Yushu sat with Yu Sheng, his face marked by concern. He shared that, as Yu Sheng had pointed out, his business in Jiangbai province had once been doing quite well after registering the company. However, things had recently taken a turn for the worse, with many others entering the market, leading to a significant drop in business. Zhang Yushu expressed his worry that if the situation continued, he wouldn't be able to pay his employees' wages. Yu Sheng, listening calmly, replied, "It's possible you haven't registered a trademark yet." He also noted that the company name wasn't displayed on the product packaging, which frustrated Zhang Yushu. Despite his irritation, he had to admit that Yu Sheng's words were accurate. Yu Sheng then pointed out that old Zhang, once known as a warrior in the business world, shouldn't let his company fall into such disarray given his skills. The frustration on Zhang Yushu's face deepened, turning into anger. He shifted from worry to rage, emphasizing that the company was his life's work, and he had to find a way to resolve the situation. His voice grew urgent, like a soldier rallying his troops in the heat of battle. At this, Yu Sheng suggested a daring plan. Zhang Yushu could rob Sun Wen. He pointed directly at Sun Wen, mentioning that he had a lot of money, which could help Zhang Yushu fix his problems. Zhang Yushu stared at Sun Wen, silently concluding that this man must be the grandson of Sun Guxan. He felt a deep unease when it dawned on him that the young man was truly involved in significant business ventures. He struggled to recall the name of the company, and the word Kim kept echoing in his mind. Kim. Suddenly it hit him. The full name was Asterisk Gold Ingot Limited Group Asterisk. A surge of surprise and anger washed over him as he recognized the truth. Damn it, the one who took my business position in Jiangbai province is him. Hatred and scheming began to stir within Zhang Yushu. He knew he needed to act, but couldn't help but find the irony of the situation oddly amusing. The scene before them resembled a vast battlefield, with walls stained by fresh blood, bearing the marks of fierce confrontations. The air was thick with the acrid smell of blood, mingling with smoke that hadn't yet cleared, creating a chilling atmosphere across the bloody ramparts. San Yuan King stood before the group of students, his gaze cold and steady as he surveyed each young face. He spoke little, but his words carried weight. "You are fortunate. By the time you step forward, the chaos of war has already passed." San Yuan King's voice remained calm yet resolute as he continued. "This is your moment to take the final step of the new student ritual, to begin your journey as a true hero." After a brief pause, he spoke again, his voice deepening with certainty, as though his words were being etched into the air. "Hero." With that, he turned and gestured toward Yu Sheng, a clear command with no need for further explanation. Zhang Yushu and the group behind him stood up, radiating an undeniable strength and determination. Their eyes gleamed brightly as if an unseen force was quietly spreading through the space around them. Zhang Yushu's voice rang out with commanding authority, filling the air with a powerful resonance that further strengthened the resolve of those still standing. He spoke of unity, urging everyone to draw on each other's strength for the sake of humanity. His words felt like a vow, a solemn reminder of the enormous responsibility they all carried. Yu Sheng stood motionless, his gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before him. His mind raced, caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. As he looked at the group of determined individuals around him, he couldn't help but compare this place to Zui Chang. It was so different here. Nothing like the harsh, unforgiving cold of Zui Chang. Yet it was this very difference that lent the place a strange kind of beauty, a beauty he had never quite experienced before. Suddenly, Lim Xiao Xiao broke down in uncontrollable sobs, her tears falling in heavy, relentless waves that she could no longer hold back. At the sight of this, Sun Wen looked up at the sky in frustration. He thought to himself that year after year, he found himself caught in such difficult situations, but he had never expected that a single action would reduce the girl to tears. A surge of injustice filled him as he reflected on how unfair everything seemed. Xian Yuan King, his anger mounting, cast a cold and piercing look at the new recruits in front of him. His frustration was palpable as he addressed them sharply. His voice cut through the tension as he commanded the new students of Class 140, the Secret Academy, to push forward along the hero's path and move on to the next gate, forbidding any delay or hesitation. In that instant, Shu Yuan King's senses sharpened, his focus intensifying as he detected an enemy attack. His expression shifted, and he quickly braced himself, ready to face the looming threat. In the distance, a pack of vicious beasts charged toward them, creating a scene fraught with danger. The brute was stunned, and panic spread as everyone scrambled to assess the situation. Teacher Xu Yuan King noticed Zhao Zi Chang and Sun Wen immediately, and his temper flared. He shouted at them, ordering them to go back and get down right away. Qin Wen, however, spoke up in protest, trying to explain that they could stay and offer their help. But Xu Yuan King, already fuming, cut him off, snapping that he wasn't dead yet and it wasn't their place to interfere. He shouted at both of them, demanding they go down and wait for him by the door. Zhu Zicheng tried to voice his objection, but before he could finish, Yu Sheng gave a sharp command, instructing everyone to move immediately. Xian Yuan King then told the students to keep their eyes forward, not to look around, and to focus on understanding the lesson from the situation. Ling Xiao, overwhelmed with fear, began crying uncontrollably as everyone descended together. Their faces were filled with clear anxiety about what was unfolding before them. As they moved, Yu Sheng walked with his thoughts elsewhere. He reflected that while the path his friends were walking might seem beautiful, its end was leading only to death. He reminded himself that his own path, however, would be found in time. Suddenly, a distant noise reached his ears. The sounds of battle outside, along with the shout of "kill," made him wonder in silence if the fighting was meant to make them stronger for the sake of humanity. At that moment, Yu Sheng was standing and speaking calmly with Zhao Zi Cheng. The conversation between them was quiet and peaceful, free of any tension. Noticing the calm, Zhao Zi Cheng asked Yu Sheng. His curiosity piqued. He wanted to know why, after all their exhausting training, they were pushing themselves so hard. What was the ultimate goal? Yu Sheng, with no trace of emotion in his voice, answered simply, "It's all for one reason, to survive." Zhao Zi Cheng replied, "That's true. Living just for the sake of existing is truly a form of sorrow. But I still wonder what kind of life is truly worth living." He paused, then added, "Living a fragile life, constantly bowing to circumstances and following the natural flow without resistance, that too can be called a life. But is that the kind of life we really want?" He reflected further, saying, "Ever since I first saw the characters on the hero's path, I felt uneasy about them. Yet, over time, as I thought about it more deeply, I began to understand their true meaning." Turning to Yu Sheng with renewed determination, Zhao Zi Cheng continued, "I've made up my mind. In this life, I might never be able to walk that path. But if I do, there will be no turning back. It's a path that can only go forward, with no option to turn around." With a powerful gesture, he pointed to the sky, and a voice filled with resolve declared, "Once I return to the academy, I will train relentlessly, pushing myself as hard as I can. I want to become the best, surpassing everyone around me, even the friend standing beside me right now." Yu Sheng turned to him, smiling with encouragement. "That's the spirit. Keep going," he said, placing a friendly hand on Zhao Zi Cheng's shoulder. The gesture caught Zhao Zi Cheng off guard, but it also filled him with a sense of support from his friend. At that moment, the others gathered around, their voices creating a lively atmosphere. Once everyone had settled, Yu Sheng looked around and spoke with a grin. "It's getting late. What are you all still doing here?" Your voice carries a trace of concern for everyone's safety. At that moment, Sun Wen quickly cut in, not allowing Yu Sheng to finish his sentence. Eagerly, he began, "Yes, Su teacher, he..." With a serious expression, as though he had something important to say, Xu Yuan King suddenly interrupted with a voice full of frustration and sarcasm. "Damn it, I nearly became the first teacher to die during a new student initiation ceremony." He continued, shaking his head. "If I had really died, it would have been humiliating, not just for the students, but for me too." This made everyone around him laugh, though they also felt a twinge of sympathy for his tense situation. After a brief pause, Yuan King stood up, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the students. With a firm tone, he said, "From this moment on, I officially welcome all of you to the Secret Academy to become part of its ranks." He paused, emphasizing his next words. "One day, I hope you will use your strength to protect the peace of humanity." He made sure they understood the heavy responsibility they would soon bear. Then, squinting slightly, he added, "Now, let's get back to school." But before he could finish, he let out a tired sigh and collapsed to the ground. The students looked at each other in alarm, rushing to shout, "Hey, hey." Two teacher Zhao Zai Chang turned to Sun Wen, his expression pleading as he asked, "Can I borrow the pen?" Without hesitation, Sun Wen firmly replied, "No way, absolutely not, I." Before he could finish, Zhao Zi Chang quickly countered with a proposal, 10 coins. Sun Wen blinked, surprised by how swiftly Zhao Zi Chang had made the offer. Seeing the money, his eyes brightened, and without a second thought, he extended his hand, saying, "Here the pen. Mr. Zhao, please." Zhao Zi Chang's grin, one that suggested he had just stumbled upon a perfect opportunity to make a profit, immediately lightened the mood around him. With a burst of energy, he grabbed a pen and quickly drew a cat on Xu Teacher's face. The action was so sudden and unexpected that it caught everyone off guard. Afterward, he took out his phone and snapped a photo to preserve the moment. Overcome with excitement, Zhao Zi Chang couldn't help but joke, "If this ends up on the Secret Academy's forum, Xu Teacher will join the training team with me." His mischievous remarks set everyone laughing, and they couldn't help but picture the potential fame and fortune Xu Teacher might gain from this playful stunt. With a grin, Zhao Zai Chang hoisted Xiang Yuan King onto his back and said, "All right, we don't have much time. Let's go." They left the Secret Academy, stepping out the gate with an air of exhilaration. As they approached the car, Zhao Zi Chang suddenly looked around in panic and asked, "So, who's driving now?" The question only added to the humor of the moment, making everyone laugh at the unexpected turn of events. Yu Sheng, maintaining a serious face, said, "Driving without a license on the highway can land you in detention for 7 to 15 days. He then admitted openly that he didn't have a license. The mood shifted slightly, the lightheartedness fading into a more serious tone. Just then, a guy with blue hair opened the car door, peeked inside with an annoyed expression, and said, "The driver's seat is too small for me. I can't fit." The group burst into laughter again at the sight of the car being clearly too small for him, bringing some humor back to the situation. Ling Xiao said, "I'm only 13. I can't take the driving test." Just then, another voice spoke up, "I'm 18 and I still haven't taken it." This sparked laughter among the group as they realized that none of them were old enough to drive in this situation. Suddenly, as Teacher Xu, still unconscious, lay in the car, he mumbled, "My car is exempt from inspection," causing everyone to chuckle at the teacher's sharpness and sense of humor, even in such a tough moment. Xu Zicheng, clearly irritated, muttered, "If I have to do it, I will. It's just driving a car. How hard can it be?" He climbed into the car, then frowned in confusion. Why is the manual gear like this? The strange setup in the car caught him off guard, adding to his frustration. Yu Sheng hesitated for a moment, then said, "Maybe I should. There's something. I can only drive." His uncertainty only made the situation more tense. Yu Sheng stepped into Zhao Zicheng's place. "Mr. Yu, let me handle this," he said with a determined look, eager to take charge. One guy, standing near a tombstone, looked over at another with green hair and said, "My tombstone's chipped. You go lie on the roof." His comment was both funny and showed his displeasure with the old car, lightening the mood with a mix of humor and discomfort. The green-haired guy nodded and replied, "Yeah, I didn't think of that." With that, he jumped off of the car's roof with surprising speed and confidence, causing everyone around him to burst into laughter at his boldness in the awkward situation. Yu Sheng's fingers tightened around the steering wheel. His nerves running high, he mentally ran through the steps, gently pressed the clutch, eased the gas, and slowly start the engine. After a brief moment, the car finally lurched forward, its mechanical hum filling the air like a suspenseful soundtrack. On the roof of the car, the guy with green hair sat casually, a grin spreading across his face. "This time, it won't go wrong," he said confidently. But no sooner had he spoken than Yu Sheng slammed his foot down on the accelerator, causing a green-haired guy to almost tumble off the car. The scene was chaotic, but almost comical in that fleeting moment. Yu Sheng muttered to himself, focusing intently as he shifted gears. First to second, second to third, press the clutch, shift to fourth. Each gear change felt like a small victory, yet his anxiety was palpable, as though he were tackling an exam far more difficult than simply driving. Xiang Yuan King's voice cut through the tension. "Where's his seatbelt? Where's his seatbelt?" Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng shouted from below, "Boss, keep your eyes on the road. Don't look down to shift gears." The car's atmosphere grew even more charged, but Yu Sheng managed to mutter, "I know," before finally lifting his gaze and focusing on the road ahead, doing his best to block out the distractions and stay steady. At that exact moment, luck was on their side. The car swerved just in time, narrowly avoiding a crash into the rock ahead. Xu Yuan King was thrown into the side window, letting out a pained groan. Rubbing his face, he shot a pointed look at the students sitting around him. "You lot have no conscience," he said sarcastically. not even bothering to help buckle the seatbelt for your teacher. Meanwhile, in a quiet, isolated corner of the wasteland, two guards spoke to one another, their conversation muted by the stillness around them. A guard standing watch was momentarily startled and quickly glanced toward the other side, as if something unexpected had just happened. It was a black car, driven by Yu Sheng, that had crashed head-on into a wall. Thick, black smoke poured from the wreckage, and the person inside continued to cough uncontrollably. Xu Yuanqing, disoriented and dizzy, had foam forming at his mouth as Zhao Chang hastily pulled him out of the car. Still fuming with anger, Xu Yuanqing shouted and cursed at Yu Sheng. "I can't stand you," he yelled, but Yu Sheng paid him no mind, casually slipping his hands into his pockets before walking away, unaffected. In the shadows of a secluded corner, a mysterious figure watched the scene unfold. A wicked smile spread across his face. "The freshman initiation ceremony is finally over," he muttered to himself. "This year's freshmen are more rebellious than usual." Heh. Once Xu Yuanqing regained some composure, he led the group of students away, still seething with anger inside. "Yu Sheng, remember this. I got my eye on you. Neither of us will have peace from here on out." Just then, a figure blocked their path. It was Liu Yu, accompanied by his followers. He seemed intent on taking revenge, cracking his knuckles as he prepared for a fight. "Zhao Chang, so you're the little brat behind all this? Your hellish days start now," Liu Yu sneered. Zhao Chang quickly ducked behind Su teacher, who raised a hand and said firmly, "Hold on, Liu Yu. At least wait until I finish getting them registered and assigned to their dorms. Then we'll talk." Liu Yu, unfazed, pulled out a photo recently posted on the forum by Zhao Chang. "Big Head Xu, have you seen the forum lately? Take a look at this," he taunted, shoving the phone towards Xu Yuanqing. The photo showed Xu Yuanqing unconscious, his face covered in graffiti, the image humorously edited by Zhao Chang. Xu Yuanqing's expression darkened immediately, but he forced a smile, stepped aside, and spoke coolly to Liu Yu. "Don't hold back. If anything goes wrong, I'll cover for you." Liu Yu and his group immediately set off in pursuit of Zhao Chang. Unfazed, Zhao Chang defiantly raised his middle finger at them and taunted, "Come on, you little punks. I'll yell in pain and then I'll be your father." Xiang Yuanqing, standing off to the side, sighed deeply. What a good kid. Why does he have to go looking for trouble like this? The sun had climbed high in the sky, its intense rays beating down on the scene. Inside the dimly lit surveillance room, the vice principal sat hunched over the computer, his eyes glued to the screen. He was watching a female singer in a pink dress dance, his face twisted into a lewd grin as he leaned in closer. Suddenly, the door burst open with a loud crash, and Xu Yuanqing stormed in. Hearing the noise, the vice principal quickly yanked the plug from the screen and spun around, glaring at Xu Yuanqing in anger. "Didn't you learn to knock? I'll deduct 3 points from you for that," he barked. With nothing to lose, Xu Yuanqing shot back provocatively. "If you're so good at deducting points, maybe you should find one in my credit card and I'll admit defeat." Xiang Yuanqing casually hopped up onto the desk and suggested, "How about lending me a few points, sir?" The vice principal sneered, muttering under his breath, "If you've got any guts, let them out. I'm busy." Xiang Yuanqing placed a stack of papers onto the desk. "The new student files have been moved to storage. Let them pick their dorms, then I can start handling the more physical matters." The room went still. The vice principal remained motionless. Xiang Yuanqing kept his eyes on him, waiting for some reaction, but after a long pause, the vice principal didn't budge. Xu Yuanqing grew impatient and urged, "What are you staring at? Get the machine started and let's get to work." Noticing the black screen, he leaned forward to check the connection. Realizing a plug had come loose, he sighed in exasperation. No wonder the screen is black. The plug fell out. He was plugging it in and complaining at the same time. "I've told you before, you should be learning more about new technologies, not like those mindless fools at Lingwu Academy who only care about showing off their muscles. All you have to do is plug it in, and it's not even morning yet," he added. But before he could finish, he stopped. Xiang Yuanqing stared at the screen. On it, a young girl dressed entirely in pink was dancing, spinning, and singing. "For love and justice, for goodness and peace, the Rainbow Fairy. I represent justice and will defeat the enemies." Xiang Yuanqing couldn't believe what he was seeing. He stood there dumbfounded, while the vice principal, clearly embarrassed, was at a loss for words. His secret was out. In an attempt to save face, the vice principal slammed his hand on the desk, pretending he had no idea what was happening. Then, in a burst of indignation, he exclaimed, "How disgusting! How could such a childish cartoon, the asterisk 7-colored fairy asterisk, be on my computer?" Xiang Yuanqing wasn't fooled. With a slight grin, he teased, "So how do you know this comic is called asterisk 7-colored fairy asterisk?" The vice principal broke into a cold sweat. Quickly, he grabbed a pile of papers and tried to change the subject. Let's focus on uploading the new student data into the system. We can't have them waiting. Xiang Yuan-King wasn't about to let him off the hook. Rubbing his chin, he mocked, "You, vice principal, even though you're a model employee here, working tirelessly, I won't deny that. Old man, we've known each other long enough. Just say what you really want," he added. Xiang Yuan-King laid out his terms. "Since I caught you red-handed, I'm not someone who can't be reasonable. You'll return the 100 points you took away and add another 100, or in the name of justice and magic, go ahead and try to destroy me." He shouted loudly, mimicking the tone of the singer. The vice principal was furious, not only because the boy's demands were unreasonable, but also because he was imitating his favorite character. Still, in order to maintain his dignity, he reluctantly agreed. "All right, I'll go along with you. Go to the administration office and pay it up." He then added a reminder. "You know the rules of the secret academy. You can only pull that trick on me once." Xiang Yuan-King responded cheerfully, "Don't worry." The door closed. With a dangerous expression, the vice principal muttered under his breath, "That little brat thinks he can just take advantage of me. If he manages to earn a single penny this year, I'll consider my life well spent." Meanwhile, at the demon realm of March Mountain, the towering peak reached up to the clouds. A massive serpent coiled around the summit. A beautiful woman with an alluring figure bent down in a bow at the mountain's gate. She was Cao Xiao Xiao, the goddess of the cult of 10,000 gods, offering her respect. Her black claws, hidden behind the thick mist, gradually became visible. "That's Guai, he remarked, standing still and speaking without emotion. "Does the goddess of the cult of 10,000 gods have any connection to Marsh Mountain?" Cao Xiao Xiao immediately closed the distance between them, wrapping her arms around his and pressing her body against his chest. So, this was Marsh Mountain, the hero of humanity, the strongest of the fourth generation, now relying on this place to survive a little longer. Her seductive smile never left her face as she glanced at Guai, who frowned, unimpressed by her beauty. Did the goddess come all this way just to mock him? Cao Xiao Xiao ran her hands along Guai body before answering. "My original intention wasn't like that, but now it seems we might be able to infiltrate." Guai stepped aside with a cold expression, deliberately avoiding her touch. "Since things have come to this, forgive me for not seeing you off," he said, his tone distant. Cao Xiao Xiao pouted, clearly unimpressed. "You're such a dull man." Without warning, she straightened and bowed deeply. The priestess of the cult of 10,000 gods requests an audience with Lord Zhang Liu. The ground beneath them trembled, as if the mountain itself responded to her summons. Slowly, as the dust settled, a winding path began to reveal itself, leading further up the mountain. Guai motioned for Cao Xiao Xiao to proceed. "After you." As they made their way up the path, halfway to their destination, a massive black serpent emerged, its large head rising before them. There's still no word on the matter with Zhang Yushu, the cult of 10,000 gods, and now you dare to enter my demon realm. The serpent hissed, its voice cold and threatening. Cao Xiao Xiao quickly raised her hands in a gesture of peace. "Lord Zhang Liu, that incident was nothing but an accident. It won't happen again." Zhang Liu's gaze darkened, his expression clearly skeptical. "So, you've come to apologize?" Cao Xiao Xiao folded her hands together in a respectful manner. "I have not come to apologize, Lord Zhang Liu. I've come to present you with a possibility. The next time the demon tribes strike the demon suppression gate and the city of Gangcheng beyond it, chaos will surely follow." Zhang Liu's eyes narrowed, his tone icy. "And why should I believe you?" Without hesitation, Cao Xiao Xiao responded, her voice calm but firm. "At the end of the day, we of the cult of 10,000 gods are simply bearers of the divine light. As long as it serves the interests of the gods, we care not for the means." Guai, stepping forward, spoke on Zhang Liu's behalf. "Very well. Zhang Liu agrees, and so do I." With her request granted, Cao Xiao Xiao seized the moment, her words sharp and clear. "Lord Zhang Liu is well aware of the rules of the cult of 10,000 gods." Before she could finish, Guai cut her off, his voice steady. "Oh, follow me." Curious, Cao Xiao Xiao asked, "Your position in the demon realm must be quite significant. Do you truly have authority over resources like spirit essence and demon cores?" The steep, seemingly endless mountain stairs had Cao Xiao Xiao resting her hand on her waist as she grumbled. "Humph, this fool doesn't get it. After climbing for so long, can't he at least carry me?" she complained. Guai turned his head coldly to glance at her, his voice chilling as he warned. "Young ones should know their place. You're not as important as you think." Cao Xiao Xiao felt a wave of fear wash over her, intimidated by the cold, threatening energy radiating from him. No wonder he was regarded as the most promising among the fourth generation. Even the brief flicker of killing intent he'd shown earlier made her shiver. Without pausing, Glai Hong continued his journey up the mountain, his voice carrying a sharp warning. I trust this mission won't disappoint the demon realm. If it does, I can only imagine what the cult of 10,000 gods might do. Its expression remained cold as he added, but make no mistake, you will die. The threat in his words was clear, and the icy look on his face made it all the more chilling. The following morning at 8 a.m., Yu Sheng and his brood gathered in the schoolyard. Sun Wen gave Mu Yu a playful slap on the shoulder and joked, "Look at that! Doesn't it look like someone who's going to stand out in the whole school?" Nearby, Zhao Zhencheng noticed the word husband printed on Atai's shirt and was puzzled. As his gaze shifted to the word Mang printed in front of it, his curiosity only deepened. Atai, noticing Zhao Zhencheng's confusion, grinned with pride and said, "Hey, I feel really comfortable in this, and I don't even have to worry about it tearing." Zhao Zhencheng raised an eyebrow and asked, "How much did it cost?" Atai scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "It was really cheap. Sun Brother said it was custom-made. The original price was 300,000, but since we're classmates, he sold it to me for 50,000. I got a pretty good deal." Sun Wen, after his shady transaction, shamelessly played it off as no big deal. What's the big deal? We're all part of the same circle. Would I really take advantage of my own family? Lin Xiao rested peacefully on the back of the great white, her soft, even breaths marking the tranquility of the moment. Her lips, adorned with a delicate shade of pink that resembled the color of a lotus, stood out in contrast to her usual appearance. Zhu Zhencheng immediately turned to Sun Wen, frustration evident in his tone. "So this lipstick on Lim Xiao, the doll pink, is that something you sold her too?" Sun Wen quickly tried to defend himself. "She's 13 now. It's time for her to start learning how to do her own makeup. Do you think the lipstick goes well with her dress?" Zhu Zhencheng let out a heavy sigh, his words caught in his throat. Instead of responding, he pulled up his outer jacket, scanning his surroundings with a proud glance. "Still, this bulletproof jacket I bought is much more practical." Yu Sheng, who had been quietly observing, strolled over and quipped, "Sounds like you're just trying to show off your assets. Is your bulletproof jacket part of some kind of body training routine?" Zhu Zhencheng stiffened as if struck by a bolt of lightning and quickly regained his composure. Meanwhile, Sun Wen stood off to the side, thinking about the situation. His eyes wandered between the group, settling on Yu Sheng, who had never even bought anything from him. How dare he call himself a real businessman? Sun Wen thought bitterly. His thoughts were interrupted as he suddenly became aware of the intense gazes of the others. The coldness in their eyes made him feel a shiver down his spine. Nervously, he took a step back and asked, "W what? What do you want from me?" Just then, Shu Yuan-King appeared and called out, "Enough of the nonsense." Sun Wen's face brightened as he exclaimed, "Teacher Xu." Clearing his throat a few times, Shu Yuan-King gathered their attention and declared, "All right, everyone, I'm pleased to announce that for the next 3 years, I will be your head teacher. Are you all excited?" He asked this with a confident smile, clearly expecting a positive reaction. Without missing a beat, Sun Wen eagerly clapped his hands and praised, "It's such an honor to have you, Teacher Xu, guiding us." The 3 individuals behind Shu Yuan-King looked at him with unfriendly expressions. Sun Wen stepped forward and began to flatter the teacher. "I believe that if we follow your lead, we'll certainly be able to continue our training and meet everyone's expectations. In the future, each of us will become as powerful as a dragon." Flattered by the praise, Shu Yuan-King felt pleased and decided. "Student Sun has made an excellent point. From now on, I appoint Sun Wen as the class president for the 140th batch. Are there any objections?" He scanned his students and added, "Rest assured, I value democracy. If anyone has concerns, don't hesitate to voice them." A flashback to the previous night revealed that Shu Yuan-King and Sun Wen had met in secret. At that time, Shu had said, "Being the class president earns you 10 points every month. If you agree to give these 7 points, I'll make you the president. What do you think?" Sun Wen had immediately replied, 5 points, no more." Shu Yuan-King had agreed. Back to the present, Shu Yuan-King spoke reasonably. "If there are no objections, I'll assign Sun Wen as the class president. He will be responsible for managing some of the tasks and resources for everyone. In return, he will receive 10 points each month." A voice interrupted, "Wait a minute." Yu Sheng stepped forward, expressing his opinion. "Shu teacher, I have a different view. I believe I'm more suited for the role of class president." Shu Yuan-King raised an eyebrow, clearly suspicious, and asked Yu Sheng to explain his reasoning. Yu Sheng turned to glance at his friends before confidently saying, "I believe they wouldn't be able to defeat me." Unbothered by Yu Sheng's words, So Yuan-King replied, "Choosing the class president isn't about who is weak or strong. The president must have the ability to unite the entire team." Yu Sheng responded coldly, Xian Yuan King continued, undeterred, one must possess noble qualities. Yu Sheng replied again, calmly and without much emotion. Bum. That simple response piqued Shu Yuan King's interest. He was about to say more, unaware that behind him, Sun Wen was already being surrounded by the others. Noticing Yu Sheng's quiet confidence, Xian Yuan King added, one must also have the spirit to sacrifice. Yu Sheng puffed out his chest slightly and muttered again. Shu Yuan King was left speechless for a moment. Desperately trying to keep the conversation going, he began, I think our classmate Sun Wen. But before he could finish, his attention snapped to the ruckus behind him. Sun Wen was being beaten up by several students and could barely defend himself. Shu Yuan King shouted, furious, what do you think you're doing? Bruised and collapsed on the ground, Sun Wen whimpered weakly, I was just trying to offer everyone a little benefit. That was my only intention. Chang Yuan King gripped his own hair in frustration and cried out, what did I do wrong? Why are they punishing me like this? Yu Sheng observed the situation for a moment, then calmly suggested, maybe we can negotiate. Sui Yuan King blinked. Ha! The students chimed in, their voices oddly in sync. Classmate Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng pointed at Sun Wen. Since he's so persistent, why don't you let him become the class leader, and then have him distribute all the points to me? That last remark was aimed squarely at Sui Yuan King. Every hand shot up in agreement, everyone except Sun Wen. Even Great White, their class dog, let out a bark, seemingly in approval. Shanfu Yuan King fell silent, then finally spoke, his voice low and ominous. You've entered the secret academy. Don't you all know the rules here? A dark aura began to seep out from him, and a wave of killing intent swept through the room, freezing the students where they stood. His expression was menacing, exuding an air of intimidation. Defying the teacher would undoubtedly lead to disaster. The group of students, with the exception of Yu Sheng, huddled together in fear. They murmured in distress. But Yu Sheng remained unfazed, responding calmly. His composure quickly undermined Xian Yuan King's authoritative stance. Understanding that the situation could not be changed, Xian Yuan King proposed a deal. Give me 5 points each month, and I'll agree to your conditions. What do you think? Yu Sheng declined, countering, that's too much. After the teacher made Sun Wen the class monitor, I can easily get at least 9 points from him every month. Sun Wen was taken aback. What? Xian Yuan King gave a thumbs up, signaling his approval, and the deal was struck. He then announced, from now on, Sun Wen will be the class monitor, and he will willingly give Yu Sheng 9 out of his 10 monthly points. Sun Wen stood there stunned, his mouth hanging open. Without any shame, Shu Yuan King claimed the remaining point for himself. As for me, your teacher who works hard every day. I'll take 1 point. At the academy, Yu Sheng and his friends listened as teacher Shu Yuan King continued with his instructions. His eyes were half closed, his exhaustion evident, as though he might collapse into sleep at any moment. The teacher droned on. This is your classroom. There are rules for students here, so make sure you read them carefully and commit them to memory. However, his words lacked energy. As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Yuan King turned around, yawning repeatedly, clearly deciding to leave the students to fend for themselves. The truth was, he was simply too tired and needed rest, so he walked away without another word. Cao Zicheng was completely puzzled, glancing back at the teacher and calling out, Teacher, what are we supposed to do now in class? Yu Sheng turned to the teacher with a helpless expression. Despite the constant complaints from the students, Shu Yuan King still decided to leave. Before departing, the teacher waved goodbye and gave the first assignment, earn 20 points in 1 day. Once you've achieved that, contact me in the group. The teacher made no effort to offer any additional explanations or guidance. Sun Wen, though equally frustrated, maintained his confidence. 20 points? It's really just a matter of 2 million things. It's nothing, just a simple game. He spoke with pride, yet a faint sense of unease lingered on his face. Taking the lead, Yu Sheng suggested they first review the school student rules. Once everyone was gathered, they stood around the regulations board at the academy. The first rule stated that after enrolling, students must scan a code to download the academy's secret app. Second, all activities within the school, including meals, cultivation, transactions, and materials, must be conducted using points. Third, all necessary and unnecessary materials are sold through the academy's secret app. Lastly, after enrollment, outside money is no longer valid. Any attempt to trade points will result in expulsion and a permanent blacklist from other students. Skipping past the other rules, Sun Wen stopped at rule number 9. Please trust yourselves and trust your fellow students at the secret academy. Staring at the list, Sun Wen's face fell in shock and he looked utterly defeated. Seriously, are you going to keep complaining? One of the students muttered after reading through the regulations. Everyone was indeed taken aback by how strict the academy's rules were, and each person couldn't help but worry about the challenges ahead. I never expected that at the academy, even meals couldn't be paid for with money. You could only use points, Zhao Chang remarked helplessly. Ling Xiao added, exactly. I remember the cafeteria's menu used to show meals costing 0.5 points each. Thankfully, Boss Sun Wen generously shared plenty of snacks with everyone. Sun Wen slumped, then replied politely as the class monitor, "It's the least I can do." His smile was a bit forced, but the others around him continued to snack casually. A few memories came flooding back. Sun Wen had once given Xiao a large bag of snacks when she bought a lot of food at the canteen. He had also shared snacks with Zhao Chang when he had bought a big bag without any discount and handed a mountain of beef to a Tai. He had done so much for everyone, so why couldn't he be given just 1 point in return? As the conversation wrapped up, the man on the podium suggested everyone focus on discussing how to complete the first lesson instead of chatting about other minor details. The group quickly shifted their attention. He continued, proposing that they go outside to eliminate the dark sect, with each person earning 20 points for completing the task. Zhao Zicheng's eyes brightened at the mention of this. With Yu Sheng in their group, what was there to worry about? He immediately turned to call out to Mr. Yu with high hopes. However, Yu Sheng ignored him. He had already earned enough points long ago. After saying that, Yu Sheng left, leaving everyone confused. Now, the hope rested with Zhao Cheng. After all, he'd been seen on the news standing alongside Yu Sheng when they both caused chaos within the dark sect. Zhao Cheng felt a quiet sense of pride upon hearing the words. He reflected that no one should have to experience the heavy burden of taking a life. His tone carried a slight confidence, but he remained vigilant. Still carrying his equipment, he knew how serious such matters were. Rather than harming others, he preferred to channel his own struggles into helping his friends earn points. After a moment of reflection, he felt that his choice carried a sense of quiet honor. Elsewhere, a secluded part of the forest, a group associated with the dark sect had gathered. A short, stocky man furrowed his brows, clearly puzzled. "Can we really trust the information we receive?" he asked. "Why haven't we encountered any new students since arriving?" This man was the group's leader. One of his companions quickly responded to ease his concern. "Don't worry, sir. It's always like this. Around this time each year, the Academy assigns a 20-point task to the first class, usually overseen discreetly by instructors who prefer to stay behind the scenes. Additionally, each instructor from the Divine Sect also represents 20 points, so, naturally, some students might attempt to challenge them in hopes of earning rewards." Another member chimed in eagerly, reinforcing the point. Exactly. Every year, new disciples are tested, and for some, this is seen as a way to prove themselves by facing greater challenges. The group nodded in agreement, their expressions focused and serious. Hearing this, the members exchanged determined glances. This year would not be like the others. If anyone attempted to target the instructors again, they were prepared to respond and ensure balance was restored. Back at the academy, Zhao Cheng, having resolved to leave, encountered hesitation from the team leader. The leader insisted the group remain united. The others believed that even without Yu Sheng or Zhao Cheng, the four of them, if they worked together and followed a careful strategy, could still stand a chance against the dark sect. It wouldn't be easy, but it was certainly within reach. He started by asking each person for their opinion, beginning with Xiao, who was leaning against a pet and still holding a bag of snacks in her hand. "If you want to go, then go ahead. She's just a little brat. How can she possibly kill anyone?" Not willing to give up, he turned to a Tai. "I know you've always wanted to get stronger." A Tai, hearing this, could only pat his head and smile. "I'm not going anywhere. I'm from a family of martyrs, so I already got extra points for admission. There's nothing to worry about." The leader found himself at a loss for words and, in desperation, turned to the class monitor, his last hope. "You know, among us, the class monitor is the one with the highest level. If they both go, there won't even be a chance to finish speaking." But Sun Wen had already run off. The older students were all showing off, running while boasting. They needed to understand what the new students from the 140th class were capable of. Feeling helpless, a leader saw his plan fall apart. His entrance had been the most dramatic, with the greatest chance of success. So why did he now feel so useless? Heaving a silent vow, one day he would rise above his peers, stand at the highest point of the 5th generation, and raise his finger high into the sky. Meanwhile, on another part of the campus, Zhao Cheng stood holding a megaphone, announcing an experiment that would cost 1 point and last for just 1 day. Come quickly. People passed by, casting puzzled looks in his direction. "What's up with this new student? I don't get it. Looks like he's lost his mind." One person even suggested that hitting him on the head might be the best way to handle it. It seemed as though everyone was mocking the situation when suddenly, A young man with long hair knelt down and called out, "Pick me. I'll cover the whole day." The crowd around him grew silent, caught off guard by the absurdity of the moment. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a concerned onlooker reported a group of people has been affected by sunstroke, requesting an ambulance. This was a well-meaning bystander, simply trying to help. It turned out that the 4 members of the dark sect had collapsed from sunstroke after waiting too long under the hot sun. Back at the dormitory, Zhu Chang, having used one of his usual tricks, had finally earned the 20 points he needed. He felt a sense of pride. He had managed to gain the points without relying on Mr. Yu. It was proof that he could achieve things on his own. Next door, the passionate leader had also returned. He still carried a heavy stone on his shoulder, slightly bruised from the battle, but it seemed he had gathered enough points. He was satisfied, convinced that he could handle the members of the dark sect by himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he dropped the stone beside him, too tired to deal with it. Overcome by exhaustion, he collapsed into a deep sleep. The quiet night passed, and everyone slept soundly. The next morning, Mr. Xu had instructed everyone to gather in the classroom for a new task. However, Su Yuan King still couldn't shake the worry about his students. Dao Fan had escaped, but with Yu Sheng and Lin Xiao around, he felt confident there wouldn't be any serious issues. As the hours passed, everyone gathered in the classroom as instructed. Yet an hour had gone by and still no sign of Mr. Xu. Xiao, munching on a pack of snacks, speculated the teacher must have overslept. Sun Wenhao turned to Yu Sheng and said, "Mr. Yu, following your advice, I took advantage of the bug in the Academy's mission system last night. I managed to retrieve 6 parts. Here they are for you." Yu Sheng nodded and replied, "Good. Now you should contact the school to report it. You'll earn another 100 points. Sun Wen frowned at this suggestion. Why report it? The senior students will just buy the information from him and tear him apart. Yu Sheng, unbothered, stuck to the rules. If the class leader doesn't report it, you can always ask Zhao Cheng to do it. Sun Wen was taken aback by this suggestion. "Don't let me do it myself." Although hesitant, Sun Wen picked up the phone to make the report, muttering to himself for reassurance, "It's just about getting a bit of a beating right. If Zhao Cheng can handle it, so can I. There's nothing to be afraid of." From a distance, Zhao Cheng's voice called out, "Mr. Yu, Su teacher didn't come, but he sent the mission through the phone." Yu Sheng immediately checked the mission details. Chen Feng has awakened 3 times. His ability is an energy blade, sharp, trembling, and violent. Recently, he robbed a bank in Wuhai City, killed 2 police officers, and fled to Gang Chang. Be cautious. His personality is calm, but he's extremely vigilant. The reward for this mission is 300 points, with no time limit. After reading the details, Yu Sheng reflected, 3 awakenings, that could be tricky. Meanwhile, Sun Wen was still making the report, and Zhao Cheng and the others were approaching. "Mr. Yu, this mission doesn't make much sense. All we know is that the target is in Gang Chang. What's our next step?" Yu Sheng didn't say much. He simply focused on his goal, finding the target and eliminating everyone in his way. The scene around him was chaotic, and it was hard to believe someone could be so single-minded and relentless. Atai, however, was unconvinced, and it wasn't surprising. After all, it was Mr. Yu. He was the kind of person who always seemed to know exactly what needed to be done. His precision, even in such a dire situation, spoke volumes about his genius. Even though he was a powerhouse of immense skill, it was clear that his approach was simple. Find a target, then take action. After making the necessary report, Sun Wen turned to Yu Sheng. "Mr. Yu," he asked, "this mission involves the whole team. Shouldn't we plan it out properly? The timing is perfect, and this mission requires us to go out there. The heavens seem to be on our side." Sun Wen couldn't help but think that, once they escaped the attention of the higher-ups, he would treat them all to a meal. Yu Sheng considered it for a moment and agreed that it seemed like a reasonable idea. Meanwhile, in the Academy's dining hall, Bai Haiyang and Liu Yu were deep in conversation as they ate. Lately, things weren't going too well with the Yan sect. Although the task had originally been assigned to the veterans of the Academy, the danger was still very real. When Liu Yu was asked if he still planned to go, he simply nodded. Liu Yu turned to Hai Yang. "You remember when we first enrolled here? We were so young, so full of ourselves. We thought that surpassing everyone and being the best looking was all that mattered. But more than a year has passed now. Of the 139 of us who started, some have died, others have been crippled, and hardly any of us are left. The whole idea of graduating in 3 years, it's the biggest scam the secret academy has ever pulled. Our strength was lacking, our completion rates were low, and some students just get stuck repeating their 2nd year." Liu Yu finished speaking, then removed his apron and hung it up. "Want to graduate?" he continued. "Who knows how many are still waiting in line, stuck in the waiting area. Bai Haiyang remained seated, listening intently. Liu Yu, deep in thought, sighed repeatedly. He yearned to make a mark in humanity and leave his legacy at the demon suppression gate, but doubts clouded his mind. Was the risk truly worth it? His tendency to overthink was far from the secret academy's approach, where action often spoke louder than hesitation. Finally, Liu Yu stood up to leave but paused. Turning back, he expressed his gratitude to Bai Haiyang for the guidance and support he had received over the past year. At that moment, Yu Sheng and his group entered the room. Observing this, Bai Haiyang's thoughts shifted towards his own graduation. Zhao Zicheng, noticing the scene, couldn't help but wonder what had caused his senior, Liu Yu, to appear so changed. Yu Sheng, meanwhile, glanced around and quietly mused, asterisk, is this all there is to the academy, asterisk? The group took their seats, and Sun Wen immediately spoke up. I expect everyone to follow my lead. On the way here, I had people look into Chen Feng's recent movements. We should have some updates shortly. He paused, then added, before we receive the news, it would be helpful for each of us to share the details of our awakened abilities. This way, we can work together more effectively in future missions. Sun Wen then turned his attention to Yu Sheng. At his cue, Yu Sheng didn't hesitate to speak. My awakened item is an iron staff, he said. He then asked, half joking, if anyone would believe that he had awakened everything in one go. It seemed almost unbelievable, and the room fell silent as everyone processed the information. Yu Sheng sighed and continued, I actually awakened twice. My abilities are to mask my aura and teleport over short distances. Sun Wen, caught off guard by this revelation, stared at him in surprise. Teleportation? That's a first for me. Mr. Yu, did your ancestors carry the weight of the world or something? He asked, unable to hide his astonishment. He spoke with complete seriousness, swearing on the life of his grandfather, Sun Yingsang, a man who had led an honorable and accomplished life. He vowed that no details from this conversation would be leaked, not a single word. His expression was one of absolute determination. Zhao Zicheng acted as the defensive support, almost like a punching bag, while a Tai was more formidable in battle, growing stronger the longer he fought. Ling Xiao had been awakened by the Great White ability, which allowed him to bite and trigger Mu Yu's second awakening. The key item was a tombstone, but its power could not be absorbed. Before Mu Yu could finish explaining, everyone was caught off guard. Sun Wen immediately asked, with this level of agility and combat ability, Mu Yu must be a control mage, right? Mu Yu nodded, confirming the tombstone is also the method for activating my power. Zhao Zicheng, who had been quietly sitting, was impressed. He then asked, so, with this combat style, Mu Yu cut him off, saying, don't you think the tombstone is heavy and tough? Throwing it at someone really does the job, doesn't it? Ignoring the comment, Lim Xiao turned to ask about the class leader's ability. Mu Yu replied, Sun Wen has awakened the gold ingot ability, and he's undergone 3 awakenings. Lim Xiao, excited, responded, class leader, you're really strong. Curious, he then asked, what about your ability? Sun Wen hesitated for a moment, starting to feel a bit embarrassed. My ability? Fortune. Enhanced fortune. Super enhanced fortune. A sneer echoed through the room. What's so impressive about that? Someone muttered. Sun Wen's face flushed with anger. Don't you dare underestimate it. Despite not having any combat abilities, Sun Wen had one clear advantage, his wealth. He proudly began boasting about his father's Gold Ingot Corporation in the Northern Humanity District, emphasizing his family's superior intelligence-gathering skills. As long as he was around, their logistics would run smoothly. With a proud smile, Sun Wen continued, full of confidence. Yu Sheng felt the situation was becoming too disorganized and signaled for everyone to refocus on the main issue. Sun Wen stood frozen for a moment, thinking that he had been overlooked. He felt a sudden loss of motivation. How could they prepare for the battle now? The leader spoke again, this time with more clarity. I've fought before and come up with 2 strategies. The goal is to use a blade, so my original plan was for a Tai to hold Mu Yu's tombstone in a front. Zhao Zicheng would support a Tai from the side, while Great White and Yu Sheng would wait on the flank for the right moment to strike. Sun Wen continued, however, now that they know Mu Yu's abilities, sticking to this plan would be a waste of his powers. So I've developed a second plan. Zhao Zicheng, who had been standing nearby, grew tense, his face darkening. Sun Wen went on, laying out his revised idea. First, Zhao Zicheng will hold the line for a while. Meanwhile, Mu Yu will seize the opportunity to use his abilities. Once Mu Yu activates his skill, he'll pass the tombstone to a Tai, and they will take turns. Our main target is someone who has already awakened 3 times, Zhao Zicheng. Zhao Zicheng, sensing a chance to speak up, proudly interrupted, I've already awakened twice. The next morning, Sun Wen led the group to the entrance of a hotel, his excitement palpable. I've received information that our target is likely inside this hotel, he said, glancing at his companions. Turning to face them, he explained the plan. The hotel is crowded, so it's not going to be easy to act. The best approach is for Yu Sheng to draw them outside. We'll lie in wait, and once the target appears, Zhao Chang will find a way to stop them and coordinate with Yu Sheng. As Sun Wen continued discussing his plan, Yu Sheng brushed past him and headed straight into the hotel. He glanced back briefly and said, "I'll go ahead and take a look. You all keep going." Sun Wen was momentarily taken aback by this and quickly called after him. "Just lead them out of the hotel. Don't get involved in the fight. Stay cautious." Zhao Chang, standing beside Sun Wen, gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Don't worry, Yu Sheng is always careful." Meanwhile, Yu Sheng entered the hotel and approached the reception desk. "How do I get to room 603? He asked. The receptionist directed him to the elevator, explaining that he should go upstairs and turn right. Yu Sheng nodded in acknowledgement and entered the elevator. There was already someone inside. The man glanced at Yu Sheng and smiled, then asked, "Which floor are you heading to?" Yu Sheng replied honestly, "The 6th floor." The man pressed the button for the 5th floor, and with a casual gesture, also pressed the button for the 6th floor for him. The atmosphere in the elevator grew quiet once again. Before long, the elevator reached the 5th floor. The doors opened, and the man stepped out. Yu Sheng watched him leave, a feeling of unease creeping in. The way the man walked seemed somewhat off. Just then, the elevator doors closed, and the lift ascended to the 6th floor. When Yu Sheng stepped out of the elevator, he took a slow, deliberate look around. The hallway was eerily silent, with no sign of anyone. The carpet was thick, muffling the sound of his footsteps. He moved cautiously down the corridor, drawing closer to room 603. As he neared the door, he paused. Earlier, at the front desk, he had confirmed that room 604 was unoccupied. It made sense. Chen Feng was too careful to be staying in a room that could easily be found. He must be hiding in room 604, keeping an eye on room 603 and ready to make a quick escape if needed. Yu Sheng paused for a moment before walking up to the door of room 604. A small syringe appeared in his hand, and without hesitation, he slid it through the gap beneath the door and into the room. Once the task was complete, he covered his nose and cautiously stepped away from the door. To be extra careful, Yu Sheng made his way to room 603 and dropped a few drops of the substance inside. With everything set, he sat down against the wall that separated the two rooms, his crossbow now resting in his hands. Time passed quietly until, suddenly, a loud noise erupted from room 604, signaling that the moment had arrived. Yu Sheng, alert, pulled a small piece of wire from his coat pocket, carefully bent it, and inserted it into the lock. With a soft click, the door unlocked. He gently pushed it open, but didn't rush in. Instead, he threw a small, multi-angled mirror inside first. Almost immediately, the image of a man panting on the sofa became visible. It was Chen Feng. "Chen Feng," Yu Sheng said, his voice steady as he spotted him. Without hesitation, he fired several arrows from his crossbow toward the man. Despite his weakened state, Chen Feng was still fast enough to dodge the projectiles. Seizing the chance while the arrows missed, he leaped over the couch and took cover behind it. After a brief pause, Chen Feng spoke coldly. "The effect of the soft bone-dispersing finger only lasts for 2 minutes. You can't kill me in that time, Yu Sheng. So let's make a deal." Yu Sheng, however, remained unfazed. "Thanks, but I'm not interested." As his words echoed, the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder. Yu Sheng, too, noticed that, at some point, a homemade bomb had appeared in his hand. Yu Sheng stopped in front of the door, gripping the crossbow tightly in his hands. His voice was cold as he spoke. It would be quicker to die from a crossbow bolt than from a bomb explosion. Chen Feng's gaze shifted to the bomb now lying at his feet, the timer already ticking down. He had intended to grab the bomb, but before he could move, an arrow shot through the air and landed in the ground right next to it, forcing him to pull his hand back in haste. At that moment, Yu Sheng's deep voice rang out once more, offering a warning. The blast from that bomb will only be enough to tear apart, hack your body, or rupture your internal organs. As he spoke, Yu Sheng adjusted the crossbow in his hand, his tone betraying a slight uncertainty about the bomb's actual power. He often misjudged the amount of explosives in such devices. Chen Feng bit his lip in frustration, his face hardening, but he forced himself to stay calm. "No," he said through clenched teeth, "the Shadow Sect's lackeys would never pull something like this." But before he could finish his sentence, another arrow shot through the sofa, narrowly grazing his neck. He jerked his head to the side, startled by the close call. Yu Sheng's cold voice rang out again, cruel and clear. "Kill him, and you'll still make it to the Shadow Sect to claim your reward." Fear gripped Chen Feng as he shrank back. His eyes remained locked on the countdown of the bomb, unable to suppress the curse that slipped from his lips. Madman, what should he do now? Could he gamble that the bomb was a bluff? With only 3 seconds left on the timer, Chen Feng made his decision. He yanked the arrow out of the sofa and, gritting his teeth, used the momentum to roll out from behind the sofa, shouting at Yu Sheng, "Get ready to die." As soon as he leaped outside, a sight before him sent a jolt of terror through his body. His eyes widened in shock. There was no sign of Yu Sheng, only an arm, gripping a crossbow, extending from behind the door. Without a word, the weapon was aimed directly at his head and fired. The unexpected turn of events left Chen Feng frozen in place, unable to react. The arrow struck him cleanly in the head, and he fell instantly, his lifeblood spilling onto the floor. The chilling scene of his lifeless body, lying in a pool of blood, was witnessed by those in the room next door. Two men sat quietly facing each other. One of them gently stirred his drink in a glass, letting out a regretful sigh. Such a shame that the Academy's people are monitoring this area. Otherwise, it would have been the perfect moment to act. In that instant, the middle-aged man across from him suddenly shed his disguise, revealing a strikingly beautiful young woman. Her smile was laced with malice as she looked at him. "If we can't eliminate those new students from the secret academy to prove our worth," she said coldly, "then he will join her brother in the grave." The room suddenly thickened with an air of deadly intent, but the man remained calm, his smile never wavering. If the goddess truly intended to kill him, she wouldn't waste words. His survival is a sign that he still holds value to divine religion. At these words, the goddess let out a derisive snort, and the expression on the woman's face darkened. She gave a sharp command. What she needed now was someone capable of sowing chaos in Gang Chang, someone who could strike at any moment. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he grinned. The people of Gang Chang aren't of any use right now. They're nothing more than cannon fodder. What we need are fresh faces, and the high-ranking members and several teachers of the secret academy must be kept in check. The woman spoke without hesitation, her voice firm. No problem. She assured him that when the time was right, someone would be sent to notify him. If he performed well, she would elevate him to the position of a divine envoy. With that, she walked towards him, her fingers brushing against his face as she sneered. The altered appearance he wore made her uncomfortable. The man did not push her hand away, but offered a forced smile, attempting to flatter her. "Don't worry, he'll handle everything perfectly. You won't have any reason to be upset." Hearing this, the woman let out a sharp, dissatisfied snort. She swayed her hips slightly, turned, and exited through the door. Left alone in the room, the man swirled the wine in his glass, his mind lost in thought. Gang Chang is about to act, he mused quietly to himself. He's probably a member of the Bulletproof Association. How will he break this stalemate? His train of thought was interrupted as he stopped, closing his eyes slowly as if he were drifting off to sleep. Yet, his finger continued to circle the rim of the glass. He knew he couldn't pursue the divine woman directly. Meanwhile, back at school, Sang Yuan King and Vi sat lazily on the steps. When she saw Yu Sheng and the others, she asked casually, "Are they back?" The group nodded, a mix of confusion and faint smiles on their faces, but the mood quickly shifted when Shu King Yuan spoke. This mission had a total of 300 points. Yu Sheng scored 280, while Sun Wen only managed 20. Any thoughts? The group stiffened, their expressions freezing, and silence followed. No one could argue with the assessment. Xiang Yuan King gave them another piercing glance before continuing, her tone unwavering. Sun Wen's intelligence was inadequate. He had even considered the possibility that Chen Feng was in room 604. If they had trusted his information and barged into room 603, they likely would have walked straight into an ambush set by Chen Feng, and the whole team would have been wiped out. Xiang Yuan King explained the situation to Sun Wen, then asked him directly if he had any objections to his 50-point deduction. Upon hearing this, Sun Wen didn't protest. He simply nodded in agreement, showing that he, too, recognized there was a problem with his performance. After the lesson, Sun Wen and Xiang Yuan King turned their attention to Yu Sheng. "You acted on your own, distancing yourself from the team. Your teammates placed their trust in you during this mission, but you didn't seem to return that trust." Xiang Yuan King remarked calmly before continuing, "Perhaps in Zui Chang, survival depends on working alone, trusting no one. That may be the way of a teacher, but I won't ask you to completely let go of Zui Chang's approach. Still, there is much to be learned outside of it, things like friendship and teamwork. Only then can you unlock your true potential." He spoke slowly, watching Yu Sheng carefully as he went on. "For this mission, I will deduct 100 points from you." Yu Sheng did respond with much emotion. He simply nodded as if it did matter much to him. Xiang Yuan King, observing this reaction, felt a quiet sense of relief wash over him. A faint joy rose in his chest. Yu Sheng's lack of resistance suggested he had taken the time to reflect on the difference between life inside and outside of Zui Chang. If his mindset had shifted, his future could be much clearer. With this thought in mind, Chang Yuan King smiled at Yu Sheng. But Yu Sheng, sitting across from him, appeared confused by the smile. At that moment, Chang Yuan King turned his attention to the three others, Zhao Zicheng and the others, and raised his voice sharply. And you all. The three individuals, Zhao Zicheng included, bowed their heads the moment they heard their names. Su Yuan King began his lecture, focusing on their conduct during the journey to the hotel. If he were truly a bad person, he would have heard the news and run off by now. They're on a mission, not on a casual outing. You should deduct 10 points from each of them, including Sun Wen, and require them to write a 2,000-word self-reflection. It needs to be a serious one. What would they do differently if they had the chance? With a deep sigh, Su Yuan King added, clearly frustrated, "This is the worst group of students I've ever had." The more he scolded them, the more passionate he became, while Zhao Zicheng and the others entered the school, heads down in shame. At that moment, Yu Sheng appeared almost silently behind Su Yuan King, as though he had materialized out of nowhere. He leaned in close, speaking softly into the teacher's ear. "Well, teacher, I see you scored 190 points this time. Must be pretty exciting, right? I'm sure at least 100 of those points were because of me." Su Yuan King quickly spun around, taking 2 steps back, and cleared his throat. He replied, "I'm just deducting points on behalf of the school. As a teacher, I would never personally take points away from them." Yu Sheng narrowed his eyes, making Su Yuan King feel uneasy. But after a brief pause, Yu Sheng's expression turned serious as he continued, "The silkworm may become trapped in the waterfall, and the candle may not have fully burned out, but the tears are still far off. As a great teacher, please don't judge him with such petty thoughts." Su Yuan King, confused, could only manage a stiff nod as Yu Sheng pulled out his phone from his pocket, ready to make a call. Yu Sheng smirked slightly and added, "You might not see the issue, but you should still confirm it with the vice principal." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan King's panic was immediate. He grabbed Yu Sheng's phone, his voice suddenly all smiles and fawning. "Please don't make that call. As long as you don't deduct those 100 points from me, everything will be fine." Yu Sheng finally felt a sense of relief as he reclaimed his phone, offering a polite thank you to those around him. Later that night, in the student dormitory, the atmosphere was heavy with the stillness of late hours. Most students were deeply intoxicated, with the sounds of loud snoring filling the air. Amid the quiet, a shadow, moving like a specter, silently appeared in the hallway, slipping into the dormitory without making a sound. The figure stopped at a specific room and quietly pushed the door open. Moving swiftly, they reached the bed where Zhao Zicheng slept soundly. A low, angry laugh escaped the figure's lips. Without uttering a word, it struck Zhao Zicheng in the stomach, waking him with a painful jolt. Grubbing from the blow, Zhao Zicheng stirred, but the figure showed no mercy, continuing to land punch after punch. Zhao Zicheng, in a moment of quick thinking, managed to grab his mattress and use it as a shield, narrowly avoiding another hit. The figure, momentarily stunned, couldn't help but exclaim, "Why is this thing so big?" Without wasting a second, the figure darted to a new position. In an instant, they were behind Zhao Zicheng and kicked him hard, shouting angrily at him for daring to block the attack. What followed was a brutal one-sided assault. The person in black seemed to treat Zhao Zicheng like a punching bag, delivering blow after blow with no sign of stopping. As Zhao Zicheng curled up to protect himself, trying to shield his head from the relentless strikes, the lights in the room suddenly flickered on. Ling Xiao and Great White, still half awake, stood in the doorway, groggily asking what was going on and why the noise was so loud. But as soon as Ling Xiao caught sight of the figure in black, her eyes widened in shock. It was Tu Yuan King. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Zicheng turned to face him and asked, "As a teacher, how could you ambush like that? You're behaving just like the old students." Realizing he had been caught, Sam Yuan King quickly removed his hood, gave a cold snort, and said, "I was testing his alertness." The explanation didn't convince Zhao Zicheng in the slightest. He scoffed, clearly unimpressed. That's just a cheap excuse for personal revenge. At this, Sang Yuan King shot him a sharp look, narrowing his eyes. The message was clear. If Zhao Zicheng said another word, he would regret it. Zhao Zicheng, sensing the threat, wisely backed down and quickly offered a conciliatory comment. "I was wrong." Xiang Yuan King gave a satisfied nod that let out a cold grunt before criticizing. "They all have two main weaknesses. Before we start any real missions, perhaps we should arrange some extra training." When Ling Xiao heard the word training, her face turned pale, and she looked nervously at Su Yuan King. But he remained unaffected and calmly instructed, "Go tell everyone, except Yu Sheng, to meet at 7 a.m. tomorrow at the training field for special exercises." With that, he snorted again and walked off. The next morning, at the Secret Academy's training field, Zhao Zicheng and his group had arrived well before the designated time. However, Zhao Zicheng was clearly unhappy, muttering angrily about how Sang Yuan King seemed to be mixing personal grudges with his official duties. Xiao Bai quickly interjected to defend him. That's not true. Though he's not always trustworthy, he's very serious when it comes to teaching. At this, Zhao Zicheng turned to her and asked, "What exactly has Chu Yuan King been teaching you?" Ling Xiao frowned, pondering the question for a moment before falling deep into thought. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng, still holding a sandbag, continued to strike Ling Xiao, apologizing silently for the situation. His unexpected move sent Ling Xiao into a panic, prompting her to flee, though she quickly commanded Great White to bite a tie. This is Su Yuan King's doing. Upon hearing her words, Great White immediately charged toward a tie, ready to attack. Terrified, a tie sprinted away, shouting repeatedly, "Mu Yu, help me." But Mu Yu, at that moment, was unable to offer any help. The previous night, he had been given an unusually confusing task by Su Yuan King. 1. Do not use the stabilizer. 2. You must beat up Sun Wen. As he mulled over the task and thought about his points, Mu Yu sighed. He then removed the stabilizer from his back, still intending to apologize to Sun Wen. Before he could get a word out, however, a Tai, running toward him, slapped him across the face. With a look of guilt, a Tai explained, "Su Yuan King told me to do this." When Mu Yu collapsed to the ground, a Tai showed no sign of concern. Instead, he encouraged Mu Yu to keep going, assuring him he would take it easy. Terrified, Mu Yu scrambled to his feet and fled, shouting for Sun Wen to help him. Hearing this, Sun Wen's face darkened in anger. His voice thundered as he yelled, "Yesterday, Xu, that big-headed idiot, messaged me saying I couldn't leave the training ground. I knew nothing good would come of it." He also shouted at Mu Yu not to come over. Meanwhile, Zhao Zicheng, carrying his sandbag, was in hot pursuit of Lin Xiao. The two had already circled the training field several times, and the little girl was now crying, pleading for a break. But Zhao Zicheng didn't show any mercy. He even cast a guilty look at Su King Yun as if blaming him. He said if he allows the girl to rest for more than 30 seconds, he'll go after him tonight and beat him up. For the sake of his own reputation, he could only tolerate the girl for a short while. Ling Xiao kept running, her eyes firm and determined, unwilling to give in. She quickly ordered Great White to bite a Tai, making it clear that unless a Tai helped her stop that jerk, Zhao Zicheng, she wouldn't stop running. Meanwhile, a Tai was being chased and bitten by Great White to the point where he couldn't get away, but he still kept pursuing Mu Yu. He shouted at Mu Yu, telling him not to run because he could knock him out with a single hit. Of course, Mu Yu wouldn't stop. As he kept running, he chased after Sun Wen ahead of him, calling out to him as well, "Let me hit you just once." Sun Wen, who was ahead, immediately grimaced, cursing Su King Yuan as big-headed Su. "He'll deduct points from you every time you get hit," he muttered. The training ground had turned into total chaos, with people chasing each other and a whole place looking like a battleground. Su Yuan King, sitting on the rooftop, watched it all unfold. When he heard himself being cursed at, he simply laughed and called them out for not working hard enough. Turning to a young man beside him, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you think?" The young man, Si Wen Xian, was a student from class 138 and had already awakened 3 times. He held a national-style sword in his hand, nodding as he observed the situation. After a moment, he suggested, "Let me handle them. Before I leave the academy, I'll make them into eligible students." Without hesitation, Shu Yuan King agreed, squinting as he gazed down at the training ground. A deep sigh escaped him, as though he felt the time had finally come for that person. A short time later on the training ground, Zhao Zicheng's group lay sprawled on the ground, completely worn out. Sun Wen, visibly angry, scolded, "Mu Yu, you idiot. How could you hit him with that much force?" Mu Yu didn't back down and responded coldly, "Who told him to run?" A Tai, his body still marked with bite marks from Great White, smiled and said, "Great White is incredible. His bites really hurt." Meanwhile, Ling Xiao shot a hateful glance at Zhao Zicheng and declared, "I'll find a way to get Shu Yuanqing to help the girl take revenge." Upon hearing this, Zhao Zicheng's face darkened and he quickly exclaimed, "When will this cycle of revenge ever end?" At last, after 3 exhausting days, the ordeal was over. Su Yuanqing greeted the returning group with a cheerful smile, completely unaware of the hardships they had endured or whether they were ready to take on a new mission. In stark contrast to Su Yuan-King's upbeat mood, the group appeared drained, eyes hollow with dark circles and their bodies caked in dirt. However, no matter how they felt, Su Yuan-King didn't seem to care. All he cared about was getting everyone prepared for their next mission, and if needed, they were to beat the person behind him into submission. Zhao Chang found this request absurd. The idea of having to strike an older student felt completely unreasonable. Honestly, being struck by an older student seemed like the better option in this case. Xiao Yuan King with confidence responded, "I'm not bullying anyone. I specifically chose this task for you." The student in question had performed quite well, ranking at level 5 and having awakened 3 times. When Zhao Chang and Sun Wen heard that this senior had awakened 3 times, they were both taken aback, as it reminded them of what happened with Chen Feng in the past. The senior didn't go into much detail. Instead, he pulled out his weapon and suggested that everyone verify it for themselves. He also added that if they were comparing the number of awakenings to Chen Feng, then indeed both had awakened 3 times. While Sun Wen held the gold bar in his hand, his thoughts were consumed by the 3 mysterious awakenings. Though the event seemed similar to what had happened with Chen Feng, he still couldn't be sure whether it was truly powerful or not. Zhao Chang had already drawn his weapon, preparing for a confrontation with the senior. Aware that the senior resembled a triangle in shape, Zhao Chang offered a quick apology just in case his actions were inappropriate, before charging into battle. The others too were eager for the showdown. Sun Yunzhou will use his points to buy food later as compensation for the senior. Everyone was full of energy, weapons in hand, rushing toward the senior. However, the senior remained calm, standing still as if waiting for his opponents to fall into his trap. Sun Wen, still unsure of what was unfolding, was taken aback by the excitement of the group. Su, the teacher, placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Try not to be too upset." In a blink of an eye, Zhao Chang collapsed, leaving Sun Wen both shocked and terrified. The others soon followed, their strength fading away until they too were on the ground. Zhao Chang was bewildered, unable to understand why he had been immobilized or why the others had lost their strength so quickly. Despite the terrifying power the senior possessed, he maintained a calm, friendly smile and slowly made his way towards Sun Wen, who had been watching the whole scene unfold from a distance. As the senior approached, Sun Wen instinctively took a step back, panic rising in him. He begged, "Senior, please spare me. I can join in the attack." The senior only smiled more warmly and said, "Live or die. We'd advance and retreat together." Realizing there was nothing more he could say, Sun Wen shut his eyes tightly and murmured, "Let him come." As soon as he finished speaking, the senior moved swiftly, tapping Mr. Sun's knee, then his chest, and finally the side of his neck. With 3 precise moves, Sun Wen was rendered unable to continue. The senior calmly lifted him over his shoulder. Though not physically hurt in a lasting way, Sun Wen was visibly shaken, quietly processing what had just happened. Later, the senior cheerfully arranged the others in a neat, orderly row on the ground. Surveying his work with pride, he clapped his hands and said with a smile, "As classmates, it's important for us to stay organized." As night fell, moonlight spilled gently over the doorway, casting a serene glow. A man, clearly affected by drink, lay dozing at the entrance. From the shadows, a girl appeared quietly. The man stirred and muttered, "The dog. I guess it's time to go." The girl, Sudu, stepped forward and replied, "I'll go with him." Though she knew this wasn't really her responsibility, she understood the situation. Soon, the man drifted into a peaceful sleep. Sudu continued on to find the senior. He sat alone atop a large stone, gazing quietly at the stars. She joined him, wondering silently if he had been chosen to challenge the new students this year. He gave a slight nod. Yes. Then, with practiced ease, he jumped down using his inner strength. Light as a feather, he could yet realize that a loss in the upcoming test could mean stepping away from the academy. As he landed, he thought to himself, "If I had known it would end like this, I wouldn't have stayed an extra 2 years. I wouldn't have lingered at all." Sudu said softly, "He's our closest friend." The senior lay back beside her and responded quietly, "It's just a shame he still has so much ahead of him." Upon hearing the senior's words, she shyly shook her head, softly insisting that he had misunderstood. She hadn't meant it that way. Sudu tried to explain further, but the senior gently patted her head and said with a reassuring smile, "I understand." In his heart, he knew that perhaps he had never fully belonged to the secret academy, or maybe he simply wasn't destined to become a true awakened one. Still, he could clearly recall the faces of the new students he had once guided or faced. He held fast to one belief. Before I leave, laying the groundwork for those who come after me will be the most meaningful achievement of my journey as an awakened one. Glancing at Sudu, he remembered the hardships she had endured. He wasn't sure whether the people offering help could truly ease the side effects she was struggling with, but he hoped so. He added warmly, "I'm waiting for the day you succeed, so I can proudly tell everyone that you were my classmate." As the evening deepened, he gently reminded Sudu that it was time to return. With a smile, he extended his hand. Seeing his lighthearted expression, Sudu smiled too and reached out to take his hand. Just before they reached the door, Sudu paused and looked back at him. In her heart, she believed he was just as capable as anyone else. She was sure that one day his name would be remembered among the highest ranks in the Mo Mountain Academy. Hearing her words, the senior's expression softened. He smiled and said simply, "Go on, be safe." He remained where he stood, quietly watching as Sundu walked toward the building under the gentle glow of the moon. At that moment, a nearby man, clearly intoxicated, mumbled softly to himself, "The secret academy, humanity's pillar. Dreams of rising high, yet one misstep and everything changes." At that moment, the senior student's expression finally shifted to one of sorrow. He realized that no matter how he tried to explain, everything seemed to circle back to her decisions. In the bustling streets of Hongdang Port City, Liu Yu was undercover disguised as a fruit donut vendor. However, his striking appearance unexpectedly drew the attention of a woman with vibrant red hair. She approached with a playful smile, gently taking his hand and saying, "Why don't you take a break?" "My treat." Startled, Liu Yu quickly pulled his hand back, his face turning red, not from embarrassment, but from a sudden sharp stomach pain caused by something he had eaten earlier. Sensing his discomfort, the woman left a small slip of paper with her number and said, "Call me sometime if you'd like to chat." Trying to keep his composure, Liu Yu turned to Mr. Sun and asked in frustration, "Mr. Sun, are your cold noodles really fresh?" Mr. Sun, confident in his culinary skills, replied, "I've been making cold noodles for years. I've never had a complaint." As the pain intensified, Liu Yu grabbed a roll of tissue and muttered, "Give me a moment, I'll be right back." Using the restroom break as a cover, Liu Yu proceeded with his real mission. He had just recorded a crucial video, and upon reviewing the footage, his heart pounded. After several days of observation in this busy district, the heat target had finally appeared. He concealed himself behind a nearby wall. Though the distance was far, he managed to catch fragments of the conversation. Half a month later, the Yan sect, the woman in disguise who leads others. Liu Yu thought to himself, "If I can bring this intel back to the Shadow sect, they'll be more than satisfied." Suddenly, a loud noise startled him. Fearing he had been discovered, Liu Yu ducked back behind the wall, holding his breath. But it was only a drunken passerby grumbling to himself, frustrated by the evening's confusion. It appeared as though everything was perfectly fine, but Liu Yu let out a deep sigh. Without warning, the girl with the red hair stepped forward from the shadows. Her face softened in regret when she realized he hadn't come to see her. Then her expression shifted and a look of suspicion crossed her face. She suddenly assumed that Liu Yu must have come seeking his own demise. She reached out to grab him, but he was faster, skillfully dodging her grasp. With a swift movement, he drew his knife and assumed a combat stance. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her with clear disdain and said, "If you think you can kill me, you're nowhere near capable." But just as he prepared to celebrate his defiance, a sharp pain stabbed into his back. It turned out that Chao Xiao of Xiao had struck him with a piece of bronze, delivering a deadly blow. She knew Liu Yu was from the prestigious Liu family, and it truly was a shame. He had the looks but lacked the strength. The pain surged through him, but Liu Yu remained calm in his final moments. Asterisk, her aura has already been sealed. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, even if I die here, she will not escape. Asterisk. With his final breath, Liu Yu tried to summon his power one last time. The red-haired girl saw his attempt, though she couldn't discern what kind of dark copper he was using. Chao Xiao propped Liu Yu's lifeless body against the wall and, without a hint of emotion, turned to the red-haired girl. "Take care of the body," she ordered. "Then contact the Ghost Hunter organization. They'll handle the funeral arrangements." With that, Chao Xiao left, a smile playing at the corner of her lips. The red-haired girl stood in silence, watching her retreat into the distance. What neither of the girls realized, however, was that Liu Yu was still alive. As he slumped against the wall, he had left a faint blood mark behind. Elsewhere, Mr. Sun remained seated in calm contemplation, his eyes locked onto a tall figure draped in a cloak, their body completely concealed. He took out his phone and called Mr. Sun from the Shadow sect to report what he had just seen. He had spotted a high-ranking member of the Dark Sect on Yulin Street. It seemed to be the Dark Sect's goddess, Chao Xiao. Mr. Sun introduced himself over the phone. "My surname is Ri, and my full name is Ri Xin Shi Min, which means a passionate citizen." Outside the dormitory, a senior was training his juniors. None of the juniors could keep up with his pace, and the senior, clearly amused, said, "You're all too slow." Suddenly, a bell rang. The senior paused, waiting for a moment, but when he didn't continue, one of the juniors peeked out to check what was happening. The senior stood still, his expression frozen in disbelief as he processed the sound of the bell. Bai Haiyang also heard the bell. She wondered if it had come from Mingat. The teacher didn't say much, but simply nodded, confirming that her guess was correct. Bai Haiyang wasted no time and spoke firmly. "I accept the task from the Yan sect. Send me the materials immediately." With that, she stormed off in anger. The senior turned to his juniors and explained the genius class of 139 was once full of talent, but after one disastrous event, only Bai Haiyang and Liu Yu remain. And after that bell just now, it seems class 139 has only her left. He continued, offering a reminder to the group. The first-year students can be excused for now, but in the future, if you hear that bell, show respect. It signals the loss of another member from their secret academy. With a final glance, the senior said, "All right, everyone, get back to practice. The freshmen still can't fully harness their strength. I don't want that bell to one day ring because of them." Holding the phone in her hand, Chang silently reminded herself to push harder, to give more of herself. That evening in the Hongdang district, Bai Haiyang arrived with a weapon in hand. As soon as she appeared, the people around her quickly whispered to each other, urging one another to flee. The members of the secret academy had arrived. Dragging the blade of her weapon across the ground, Bai Haiyang made a harsh, grating sound to capture everyone's attention. She commanded coldly, "Stop." Despite their fear, no one dared to move. In a sharp, menacing tone, she shouted again, "Bring your vice sect leader out to meet me." A trembling voice from the crowd stuttered. The vice sect leader left early this morning. Without a word, Bai Haiyang turned and walked away, heading toward the alley where the fight had taken place. She stepped over the bloodstains that marred the ground, her gaze darkening as she noticed the blood splattered across the walls. Standing in the middle of the alley, she wasn't sure who she should approach, but she had no doubt that the two involved in the conflict had already taken action. Just then, her phone rang. Bai Haiyang answered and received two key pieces of information. The first, Liu Yu had used the black copper to track the target. The second, the dark sex goddess from the Xiao region might be involved in this. With this new knowledge, she ended the call. Her eyes lingered on the words "soul hunt" that Liu Yu had left before his death. The blood-written phrase remained clear on the wall, yet its meaning eluded her. Without wasting a moment, Bai Haiyang dialed the Liu family. After introducing herself, she said, "I am a classmate of Liu Yu. Please tell me the location of the dark pupil seal." After discovering the location of the dark pupil seal, she spoke briefly, "I should be thanking you," before hanging up the phone. In a building somewhere in the Hongdang district, the red-haired girl leaped in, shattering the glass as she made her entrance. Behind her, Bai Haiyang was in hot pursuit, determined to track her down to the very end. She called out to the red-haired girl, "Don't think you can escape from me. You care to harm my classmate, and today I'll personally send you down to the same place as him." The red-haired girl landed and couldn't believe how accurately the dark pupil seal was tracking her. As she fled, she desperately repeated, "I didn't kill Liu Yu." Bai Haiyang shot back, "The one who killed Liu Yu was Xiao of Xiao from the dark sect, wasn't it?" The red-haired girl was stunned. She hadn't expected Bai Haiyang to know that. Rather than respond directly, Bai Haiyang threw a knife at her. She calmly said, "I'll send you down first and soon. I'll be joining you there myself." Had the girl not dodged the strike, Bai Haiyang's words would have turned into a brutal reality. With the terrifying force of the attack still fresh in her mind, the red-haired girl fell to the ground in fear. She tried to justify her actions, claiming it was a mistake that she had unintentionally gone against the academy. Bai Haiyang's face remained as cold as ice, and she wasn't interested in hearing any excuses. Ignoring the red-haired girl's words, Bai Haiyang swung her knife again, saying, "If you have any explanations, go tell them to Liu Yu down there." It was a stroke of luck that the distance between them was enough to let the girl narrowly avoid the knife. Had it been any closer, it would have been her body, not the air, that would have been cut in half. At that moment, the red-haired girl had regained her composure and leaped backward. Realizing there was no escape, she began to call out, preparing to strike back. The Yan sect to which the red-haired girl belonged could have joined forces with Bai Haiyang's secret academy. However, if Bai Haiyang had already chosen her path to death, the red-haired girl could not be blamed for acting without mercy. Bai Haiyang lowered her head, remaining silent, but deep down, she understood that today she would be forced to take the red-haired girl's life. Suddenly, a dark flower appeared at Bai Haiyang's feet. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired girl charged at her, claws raised, intent on ending Bai Haiyang's life. Just then, the flower at Bai Haiyang's feet bloomed, its petals spreading wide. Without hesitation, Bai Haiyang drove her sword into the red-haired girl's chest. One swift strike sent her flying, crashing violently to the ground. The red-haired girl struggled to crawl away, desperately trying to escape. But Bai Haiyang approached slowly and asked coldly, "Do you know what a soul hunt is?" At the mention of soul hunt, the red-haired girl's eyes widened. She fought to suppress the pain, turned around, and sat up trying to explain. "Soul hunties." But her words were a distraction, a last-ditch effort to give her fox a chance to attack and sneak into Bai Haiyang's shoulder. However, the flower beneath Bai Hai Yang grew larger and more powerful, killing the fox before it could strike. At that point, Bai Hai Yang's patience had worn thin. She swung her blade with a cold, deliberate motion, speaking without emotion. This is the fate of those who dare to betray. With a single clean strike, she severed the red-haired girl's neck. As the life drained from her, the red-haired girl couldn't comprehend that she had lost. Bai Hai Yang stood over the lifeless body of the red-haired girl, her gaze cold as she methodically crossed her name off the list. With that, only one target remained, Xiao Xiao. Once the task was completed, Bai Hai Yang contacted the Shadow Sect, informing them of the situation. Vice Sect Leader Yan has been dealt with. Please send someone to take care of the body. As for the reward, simply transfer it to my card. She mentioned her name and clarified her affiliation with the secret academy before leaving. From a distance, Xiao had observed everything unfold. Watching Bai Hai Yang disappear into the distance, he was left confused. How did she know his name? Who had leaked his information? He began to think deeply. Could it have been someone from the King Mu clan? If so, it would be a shame to use them as a scapegoat. He took out paper and pen, composing a letter to delay the mission. The contents read, "Following recent events, the task will be delayed by 10 days. The situation may evolve further, and during this time, we'll need to wait for the new Soul Hunt coordinator." After signing the letter, Xiao prepared to send it off. Once done, he left, his mind wandering to Zhong Ren. He couldn't help but wonder if Zhong Ren would surprise him once more. Several days later at the training grounds, everyone was resting, exhausted from the day's activities. Great White, feeling bewildered, couldn't understand why even a logistics staff member like itself had to endure blows from the new students. Lin Xiao, offering some comfort, reassured Great White. "Good job. This time your claws nearly hit the chest of the last person. That's a major improvement." Nearby, Zhao Chang turned to the friend lying next to him and asked, "When do you think Great White will awaken for the second time?" The friend responded, "It should be soon. It's been unusually hungry lately. Last time it awoke, it was the same way." Zhao Chang pointed at himself, wearing a smug expression as if he were about to reveal something important to everyone. Sun Wen, uninterested in Zhao Chang's words, dismissed them with a wave and snapped, "Just speak already." Zhao Chang paused dramatically, pretending to hold back, then resumed with his self-satisfied grin. He finally announced, "This young master is about to awaken for the third time." Sun Wen's expression immediately shifted to one of alarm. Without warning, he shoved Zhao Chang to the ground and shouted, "You asterisk cannot asterisk awaken. If you do, things will only get worse. Don't do it." Furious, Zhao Chang grabbed Sun Wen by the neck and yelled, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who are you to stop you from awakening?" Sun Wen shot back, "You're such an idiot." The two of them continued their heated argument. Their classmates, watching this childish back and forth, had no idea how to respond, but eventually, they couldn't take it anymore. Finally, Sun Wen explained, "Your third awakening is a fake. After only 2 awakenings, those who've reached 3 are already capable of beating us up. If you actually manage to awaken 3 times, we'll have to face those who awaken 4 times. It'll only get worse for us." The memory of recent days when they were beaten senseless by Si Wenxian came flooding back to Zhao Chang. The thought of even stronger opponents in the future sent a wave of panic through him. He clutched his head and screamed, "Mom!" In the past few days, as his strength grew rapidly, he had been using himself as a punching bag, even going so far as to ask others to beat him up. Perhaps at that moment, Zhao Chang wasn't just crying on the outside, but was also filled with dread on the inside. Sin Wenxian and Su Du, who had been observing from a distance, saw the exchange among the freshmen. Si Wenxian, watching the young ones having fun, couldn't help but sigh. "Youth really is wonderful." Su Du then asked, "How much longer do you think he can hold out?" He turned back to look at her, wondering if he might be acting a bit foolish. After all, he could only extend the situation for another 2 weeks. When Si Wenxian called him a fool, Su Du immediately denied it, shouting in protest, "Not at all. You think he's always the older brother you could rely on." With just the 3-phase awakening, he had already outshone the Academy's graduate students. His heart had already been claimed by her. Si Wenxian ruffled Su Du's hair. He understood that she was trying to comfort him, but he shook his head and said, "I'm fine, there's no need to comfort me." Though he had been at rock bottom for so long, he was aware of his own limitations, yet his abilities were still intact. He then gently advised Su Du, "You should head back. Until they resolve the side effects of your powers, it's safest for you to stay indoors." Before she left, Si Wenxian glanced back at his juniors. He couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for his youth, always reminding himself that youth was truly a beautiful thing. The sight of his juniors, tired yet still relentlessly pursuing their goals, had likely been etched in Si Wenxian's memory. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was walking alone when someone suddenly stepped in front of him, halting his path. Confused, he looked up. The person pointed directly at his face and asked, "Are you the one who completed the low-level monster hunting task at the Bounty Hall?" He nodded, his voice calm as he answered, "Yes." Without warning, she dropped to her knees with a loud thud, crying out, "Yu Sheng, please spare the demon. The low-level demon outside the city is about to be wiped out by you. Please hurry and take on another task." Yu Sheng was completely taken aback, but he swiftly stepped aside to avoid her. He stood still for a moment, silence stretching between them, before he seemed to consider saying something. In the end, Yu Sheng rejected her once again. He couldn't bring himself to take lives, and besides, the rewards for doing so were hardly worth the effort. She collapsed onto the ground, stunned by the fact that, even after everything, he still refused her. She raised her hand, tears streaming down her face as she pleaded with him in desperation. "Please, just leave me 2 demons. I am barely surviving anymore." But Yu Sheng ignored her cries, continuing to walk away without a glance. He couldn't shake the feeling that she seemed familiar, almost as though she had followed him back in Baichuan City. Though he had no intention of harming her, the best way to handle the situation was to simply keep his distance. That morning, in the headquarters of Moji in Mo City, Mr. Sun sat in his office deep in thought about the recent developments. "I wonder how many people will have to leave," he mused quietly to himself. A knock at the door interrupted his reflection. He gestured for the person outside to come in. A visitor reported, "We've been facing a manpower shortage at Breaking Insight Gate, and reinforcements are urgently needed. However, the newest batch of reserve soldiers has only completed 2 years of training. If we send them in, the casualty rate will likely be very high." Mr. Sun listened carefully, his expression unreadable. He had already formulated a plan. After a pause, he issued an order to his subordinate. "Inform Sun Mo Wu about this. We need to buy at least 6 more months. If that's not possible, prepare yourselves to retreat from Breaking Inside Gate without anything to your name." Once the subordinate left to carry out the task, Mr. Sun rose from his seat and walked to the window. Staring out at the clear sky, he muttered the name, Zhang Yushu. He wasn't sure whether they would be able to hold out this time. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was reporting to Zhang Yushu about past events. Back when the treaty was signed between humanity and the demon race, it was agreed that only 2 mountains would be mobilized each year. Marsh Mountain had suffered damage some time ago, and Mr. Jiang Shan must have been temporarily restrained. However, their efforts have recently become overly focused. Before Lin Feng could finish speaking, Zhang Yushu cut him off. "Do you really think someone as lazy as him would care about humanity's serious problems? Does he want to take Sun Gyeongsong's place and control Moji?" Lin Feng defended his concern. "Lately, I've heard that the demon race has been making significant moves near the Breaking Insight Gate. I'm worried they might try to break the treaty." Zhang Yushu, growing angry, kicked Lin Feng several times and replied, "What you see is him being lazy and avoiding supply runs. If anything, you should threaten to make him run for another 2 hours." Although Lin Feng winced from the pain of the kicks to his back, he didn't stop speaking. He thought to himself, asterisk, "At least I'm a provincial-level Moji leader. They should show me some respect, asterisk." Realizing he had overstepped, Lin Feng quickly knelt before Zhang Yushu and repeatedly said, "I was wrong." Zhang Yushu, turning his back, muttered angrily, "What does someone like him, a vice pavilion master at the provincial level, have to offer? Ganhongbai province already has 4 of them. What makes him so special?" He was also annoyed that Lin Feng had interrupted his sunset. Just then, the guard's voice rang out, sharp and urgent. "Enemies are attacking. Red alert." From the distance, a large group of demons surged toward them, moving at an astonishing speed. The enemy's momentum was overwhelming. How would Zhang Yushu and his team respond? The next morning at the academy, the sky was clear and the air was crisp and refreshing. San Wenxian gathered everyone together to deliver some great news. They were free at last. Everyone was now eligible. After enduring months of intense training, they had finally reached this moment. A wave of joy swept over the crowd as they cheered loudly, voices filled with excitement. However, Si Wenxian's expression remained distant, his back turned to them, lost in his own thoughts. From this moment on, the students would, but his reflections were interrupted by his juniors. Turning around, he saw them bowing deeply, gratitude in their eyes. "We thank you, senior, for guiding us through all these days," they said. Si Wenxian offered a gentle smile. "Why all the sentiment?" he asked. His words lightened the mood, breaking the emotional tension between the juniors and their senior. The group quickly moved forward. It was then that the reason for the shift in atmosphere became clear. A red alert had been issued. The vice principal of the secret academy had ordered that those stationed at the hexagon should report immediately, head to the demon suppression gate, and offer support. Before they left, the vice principal turned to Shu Yuan King. I'm not sure about the situation, Gang Chang. Quickly take the teachers and students from the academy and protect the city. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Yuan King responded, I will see the mission through. With that, he sprang into the air, soaring toward the secret academy. From his elevated position, Chang Yuan King sent a message to the academy. All teachers and second-year students and above form a formation immediately. Retreat into the city, maintain order, and ensure the safety of the people. Anyone who seeks to manipulate others, oppress the innocent, or exploit the chaos will be executed without mercy. After the announcement, and after reminding everyone to stay vigilant, Chang Yuan King set his course toward the new students. He explained that the situation had unfolded unexpectedly, prompting the academy to activate all its secret strategies to protect everyone. His team would handle anyone from the fourth hexagon and above, while the remaining threats would be dealt with by the new students. Before leaving, Chang Yuan King gave a stern warning to the group. There is something of critical importance within the academy. For the sake of our entire nation, you must ensure its protection. No one can be allowed inside. If you fail, lives will be lost. Everyone swore to complete the mission at any cost, even if it meant sacrificing their own lives. With that, Chang Yuan King departed. Meanwhile, on a desolate stretch of land, a car raced forward. Inside, Yu Sheng was accompanied by the girl who had been crying and throwing a tantrum. He was directing her to keep driving as the bounty target was now close at hand. The girl hesitated, her voice laced with pleading. Can we discuss this a bit more? The share you're offering seems far too small. And, well, even this car belongs to me. Without warning, Yu Sheng shouted, Stop the car! Fearing she had angered him, the girl quickly added, If you won't agree to negotiate, then never mind, a smaller share is fine. But Yu Sheng's outburst wasn't due to frustration with her. He had just received an urgent message informing him that Gang Chang was in danger and needed him back immediately. To save them, he had no choice but to turn the car around and head straight back to Gang Chang. Back at the gates of the secret academy, everyone had gathered. Sun Wen, holding a large bag of supplies, sighed, My awakened item is completely useless under these circumstances. The bag felt unusually heavy, and as soon as it was set down gently, it made a distinct sound. These were the items Sun Wen had originally intended to buy for Yu Sheng, but it was unexpected that they would be needed by everyone at this moment. Inside, the bag contained nothing but weapons. Zhao Chang held the demon core in his hand, examining it closely. Seeing this, Sun Wen spoke up, Please wait just a little longer. He sent someone to find the most suitable demon core for your awakening item. Using this one would create complications. Zhao Chang interrupted him. Perfection doesn't exist in this world. The only option is to move forward. We can't wait any longer. The chance to defeat the boss may not come again. Without further hesitation, Zhao Chang placed the demon core into his awakening item. The surge of power was overwhelming. Although it caused him some pain, Zhao Chang was able to bear it. One of his fellow disciples, who shared Zhao Chang's view, acted quickly, though less ceremoniously. Unlike Zhao Chang, he simply inserted the demon core into his body. Instantly, the power inside him surged violently. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng was on the outskirts of Gang Chang, racing toward the others to provide assistance. The girl sitting beside him kept urging him, We're almost there, so could you please put your weapon away? But Yu Sheng shook his head, replying, I'd rather not. I feel like you'll listen to me more this way. As they arrived, a golden light erupted from below, shining brightly and lighting up the sky. Yu Sheng was utterly confused by the turn of events. It soon became clear that the Fire Phoenix was Shu Yuan King's doing. He declared, with all the chaos caused by the Dark Sect, how could there not be a six-pointed formation around the town? Enough talk. Let's fight. One man stepped forward and introduced himself. I am Xia Long Jiao Yi, divine servant of the divine religion. Another man, his face twisted with murderous intent, followed suit. I am Long Tower, divine servant of the divine religion. Jiao Yi planned to use his national treasure to attack Shu Yuan King's phoenix, but with a single kick from the phoenix, the once feisty little tiger was reduced to a helpless kitten. Shu Yuan King then struck Jiao Yi with a punch so powerful it twisted his face. He declared, Today I'll show your dark sect what true manners look like. Tao attempted a sneak attack from above, but Shu Yuan King saw him coming. The phoenix responded immediately, using its tail to slam Tower to the ground. Shu Yuan King moved with incredible speed and landed a devastating punch to Tower's stomach. Bruised and battered, Jiao Yi was furious. He thought Shu Yuan King was merciless, someone who simply couldn't be allowed to walk away. Nearing his limit, he shouted to his teammate, Let's strike together now. His teammate appeared suddenly, charging at Shu Yuan King with a fierce intent to overpower him. The three of them closed in on Shu Yuan King, encircling him like predators about to strike. Meanwhile, Yu Sheng sat in the carriage watching the intense battle unfold. He instructed the girl beside him, head to the gate on the other side. With a quick motion, the girl turned the steering wheel, directing them to a different gate. That left Su Yu and Qing to face the three attackers alone. Outside the academy gates, a swarm of enemies waited, poised to charge in. Behind those gates, only Sun Wen and Si Wenxian remained. Looking at the group of people standing before her, Su Wen felt a mix of confusion and uncertainty. She wondered whether they would actually go through the main gate or simply climb over the wall. Si Wenxian commented, "The academy has been like this for many years." Su Wen couldn't help but wonder, asterisk, can anyone really just scale the wall and enter whenever they please, asterisk? Before she could fully process the thought, an enemy was suddenly consumed by flames, leaving Su Wen unsure if her eyes were deceiving her. But witnessing the scene unfold, she felt a slight sense of reassurance. San Wenxian believed that Zhao Zicheng's brute would still need more time to break through. Their task now was to buy as much time as possible. Other members of the team were eager to lend their support. Using his awakening artifact, he managed to scare off the enemy outside. Su Wen watched as her teammates remained focused and kept fighting. At that moment, everyone truly needed Yu Sheng and hoped for his swift return. Meanwhile, the girl and Yu Sheng had reached the city gate, only to face a problem. The gate was locked and wouldn't open. Yu Sheng immediately said, "We need to break it down. Hurry." But the girl hesitated. This was her newly bought car, and she was reluctant to damage it. Yu Sheng, unconcerned, growled, "Just do it. Ram it." Without further hesitation, the girl drove the car straight at the gate. Just before impact, they both jumped out of the vehicle to ensure their safety. The speed at which they were driving caused the car to collide with the gate, resulting in a powerful explosion and a cloud of black smoke. As the debris settled, the girl, witnessing her new car destroyed in the blast, dropped to her knees and sobbed uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. However, the car had created a large enough hole in the gate for Yu Sheng to rush through. He drew his weapon with careful precision and stepped cautiously into the city. As he moved, he noticed a figure in distress, a villain sneaking up behind them. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng left the safety of the wall and loaded his weapon. Each shot hit its mark, striking the villain in the shoulder and freeing the innocent bystanders. Without pausing, he continued running to offer his help elsewhere. Just then, a voice rang out from a bystander, praising him for his swift action. "Impressive. You don't seem too bad." It was Xiao. That wild woman had been hoping for Yu Sheng's misfortune today. She had been eager to see him fall at her hands. Without warning, a sharp pain sliced through the air from above, and a sudden realization hit. The one who would die today might just be Xiao. The strike came from Bai Hai Yang. After a long search, she had finally tracked down the person responsible for Liu Yu's death. As Bai Hai Yang and Xiao squared off, Yu Sheng stepped back. Bai Hai Yang raised her long blade and struck with precision at Xiao's arm, blood splattering as she cried out, "Die!" Xiao, unfazed, responded with a mocking tone. "Wow, you're really terrifying." Yu Sheng, watching the two of them, frowned. He couldn't bring himself to choose a side. In a moment of indecision, he turned and fled, leaving Bai Hai Yang behind. As the battle raged on, another figure appeared. His voice cut through the tension, prompting both women to look toward him. Xiao, I've found you an opponent of equal strength." It was a member of the Divine Servant clan. Stepping forward with a confident smile, he addressed them both. "Now let me see for myself what it is that you and the higher-ups of divine religion are so obsessed with at that secret academy." At the city gates, Atai, Sun Wen, and Mu Yu stood ready to confront the group of men in black. Atai looked down at Mu Yu, extending his hand and saying, "Mu Yu, I need to borrow your tombstone for a moment." Sun Wen, clutching his protective talisman, stood quietly beside him, lost in thought. He muttered, "This is the only thing I can do for now." With a determined expression, Sun Wen stepped forward and placed the talisman around Zhao Zicheng's neck. Zhao Zicheng gave him a puzzled look and asked, Sun Wen's response was simple: "Stop wasting time." Atai and Zhao Zicheng exchanged a determined glance. Their eyes gleamed with resolve. With grins full of confidence, the two of them charged into the fray without hesitation. One of the attackers, carrying a sandbag, shouted, "You'll need a tombstone for this." Zhao Zicheng lunged forward, using the sandbag to block one of the oncoming attackers. The man, sword in hand, prepared to strike, sneering, "You think you can stop me with just that? You're far too inexperienced." Zhao Zicheng's face remained calm and fearless as he retorted, "Haha, get lost." For a moment, the attacker looked bewildered, panic setting in as he couldn't understand what was happening. Then, with a deafening boom, a massive explosion erupted. The man was blasted off his feet, crashing violently into the wall with the pain brunt. Zhao Chang, still holding the sandbag, grinned with satisfaction. Hey, enjoy my third skill. Unusual, he added with a smirk. Meanwhile, a tie brought his tombstone down with great force. The energy released from it sent a shockwave through the ground, knocking several of the men in black flying backward. At a distance, Wen Xian, holding a knife to one of the attackers' throats, glanced over at the others. He thought to himself, these two have amazing potential. I can't let them die here. Wen Xian quickly scanned each name, and with everyone he passed, his strike left the person badly injured. Yet he still managed to remind his companion, save your strength. Don't let them corner you. Zhao Chang glanced at him and smiled. Senior, don't worry about me. But he didn't notice someone closing in on him. The moment Wen Xian spotted the danger, he shouted, watch out! Zhao Chang turned around just in time, but before he could react, the attacker struck him in the back, sending a burst of blood from his mouth. The assailant laughed cruelly. Ha ha, teeing up with a god, ha. As Zhao Chang collapsed to the ground, the bracelet that Sun Wen had given him earlier suddenly lit up. The slash across his back had knocked him down, and he lay there, flat on the ground. The teacher, furious upon seeing this, raised his sword in a swift motion. Damn it, you even have a protective treasure. One strike didn't finish you off, then another one will. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Xian lunged forward and struck the man's neck with his sword, freezing him in place. The man slumped to the ground, weakly asking, why? Did you? Wen Xian didn't bother with his words and turned to leave. Zhao Chang slowly pushed himself up, groaning in pain as he sat up. Oh, it hurts so much. Wen Xian immediately checked on him. Hey, are you all right? Zhao Chang stood, brushing himself off as if nothing had happened. Can we still fight? Wen Xian reminded him, be careful with your stamina. Our goal is to protect the academy, not to wipe them all out. Suddenly, Great White charged in with tremendous force, attacking the group of enemies. Using the power of the tombstone, it crashed into the ground, sending the black-clad figures flying in every direction. Wen Xian shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos, fall back, narrow the line of defense. As they retreated, Wen Xian and Zhao Chang fought off the relentless wave of enemies. The black-clad attackers pressed forward at a sharp angle, and the battle only grew fiercer. Mu Yu stood frozen, anxiety creeping up on him. He didn't know what to do next, but then a surge of determination gripped him. With a firm grip on his sword, he charged into the fray, shouting, Mu Yu, I am not useless. Sun Wen saw him rush forward and immediately blocked his path, his voice full of disbelief. Hey, you're a mage. What the heck are you doing charging in like that? Meanwhile, Wen Xian unleashed his ultimate technique while continuing to guide everyone with his words. All right, listen up, kids. This is your final lesson. Remember it well. Wen Xian leaped towards an opponent, stabbing him with precision. Agitation is just a distraction. The body is the true weapon, unchanging and powerful. He pushed another enemy back with ease, sending him tumbling. Using the body's joints to their full advantage, a small, controlled movement could quickly land a fatal strike to the neck. In an instant, even a healer would have been no match for this technique. Just as a man charged towards Wen Xian, Sun Wen's sword intercepted him. Wen Xian raised both hands in defense, his body weary from the battle. We'll retreat to the academy soon. Close the doors behind us. Zhao Chang, carrying his sandbag, charged forward with confidence. Senior, we may be rookies, but we're not afraid. Wen Xian's voice rang out sharply, commanding, right now, as a level 52 senior, I'm giving you a direct order. Retreat to the academy and lock the doors. Before I die, the doors, must stay closed. Zhao Chang turned to look at him, his eyes filled with concern. Senior! Wen Xian's response was simple, but filled with gravity. This is an order. Suddenly, Lin Xiao beamed with a bright smile and pointed into the distance. Look over there, she explained. A red magical thread is slicing through the crowd of people dressed in black, taking them down one by one. That thread belongs to Yu Sheng. As Yu Sheng appeared like a figure out of a legend, everyone's faces lit up with joy. It's Mr. Yu. He's back just in time. They cheered. A tie, ignoring Wen Xian's words, remained still. He continued using a tombstone to crush each person who came near. Mu Yu and Sun Wen, both holding swords, crouched behind a tie, ready to make their move. Without hesitation, they charged forward and quickly took down one opponent each. Seeing this, Wen Xian shouted in alarm, Are you all out of your minds? Get back here! Zhao Chang shot him a glance, then said confidently, Senior, let me show you what our class 140 can really do. With that, Zhao Chang charged ahead, taking on two opponents at once. He shouted loudly as he attacked, Blood red double chains, unite. Running toward Yu Shang, Zhao Zi Chang called out, "Mr. Yu." Yu Shang, in the midst of his battle, turned to see him. "Lucky for us, I'm not late this time," he said with a slight grin. Yu Shang then charged toward Zhao Zi Chang, effortlessly knocking down another enemy as he passed. Zhao Zi Chang, grinning from ear to ear, replied, "Mr. Yu, I knew you'd be here in time." Yu Shang responded briefly, "Yeah." With determination, Yu Shang rushed forward, grabbing another enemy by the neck. "Why did you run when you were surrounded?" he asked, his tone steady and cold. Without waiting for an answer, Yu Shang threw out his thread, swiftly taking down all three enemies in one motion. Nearby, Zhao Zi Chang was engaged with another opponent, but still managed to respond, scratching his head as he spoke. "We're supposed to protect the school gate," he explained. "We can't just leave." The two of them stood back to back, briefly exchanging glances before Yu Shang spoke up. "All right then, let's head back to the school gate." In that moment, Great White appeared right in front of them, with Sai Wen-Xian by his side. Yu Shang and Zhao Zi Chang quickly soared through the crowd of black-clad figures, charging directly towards Sai Wen-Xian. As they moved, they took down each person with precision, one after the other. Sai Wen-Xian, caught off guard, nearly staggered backward. "What? Is this the new batch of students from your school?" he stammered. Sai Wen-Xian, holding two knives in both hands, watched in disbelief as Zhao Zi Chang sighed and collapsed. "Hey." Zhao Zi Chang, turning toward Wen-Xian, beamed with pride. "Well, what do you think? Aren't we the strong new batch from class 140? You've heard of the blood-colored twin slayers, haven't you?" Nearby, Sun Wen, sitting off to the side, shouted loudly, "You can take the slayer part. Without my protective talisman, that sword strike would have already ended your life." Frustrated, Zhao Zi Chang raised both arms, ready to charge at Sun Wen. "Sun Wen, are you insulting me? I'll take you on right now." Angrily, Zhao Zi Chang grabbed Sun Wen by the shirt. "Damn it, you still have the strength to move." Meanwhile, Yu Shang, along with Great White and a Tai, charged forward to fight the remaining black-clad figures. Yu Shang moved swiftly, cutting through them with ease. Standing behind, Sai Wen-Xian smiled to himself, thinking that perhaps, this time, death would be necessary. A member of the Divine Servant clan, observing from above, realized that time was running out. His thoughts drifted back to the battle between Bai Hai Yang and Qiao Xiao Xiao. When facing an equally strong opponent, Qiao Xiao Xiao wouldn't fight to the death. Seeing that things were turning against him, the member knew it would be long before a plan to escape would be set into motion. Xiang Yuan King stood alone, his voice ringing with firm resolve. Now, no one will interfere. A fair one-on-one duel. Though he had hoped for support from his ally, Moksu Tio, Psy knew in his heart that going up against a graduate of the Secret Academy would be a challenge, one that could end in defeat. He furrowed his brow, sensing the battle's conclusion was near. If he lost, he would have no choice but to temporarily step away from the Divine Order for the sake of his own safety. Nearby, a member of the Divine Servant clan observed intently, deep in thought. He considered that if he could gain access to the Secret Academy and uncover Xiao's objective, his position within the Divine Order might be elevated. At the very least, it could earn him useful insight. Meanwhile, two new students from the Secret Academy had arrived at the entrance. Since Xiao had yet to show any intent to attack him, the man weighed his options carefully. His gaze drifted to Zhao Zi Chang and Sun Wen, both visibly worn out near the city gate. "This is a risk," he murmured. Without hesitation, he walked toward the group in black, trying to appear composed. But before he could act, Great White, the guardian beast, leaped forward. With a flash of claws, the man was knocked back, injured and bleeding. In desperation, he grabbed a blade from the ground and struck back, aiming at Great White's side while shouting, "Divine Companion!" Suddenly, a blade swept across his shoulder, and he cried out in pain. Before he could react, Yu Shang had already stepped in, swiftly and skillfully subduing him. Lei Xiao rushed to tend to the injured Great White, while in front of them, Yu Shang pressed the assailant to the ground. Grabbing another blade from the soil, he now held one in each hand, eyes locked on the two black-clad figures nearby, ready for whatever came next. At the same time, Sai Wen-Xian, engaged in his own duel, noticed a figure behind him raise a sword to strike. Reacting in an instant, he ducked low, narrowly avoiding the incoming blow. Sai Wen-Xian turned sharply and shouted towards the academy, "Everyone go inside and recover." Lei Xiao quickly took charge and led Great White inside, tending to its wounds. Meanwhile, Sun Wen and Zhao Zi Chang remained seated by the door. Sun Wen gestured forward, then turned to Zhao Zi Chang and said, "Hey, do you have the strength to help Xiao?" Zhao Zi Chang responded, "I'm a combat specialist. Once I recover, I'll be ready to fight again." Sun Wen nodded and continued, Right, so you're fighting alongside me and your class leader, RQ. Suddenly, Sun Wen felt a presence behind him and his eyes widened in surprise. He turned around just in time to see a member of the Divine Servant clan appear. He shouted, "Someone sneaking up on us!" The man, seething with anger, cursed his bad luck for being discovered. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped into action, catching everyone off guard. Through gritted teeth, he growled, "Too bad I've awakened 4 times. All of you will fall before me." Sai Wenxian's blood boiled with rage as he shouted back, "You dare!" Already gripping his knife, he charged at the Divine Servant clan member. With a fierce shout, he cried, "Die!" The man merely smiled lightly, saying, "Sadly for you, here at Moji Academy, you're nothing but a pawn. The gate is well guarded by the triangle formation." The sharp edge of Sai Wenxian's knife, aimed for a deadly strike at the man's neck, was easily blocked. The Divine Servant clan member countered with a punch to Sai Wenxian's stomach, causing him to scream in pain. Blood sprayed from Si Wenxian's mouth as he was sent flying through the air, crashing into the door with a thud. His body crumpled to the ground, and pain etched on his face. He glared at the man, his thoughts racing. Is this really how it ends? Wenxian had just begun to recover when, without warning, a member of the Divine Servant clan lunged at him. The clan member sneered, commenting, "Such a shame. If he hadn't hidden his identity, he could have summoned the awakening item. 1 strike from me, and he would be dead." But suddenly his gaze shifted to Sun Wen, a sly expression crossing his face. He thought to himself that this new recruit from GC might be the one to stand tall in the end. Without hesitation, he redirected his charge, his eyes burning with malice as his fists, brimming with lethal intent, closed in on Sun Wen. Weakened Sun Wen could only raise his hands in a half-hearted defense. With a shout, he cried, "In 2 years, I'll become a true hero." But instead of hitting Sun Wen, the Divine Servant clan member's fist slammed into a large sandbag that belonged to Zhao Zicheng. The clan member froze, confused by the unexpected strike. As his eyes darted to the side, he saw Zhao Zicheng sitting nearby, mocking him. "Today, Zhao Zicheng won't die, but in the future, I'll be the one to end you." Zhao Zicheng taunted. The Divine Servant clan member, now recognizing Zhao Zicheng, narrowed his eyes in surprise. Changing his focus once again, he charged toward Zhao Zicheng, shouting, "You're worth the fight." Yu Sheng, armed with a combat knife, heard the commotion and quickly turned his attention toward the scene. In a flash, he hurled a sharp object at the Divine Servant clan member. The clan member raised his hand, easily blocking it before sneering back at Yu Sheng, "Know your place." With those words, the Divine Servant clan member delivered a brutal palm strike to Zhao Zicheng's stomach, causing him to gasp in pain and cry out. At that moment, the bracelet that Sun Wen had given Zhao Zicheng began to glow once more. The Divine Servant clan member, sensing something unusual, looked toward Yu Sheng again, his expression shifting as he thought to himself, "Why does this kid seem so familiar?" He changed his course, heading toward the spot where Lim Xiao stood, no longer in a hurry to enter the secret academy. Lim Xiao, though weakened by her serious injuries, showed no fear. She gripped a knife tightly in front of him. Outside, Sun Wen watched Zhao Zicheng, who was slowly becoming exhausted, praying that the protective charm he had given him would truly work. Sun Wen, too, had drained all his energy. He collapsed and fell unconscious. Inside, Lim Xiao held the knife out, her voice loud and determined. "Don't come any closer. I won't let you pass." His eyes gleamed with calculation, a cruel smile playing on his lips as he stared inside. The outcome was inevitable now. The secret of the academy belonged to Zhang Ren. Ling Xiao glanced at Si Wenxian, who was dragging himself toward her feet, blood soaking his body. He tried to scream. Absolutely not. The scene outside the academy door was heartbreaking. Si Wenxian lay motionless on the ground while Zhang Ren, filled with ruthless intent, prepared to step in. But Ling Xiao blocked his path. Her grip on the knife tightened as she gritted her teeth, her voice unwavering as she warned Zhang Ren. "Not unless you step over my dead body." Zhang Ren gave her a cold smile. Even as she allowed an entry, he would quickly end her life and send her to join the others. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and moved forward. But just then, a hand shot out and grabbed his ankle. It was Si Wenxian, using the last of his strength to hold him back, refusing to let him enter. Zhang Ren found himself blocked once again, and his face darkened with anger. He growled, "Si Wenxian, let go of me now. If you don't, I swear I'll end your life right here." Si Wenxian paid no heed to the threat and simply smiled. "Aren't you afraid of falling today? You're choosing to protect the gates of the secret academy instead." In that moment, a fire phoenix soared across the sky, stunning Zhang Ren. He clenched his jaw in frustration, realizing that everything was slipping through his fingers. There was no time to waste here any longer. In a flash, he yelled, "Then let him do as he pleases, Si Wenxian." Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the back of Si Wenxian, sending him stumbling forward with a cry of pain, blood spilling from his mouth. After dealing with Si Wenxian, Zhang Ren swiftly pulled back his foot and ran. Yet, deep inside, a sense of unwillingness gnawed at him. He had been so close to breaking through, but those damn fools had gotten in the way. No matter what, he couldn't afford to stay any longer. Yu Shang saw Zhang Ren make his escape, but was still engaged with enemies in front of him. He could only watch as Zhang Ren fled. With a swift motion, he slashed his knife across the throat of the man blocking his path, then turned his gaze to where Zhang Ren had disappeared. "Very well," he muttered. "I won't forget that face. I'll make him pay for this." Meanwhile, the Fire Phoenix, having appeared in the sky, unleashed a fierce wave of flames upon the divine religion forces below. The fire spread rapidly, engulfing everything in its path, and the sounds of desperate screams were soon drowned out by the roar of the inferno. Xiang Yuan King also emerged, though he appeared weary and drained. He staggered forward to the academy gate, leaning heavily against it before sinking to the ground, exhausted. Ling Xiao lifted her gaze toward him, a flicker of worry crossing her face. The students around them were all on the ground, badly injured. Xiang Yuan King, feeling weak and helpless, slid down the door to sit. His voice, broken and faint, barely escaped his lips. Let them wipe us out. Before he could finish speaking, his eyelids fluttered closed, and he drifted off to sleep. At the main gate of the secret academy, the scene was just as grim. Bodies of the fallen, along with unconscious students, littered the ground. Only Yu Shang remained standing, carrying the gravely injured Si Wenxian on his shoulder. Inside the academy, the atmosphere was no less tragic. Yu Shang carefully propped Si Wenxian, whose strength was fading, against the wall. Si Wenxian managed to open his eyes just a little, offering a bitter, sorrowful smile. It was unclear whether the bells of the academy were tolling for him. In that moment, Si Wenxian let out a deep sigh, feeling a sense of quiet relief. He had at least managed to save a few promising individuals for humanity's future. With that thought, his eyes began to close, and he quietly accepted that his time had come. But then Su Du appeared before him, her face streaked with tears as she cried loudly. Helplessly, Si Wenxian reached up, his hand trembling as he stroked her head and whispered, "I won't be able to walk through that door again. Wait until everything is over." Su Du, frantic, watched as his hand slowly slid away from her head, his arm weakly falling to the ground. She clung to him, sobbing uncontrollably. Before he took his last breath, Si Wenxian softly urged her. She was humanity's hope, and she had to endure. A few hours earlier, at the Demon Suppression Gate, a demon race had launched a savage attack. The ground was now drenched in blood, and countless bodies lay scattered across the battlefield. The demons' howls pierced the air, echoing relentlessly. More demons emerged from the shadows, attacking with a fury that seemed endless. Yet, the soldiers stood firm, their resolve unwavering, driven by the last spark of hope for humanity. High above the Demon Suppression Gate, a massive golden eagle soared, its piercing shrieks declaring that today would be the end of Zhang Yushu's life. It vowed that this would be the day he met his doom. Meanwhile, on the ground, a serpent with 1,000 heads slithered forward, its hatred for Zhang Yushu palpable. It, too, swore to destroy the Demon Suppression Gate and bring an end to humanity's defense. But Zhang Yushu remained unshaken. Gripping his spear tightly, he shouted with unwavering resolve, "As long as the people stand, the gate stands. When the people fall, the gate will fall." Without hesitation, he charged toward the two demons, his voice filled with scorn. "Two mere 8th-tier demons think they can destroy my gate?" In an instant, a phantom of the blood dragon materialized behind Zhang Yushu, radiating immense pressure that struck straight at the golden eagle. Below, Tsang Liu wasted no time unleashing a venomous breath at him. But Zhang Yushu stood his ground, unfazed, and began to spin his spear with a practiced ease. The smoke and dust quickly cleared, and Zhang Yushu rode the wind, rapidly closing the distance to Tsang Liu's head. With a sharp, precise thrust, he drove his spear deep into the serpent's skull, sneering coldly as he spoke. "Is that all you've got? A cheap trick? And you think you can show off in front of a true expert?" Angered by the attack, Tsang Liu howled in fury. "Zhang Yushu, do you truly believe you have the upper hand?" In that instant, a figure appeared, holding a flag high above his head. With a swift motion, he waved the flag and formed a hand seal, causing a surge of spiritual power to rise from the ground and launch an assault on the demon. Tsang Liu glared at Zhang Yushu, his refusal to accept defeat clear in his eyes. "As long as we can hold him off, our forces from Marsh Mountain will destroy the Demon Suppression Gate. What good is his strength if we can still break through?" Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yushu swiftly turned his head to glance back. To his alarm, the demons had launched an attack on the demon suppression gate. His expression immediately darkened. Why hadn't the reinforcements from Gang Chang arrived yet? In that moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky, catching everyone off guard. As the blinding light slowly faded, almost all the demons assaulting the gate had been obliterated. Amidst the smoke and dust, a man wearing a hat appeared, a smug grin on his face as he muttered to himself. This scene is truly catastrophic. The man was none other than Gao Xiao Nan, the headmaster of the secret academy. Behind him stood a group of people dressed in black, reinforcements from the secret academy, including the director of education, Bai Wen Guang, and the vice principal, Da Gong Ren Ji. Even in the midst of the chaos, Gao Xiao Nan was in the mood for lightheartedness, teasing. I should snap a picture of Zhang Yushu in his miserable state and use it for blackmail. Meanwhile, Zhang Yushu was still locked in battle with Zhang Liu, muttering curses under his breath. Beast! Does it really think he can have his way? With that, he swung his spear high, unleashing waves of sword energy that relentlessly struck Zhang Liu, causing it to bleed heavily. Elsewhere, at the Lin Pavilion, the situation was growing more desperate, with each passing moment as the demons continued their relentless assault. Without Zhang Yushu's aid, the defense on the city wall wouldn't hold for much longer. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the master of the Lin Pavilion grabbed someone nearby and urgently asked, "Have we sent the message requesting reinforcements?" The person nodded and answered, "Yes, we've already contacted both Dian Mo Academy and the Shadow Sect." They've responded. Hearing this, the master of the Lin Pavilion felt a slight sense of relief, hoping that nothing unfortunate would happen in the meantime. Beneath the city walls, the demon race's assault intensified with each passing moment. Humanity's forces had already suffered heavy losses, and the battlefield lay in ruins, a grim testament to the chaos. Zhang Yushu, though eager to help, found himself powerless. He was being cornered by Zhang Liu. Suddenly, a sharp instinct warned him of imminent danger from behind. With a quick furrow of his brow, he spun around just in time to see Zhang Liu's massive mouth open wide, aiming to devour him. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Yushu leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the deadly snap of Zhang Liu's jaws. Meanwhile, Gao Xiao Nan arrived at the demon suppression gate, accompanied by someone. He called out loudly, "The secret academy has arrived to reinforce the battlefield." Without hesitation, he signaled to those with him, and one of them immediately took flight. The figure's white wings unfolded dramatically, and at that precise moment, an unusual light radiated from the wings and cascaded down to the ground. The moment the light touched the soldiers, the atmosphere around humanity shifted dramatically. What had moments ago been an overwhelming sense of exhaustion was suddenly replaced with fiery determination. The soldiers, now infused with renewed strength, shouted in unison, "Long live humanity!" With newfound energy, they charged forward, striking fiercely at the demon race. Watching from the city walls, the demons were momentarily stunned and uncertain. However, the figure with the wings continued to move, descending once again. This time, the soft pink light that radiated from the wings fell upon the demons, causing them to clutch their heads in agony. As the scene unfolded, Da Gong Ren approached from behind and gave Gao Xiao Nan's shoulder a congratulatory pat, saying, "Every time that old man uses the awakening artifact, it's such a sight to behold." But Gao Xiao Nan was far from pleased. He sneered, his voice cold, "It's useless. Doesn't he feel the pain when his own punches land?" With that, he turned away, clearly not interested in further discussion. Watching Zhang Yushu engage in battle with Zhang Liu high in the sky, one couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Old Zhang just reached level 8, and while he's wearing the Divine Beast's enchanted gems, I'm not sure he'll be able to hold his ground. Dagang Ren, overhearing this, nodded thoughtfully. "Do you think the rest of us, old Bai, and the rest of us old men can manage things here?" Before he could finish, Bai Wen Guang descended from above, landing between them with a resolute statement. "If it's impossible, then it's not worth doing." With that, the three of them joined the fray in the sky, their purpose clear. Anyone who threatened humanity would not be spared. In an instant, the battle above grew even fiercer. The Golden Eagle, noticing their arrival, scoffed, "Three children, do you think you can stop me?" With a swift flap of its massive wings, it unleashed a torrent of golden light, sending sharp, feather-like projectiles hurtling toward them. Gao Xiao Nan, unbothered by the threat, sneered with disdain. He was curious to see how the Golden Eagle planned to end his life. At that moment, a shimmering protective shield appeared around his body. The feathers, slicing through the air with lethal speed, collided with the barrier just before they could strike him. Standing behind the shield, Da Gong Ren maintained his position, his hands steady as he held the barrier in place. He gave a resigned sigh, muttering, "Well, let it take my life then." With his hands still extended, Da Gong Ren held firm, blocking the incoming attack. As soon as the feathers were stopped, he withdrew his hand, and the air seemed to crackle with energy. A loud explosion reverberated below as Bai Wen-gong spread his wings, using them to shield Da Gong Ren from the shockwave. As Zhang Yushu observed the battle between the three figures in the distance, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. He couldn't help but praise them, acknowledging that they were truly worthy of the fate that had befallen the ancient demons who had perished earlier at the Secret Academy. However, his own expression had grown somewhat pale. Standing there with his sword in hand, the blood dragon wrapped around his body, he stared at Sang Liu with eyes burning with hatred. He sneered and muttered under his breath, "Now, it's one-on-one." Meanwhile, in most cities, Sun Yingsang seemed lost in thought. After a long pause, he sighed and turned to the man standing before him, asking, "What's the situation?" The middle-aged man put down his phone and replied, "According to the latest reports from the front lines, things are at a standstill." Sun Yingsang nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that he understood. He then dismissed the man with a wave of his hand. The middle-aged man quickly exited, the sound of the door closing echoing the room. Sun Yingsang stood up and let out another soft sigh. He reached for his phone, dialed a number, and spoke in a low, commanding tone. "The front line is stuck in a deadlock. Proceed with the operation." He hung up the phone and placed it back on the table. A look of helplessness crossed his face as the weight of his position became all too clear. Commanding from the rear was proving to be a far more anxious and disorienting task than he had anticipated. Elsewhere, not far from the demon suppression gate, deep in the mountains, a burly man stood at the city gate, speaking on the phone. Beneath him, thousands of soldiers stood in tight formation, awaiting orders. A moment later, after listening to the other side, the man nodded. His face betrayed a mixture of fear and excitement as he processed the information. Immediately, he raised his sword high toward the sky and shouted with fierce determination, "The reserve forces have sharpened their swords for 2 years. Today, they will shine." The moment his words were spoken, every member of the reserve army lifted their swords in unison, their voices rising in a powerful echo. The sound of their battle cry resonated across the mountains and forests. After a century of silence, humanity's first counteroffensive had begun, led by the reserve army. Under the command of that man, the reserve forces made their way through dense forests and joined the fray against the demons. The clash of steel and the roar of battle filled the air without pause. Meanwhile, outside the demon suppression gate, Zhang Yushu hovered in midair, staring down at the demon before him. With a loud, triumphant laugh, he declared, "Sang Liu, you have lost." Sang Liu, clearly unwilling to accept his defeat, tilted his head back and called for the golden eagle. The massive bird descended from the sky with swift precision, its sharp eyes gleaming. Its wings flapped powerfully, sweeping through the air as it charged directly toward Zhang Yushu. However, before the golden eagle could reach its target, it was intercepted by the blood dragon. The bird screeched in fury at the interruption. Standing tall atop the blood dragon, Zhang Yushu brandished his spear and sneered coldly. "You truly can't withstand a single blow." In an instant, the blood dragon's enormous tail lashed out, striking the golden eagle with tremendous force, sending it retreating in fear. But the battle was far from over. From behind the golden eagle, Gao Xiaonan emerged and landed a brutal punch to its side. He cursed loudly with each strike. "Demon level 8 or not, you still have to take a hit from me. Do you feel that?" Xiang Liu stood on the ground, his gaze fixed on the scene before him, and a deep anger surged within him. The cult of 10,000 gods, already on the verge of collapse, had dared to wield their demonic realm as a weapon to manipulate others. After a brief moment of contemplation, he turned to Zhang Yushu and said, "Don't get too comfortable. This debt will be settled with you. Sooner or later, the demon suppression gate will be your downfall." With those words, he ordered the golden eagle to retreat. In the blink of an eye, the demons swiftly withdrew from the demon suppression gate. Zhang Yushu lowered the spear in his hand, and the blood dragon behind him rose into the sky, swirling above them and keeping a clear distance between the two men. He looked at Sang Liu and remarked, "They'd won this battle." The other man, seemingly indifferent to his words, attempted to leave, suggesting they would meet again in the future. As Xiang Liu's figure retreated, Zhang Yushu muttered to himself, "Though he believes humanity is unjust, his actions defy the natural order. Once he deals with Sang Liu, he'll be next." Without delay, Zhang Yushu turned toward the city gates and called out, "Our two races have a pact here. There will be no great war this year." Just then, the voice of the academy head, Gao Xiaonan, echoed from behind Zhang Yushu. He added that after the demon race had suffered such significant losses, they were bound to honor the agreement, ensuring there would be no further disturbance at the demon suppression gate. Zhang Yushu nodded in agreement, letting out a deep sigh, but then Gao Xiaonan suddenly shifted his tone, a sly smile creeping across his face as he called out to the older Zhang, "What do you think of this painting? How much would you be willing to pay for it? Zhang Yushu, feeling bewildered, turned around and saw a photo of herself, struggling on the phone. Her face immediately darkened, and in a fit of anger, she cursed, Gao Xiaonan, you're asking for trouble. 3 days later, the funeral for Si Wenxian began. All the students, including Zhao Zicheng, Niu Yu, Atai, and Lin Xiao Xiao, even those still recovering from injuries, left their beds to say their final goodbyes. Sudu stood over the stretcher covered with a white cloth, tears streaming down her face. After all these years, he had always been there for her, protecting her from behind. She had longed to stand by his side, but now that chance was gone forever. She tilted her head back, trying to hold back the tears. She knew Si Wenxian wouldn't have wanted to see her cry, but he had been her last true friend. How could she not be devastated? Sudu stayed in her sorrow for a long time before suddenly crying out, Sudu bids farewell to Wenxian. Her voice cut through the silence, and behind her, Ling Xiao Xiao and Zhao Zicheng also solemnly called out their farewells to senior Si Wenxian. Niu Yu and Atai followed suit. Yu Sheng, standing quietly beside them, watched with a serious yet somewhat confused expression. After a brief hesitation, he finally spoke, repeating their actions. Yu Sheng bids farewell to senior. Bai Haiyang stared blankly at Si Wenxian's body for a moment before standing tall and loudly declaring, Bai Haiyang bids farewell to senior. Soon, all the new students gathered on the field joined in, shouting their farewells to Si Wenxian in unison. The sound was so loud, it seemed to shake the heavens, and the air around them thickened with grief. After the memorial ceremony, the coffin was sealed, marking another sacrifice made for humanity. Sudu stood in silence, watching as the vehicle carrying Si Wenxian's body slowly drove away. The funeral proceeded in quiet solemnity, but the pain in her expression was impossible to hide. In that moment, the sky darkened and a heavy rain began to fall, as though the heavens themselves were mourning the fallen who had fought against the demon race. Sudu moved through the rain, her quiet presence radiating deep sorrow. When she reached the door, she saw the vice director waiting for her. She walked past him and spoke in a soft voice. I believe the experiment can be prepared now. With those words, she disappeared into the inner courtyard. The vice director stood there momentarily stunned before he let out a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, Suriyuan King, back from the battlefield, began the slow process of recovering from his injuries. Though his body was wrapped in bandages, his mind was still focused on the fact that today was Si Wenxian's funeral. Sitting on his hospital bed, he wore a bitter smile, his anger seething beneath the surface as he silently paid his respects to the fallen comrade. At the same time, on the city wall of the Demon Suppression Gate, the battle had ended, but Zhang Yushu remained standing. He was motionless, staring down at the city gate, his form weighed down with sorrow. After a while, someone approached from behind and handed him the belongings of the master of the Lin Pavilion, explaining that it was the deceased's final wish to pass the cart to Zhao King Yi of Gang Chang. The moment Zhang Yushu heard the name, his anger flared. He shouted in frustration, What's the point of being the leader now? What good is it after the battle is over? Seeing the anger on his face, the other person hesitated before asking, So, what about this car? He allowed a cold snort, gesturing for someone to take it away. Even in death, some people can't leave others in peace. The person quickly obeyed and left, but as he glanced back at Zhang Yushu standing alone at the gate, he was left speechless. Meanwhile, Zhang Yushu remained silent in the rain, his expression shifting as he turned away. The arrogance and disdain that had been on his face earlier vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of sorrow. Is the world really determined to never let anyone find peace? He wondered to himself. Zhao Zicheng awoke with a dazed look on his face. His body was covered in bandages, and he felt utterly drained. He stared blankly at the ceiling. A knock at the door broke the silence. It was Yu Sheng. Open up, I'm coming in. Without waiting for a response, Yu Sheng entered the room. Zicheng didn't seem bothered, simply murmuring, Mem. Yu Sheng smiled and said, Ever since the fight at school, I've realized how good it feels to help others. I've never felt this way in Zhu Chang. Zicheng didn't have much to say, so he just nodded in agreement. Nem. Yu Sheng moved closer and helped him sit up, speaking kindly as he did. I posted a new exercise online last night. Experts say it's really helpful for muscle recovery. Zicheng hesitated for a moment. Mr. Yu, I won't take no for an answer. Yu Sheng added, No need to thank me. It's the least I can do. Let's go outside and get some fresh air. Zicheng pushed Yu Sheng's hand away, feeling flustered. He quickly explained, Mr. Yu, there's no need to go through all this trouble. The air in the room feels fresh enough. Without warning, Yu Sheng wrapped his arm around Zicheng's neck, leaving him startled. One hand gripped Zicheng's neck firmly while the other pointed to himself. We're friends, Yu Sheng said. I'm not afraid of a little trouble. Nearby, a group of female students whispered and gossiped. They were talking about how Yu Sheng was carrying Zai Cheng off in the distance. One of his friends with gray hair approached him and asked, "Is Yu Sheng helping Zai Cheng recover again?" Yu Sheng's voice was cold as he responded, "Yes, Zai Cheng is being carried." Zai Cheng's fists clenched, his face twisted in a mix of frustration and sorrow. He thought to himself, "Asterisk, why couldn't you have just died at the hands of that dark sect guy? This must be part of Sun Wen's plan, asterisk." Yu Sheng gently set Zai Cheng down next to a tree in a quiet, secluded spot with few people around. "Let's practice recovery here," he suggested. Raising his hands behind him, Yu Sheng playfully swayed them back and forth, striking an exaggerated pose. "Come on, let's train together." Zai Cheng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and nervousness, quickly protested, "No, Mr. Yu, I'm not good at learning these things." Yu Sheng paused for a moment, then replied, "So you haven't learned them properly yet? Let me help you." He moved closer, took Zai Cheng's hand, and placed his other hand gently on Zai Cheng's waist. Zai Cheng's face flushed with embarrassment. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Mr. Yu, you really don't have to do this." Yu Sheng smiled warmly, his tone reassuring. "It's fine. I don't mind the trouble." They were focused on their training, unaware that numerous cameras were directed at them from behind. At that moment, Zai Cheng found himself being pulled along by Yu Sheng, jumping and moving around. Unable to resist, he ended up laughing and dancing along with him. After their training session with Zhao Zicheng concluded, Yu Sheng made his way to meet Sun Wen. Sun Wen spoke first, concern evident in his voice. "Mr. Yu, do you know? The demon race has broken the truce with humanity today. 6 immortal leaders have teamed up to attack the demon suppression gate, and the situation there is extremely dangerous." As Yu Sheng helped Sun Wen walk, he nodded and replied, "Yes, I saw it on the news this morning. The demon suppression gate is under threat, and our academy's leadership, along with some strong fighters from the nearby towns, have already gone to offer assistance. Worrying about it now doesn't help. The priority is to recover and strengthen ourselves. I read online that it's best to use the bathroom within 5 hours after drinking water. It's been 4 hours since I gave you water, so you should go now." Yu Sheng guided Sun Wen to a restroom. At the mention of this, Sun Wen looked a little flustered. "Mr. Yu, I really can't." Yu Sheng pulled out his sword with a gentle smile. "Don't worry, I'm here." Without another word, Yu Sheng used the hilt of his sword to tap Sun Wen's lower body, causing him to cry out in pain. Sun Wen's legs trembled uncontrollably, his hands shaking as he tried to cover his face. Yu Sheng's voice pressed him on. "All right, now clean up." Outside, chaos had broken out, a fierce battle raged, with flames consuming everything in their path. 2 figures stood at a distance, watching the scene unfold. Old Zhang and his companion. "Those damn demon race," Old Zhang muttered, frustration cleared his voice. "No honor. They break the treaty themselves. 6 immortal leaders are attacking the demon suppression gate. Do they really think our people are gone, that no one remains to stand against them?" His companion waved a hand dismissively. All right. Enough talking. They're still here. Don't provoke those sticks." Old Zhang, visibly irritated, snapped back. "So we just let them do whatever they want?" His friend quickly responded, trying to ease the tension. Calm down. Let's wait a little longer." But Old Zhang couldn't hold it in. He pointed forward, his voice rising in anger. Wait for the heavens to deal with those 6 bastards? Or should we wait for them to destroy our beloved disciple, our beloved grandson?" Before he could finish, Old Zhang fell silent, his gaze lifting to the sky. The moon was surrounded by swirling, ominous red winds. A chill ran through him as he gripped his cane tightly. This is Eagle Ravine Mountain, my evil Ravine Mountain. From the dark clouds above, a red bird, glowing like fire, dove down. It spread its wings, cutting through the air. But then, as if caught in an invisible force, a whirlwind appeared before the bird, halting it in mid-flight, leaving it stunned and confused. Without waiting for the creature to turn and flee, the whirlwind had already closed in, pulling it inside. It screamed in terror. "Sign Liu, save me, slash." A red beam of light cut across the bird's body, causing it to shriek in pain. The beam made the bird vanish, transforming it into a stone. The stone flew through the air and landed in Old Zhang's hand, causing him to raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Not bad, kid," he said. "Humanity has lost its mind. Stop attacking the demon suppression gate. Fall back immediately." She shouted, commanding her subordinates to retreat swiftly. An older muscular man emerged from the smoke, holding a smoking pipe in one hand, with a scythe tucked into his waistband. He spoke. "Demon race, listen closely. Today, I will eliminate both you demons and Moji." He exhaled a deep breath and continued. "The demon race has broken the covenant. 6 immortal leaders have joined forces to attack my demon suppression gate today. From now on, you will be placed under house arrest for a year as punishment. If not, we will kill you all. His tone was firm and resolute. Upon hearing this, the green dragon growled in fury. You dare. The old man instantly drew his scythe, and a strange green light radiated from its blade. What's there to dare? The old man shouted fiercely. As he shouted, a burst of golden light erupted from the scythe, slashing directly at the green dragon. Today, I will destroy the 3 tribes of the demon realm. One of your immortal leaders even brought an outsider with him. With those words, the old man slowly vanished into the golden smoke. The green dragon in the sky had been torn apart by the children, its broken halves now falling to the ground before old Chang. Without hesitation, old Chang dropped to his knees, his hands pressed against his chest as he looked up at the sky. The mentor had passed away peacefully. 2 days later, the rain fell steadily. A black car slowly made its way into the city, heading toward a fortress hidden deep within the forest. Surrounded only by trees and hills, the car continued moving further into the wilderness. After a time, it came to a stop. A man emerged from the vehicle, followed closely by a bodyguard. Wait for me at the gate, the man instructed. The bodyguard nodded swiftly, yes, sir. The man ascended the stairs alone, walking through the rain, each step deliberate. He paused before an old, modest house, standing alone amidst the grass and trees. A desolate, forgotten place. A wave of sadness crossed his face as he thought, asterisk, who could have imagined that in humanity's name, people would end up in such a forsaken place, asterisk. With a heavy heart, he entered the house, his movements slow and burdened. Sliding his hands into his pockets, he took in the surroundings, still searching for a way to penetrate the fragile heart of humanity. He approached a set of wooden plaques, each bearing a name. Gently, he picked up the one labeled Wenba. Staring at it, he whispered, asterisk mountains, rivers, sun, and moon. They still endure, asterisk. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a pen and carefully wrote a number on a scrap of paper. Asterisk 3,141,592 asterisk. As he finished writing, sorrow deepened on his face. 149 years had passed. In the name of survival, humanity had sacrificed millions of lives. He gazed at the 3 wooden boards and muttered, everyone. Placing a paper with a list of names he'd written earlier between the boards, he lit several incense sticks. With a solemn expression, he prayed for the souls of those named, hoping they would find peace. When he finished, he quietly stepped outside. His figure, seen from behind, radiated a deep sense of sorrow. Days turned into years, and in what felt like the blink of an eye, 149 years had passed. Outside, the rain poured heavily, while he stood in the grass in front of the house, lost in thought. He looked up at the sky and spoke aloud. When will the end of this path arrive? Sooner or later, I too will join you all. Lost in his thoughts, he firmly closed the door behind him, his eyes filled with resolve. But before that day came, he vowed to make a real difference in the world. As he approached his car, he turned to his bodyguard and asked, the Academy's new student competition is coming up soon, isn't it? Get into the car, he continued, and announced to the public that this year's Academy champion, Moji, will be offering resources. The winner will be rewarded with divine beast blood infusion and a perfectly compatible demon core. The bodyguard nodded quickly. Yes, I'll take care of it right away. The car began to move away from the forest. He stared out the window, his face still marked by the same quiet sorrow. Mr. Wah had organized this grand event as a tribute to him. Inside the administrative office, the vice principal and Xiang Yuan King were deep in conversation. The vice principal held a piece of paper in his hand. He handed the notice to Xu Yuan King. This is the latest update from Moji. The freshman competition will go ahead as planned this year. Xu Yuan King took the notice and skimmed through it, a sense of unease settling over him. What's going on? The final competition is a team event with each team requiring at least 2 members, but no more than 5. Doesn't that old man, Sun Yingshan, realize that his own grandson is under our control? The vice principal cleared his throat before replying. Su teacher, please mind your words. Let's not make it sound like our secret academy is some kind of kidnapper's lair. The situation is as it is. For the honor of our academy, please lead the freshman team this year and show them what we stand for. Uphold the reputation of our institution. The vice principal placed a hand on Xu Yuan King's shoulder, his tone pleading. Fuming with anger, Xu Yuan King stormed out of the room. From inside, the vice principal called after him. If our academy doesn't take first place this time, your salary for the year will be cut, and you'll lose 3 years' worth of scholarships. Plus, you'll have to do a mandatory lap around the campus in nothing but your underwear. Xu gritted his teeth in frustration. This old man is using official business to settle personal grudges. He better watch out, or he'll end up with more trouble than he bargained for. At the student dormitory, Xu Yuan King handed the notice to Yu Sheng, his voice filled with urgency. Classmate Xiao Yu, take a look at this. For the honor of our academy, surely you'd be willing to participate in the freshman competition and help us secure first place. Without hesitation, Yu Sheng declined, surprising Zhao Chang. No, I want to stay and look after my classmates. Yu Sheng turned to face him and said, let's go. We need to practice now. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chang grew more anxious. He quickly tried to convince Yu Sheng, Mr. Yu, you have to take part in the competition. Even if it's not for the honor, you can still win some money from the betting, which you could use to buy better medicine for our injuries. Zi Chang urged him further. Shan Yuan King added, exactly. Forget about the competition's reward. The news of you new students getting injured has already spread. The betting odds for our secret academy will definitely be high. Zi Chang, now even more eager, said, come on, Mr. Yu, just give it a try. Yu Sheng listened to their relentless pleading, feeling speechless but somewhat moved by their enthusiasm. With a reluctant sigh, he took out his phone. All right, wait a moment. I'll make a call and check. He dialed the frenzied outsider, and the call was answered almost instantly. Hello, what's up? Yu Sheng asked in a cool tone. Do you have any spots for the betting around this national competition? The voice on the other end, muffled by a black mask and dark glasses, sounded confused. Huh? What do you mean? Yu Sheng replied casually, I just want to place a bet to make sure I don't get scammed. At this, the voice on the other end lit up with excitement. Boss Yu, we're all brothers from Zhu Chang. Be honest with me, what's really going on with the secret academy this time? Yu Sheng answered, this time, the secret academy is going to battle. The person on the other end, intrigued, asked, can you give me more details? Yu Sheng responded, Su Yuan King is leading the team. And at that moment, he saw Xu, who appeared as pale as a ghost. Is this really Yu Sheng? Zi Chang wasn't surprised in the least, just as I thought. The person on the other end of the line seemed to be trembling with fear. Name your price, he urged. Yu Sheng didn't respond with a price, but instead asked, how many private banks have expanded this time, and how many of them are yours? The other person quickly answered, there are 9 in total, 2 of them are mine. Upon hearing this, Yu Sheng simply replied, aha. Yuan King, who had been listening intently, turned even paler. Good heavens, the big boss owns 2 private banks. Yu Sheng immediately ended the call. Xu Yuan King, perplexed, asked, why did you hang up? A deal could have been made. The major investor of those 2 casinos, Mr. Yu, even if you took a cut of his profits, you'd still make several times over. Yu Sheng remained seated, calm and unmoving, when suddenly another call came through. It was the same person from before, now furious. You've hung up on me again. At least say something before you end the call next time. Yu Sheng, with no change in expression, answered, aha, sure, I'm about to hang up now. And with that, he ended the call once more. The person called back, sounding defeated. All right, I admit it. Out of the 9 casinos, I own 6. Now let's continue. Yu Sheng, still calm, set his terms. Okay, then this time I want 50%. Teacher Yuan King, standing by, could only stare in shock, his face still pale. At the Secret Academy dormitory, Yu Sheng opened the door with a bright smile. Sun Wen, I'm here to visit you. Sun Wen's expression was a strained attempt at a smile, tinged with a hint of fear. Mr. Yu, you come. As usual, Yu Sheng helped Sun Wen to the bathroom. While walking, he gently reminded, remember to use the restroom on time after I leave. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Sheng pulled out a hammer that had been left in the bathroom. Without hesitation, he swung it with force, striking Sun Wen's small area. After the blow, he spoke calmly, next time, be sure to tell the doctor that this part should be preserved just in case I forget. I'll leave the hammer here, so if I'm not around, you can take care of it yourself. Sun Wen, trembling, curled up on the floor and replied, okay, thank you, Mr. Yu. Yu Sheng turned and walked away. Once he was out of sight, Sun Wen secretly sighed in relief. Asterisk few, Mr. Yu is off to the competition. Finally, there would be a few quiet days. The money spent on this was definitely worth it asterisk. Yu Sheng entered another room, looking around. Where's Xiao Xiao? He asked. The little girl, who had been playing with Great White, eagerly ran toward him as soon as she saw Yu Sheng. Yu Sheng gauged today Great White took his medicine and practiced just like you told him to. Yu Sheng immediately put on a stern, almost frightening expression. Is that so? Well, while I'm gone these next few days, make sure you both take the medicine and keep practicing. Xiao Xiao, visibly terrified by his expression, quickly slammed the door shut and walked away. Hugging Great White tightly, she cried out, Great White, Yu Sheng gauge is so scary. Outside, near the front gate of the dormitory, Xu Yuan King, Zhao Zi Chang, and Yu Sheng stood together in the schoolyard. Teacher Xu handed Yu Sheng a jacket. Here, Yu Sheng, put this on. Mr. Sun generously sponsored it. Yu Sheng took the jacket and slipped it on, striking a confident pose as he proudly displayed the messy scribbles on the left sleeve. He casually flicked his sleeves, turned around, and said, "Let's go." By the time he spoke, Su Yuan-King and Zhao Zicheng had already moved ahead, so he quickly rushed to catch up with them. Just as they were about to leave the dormitory, several voices from inside the rooms called out his name. "Mr. Yu." Sun Wen shouted from above, "Mr. Yu, if you don't win first place, you can't come back." Mu Yu also cheered, "Mr. Yu, focus on the competition. We'll recover just fine." Xiao Xiao enthusiastically added, "Yu Sheng, stay a few more days in Mo City." Atai smiled broadly and gave a thumbs up. "I agree." Encouraged by their words, Yu Sheng, along with Yuan King and Zai Cheng, waved farewell to everyone at the academy's main gate. Shu Yuan King grinned and said, "This time, Boss Sun even sponsored us a luxury 3-row commercial vehicle. It's parked right out front." Zai Cheng, slightly concerned, asked, "Teacher Xu, aren't we taking the train?" Teacher Xu reassured him, "The train is too crowded, and it's so noisy. You won't be able to sleep well. Why not just drive there instead?" Zai Cheng glanced at Teacher Xu, who was standing near the back door of the car, looking puzzled. "Teacher Xu, aren't you driving?" Shu Yuan King motioned toward the front of the car and pointed to Yu Sheng, who was sitting behind the wheel. "I have the feeling that Yu Sheng is really eager to take control." Zai Cheng sighed in resignation, falling silent. "Teacher Xu, I just hope you won't regret this." Shu Yuan King was taken aback by Zai Cheng's words, but before she could respond, Yu Sheng, full of excitement, pressed the gas pedal without hesitation. The car shot forward so quickly that only a cloud of dust remained in its wake, the vehicle itself vanishing from view. Yuan King screamed in panic, "Mr. Yu, you need to focus on the road when changing gears." The result was a complete disaster. The car was left in ruins, thick black smoke billowing from it. Su Yuan King stood there, holding her head in shock, unable to speak. They had been forced to stop right at the foot of the mountain. And just like that, the demon suppression gate that had once stood proudly here was no more.